Well, it's 3 o'clock, I guess. Are we ready to go? Sorry, there's going to be way too many moving parts for me here today, so I'm going to hope that y'all can help me out, get through it. So we'll go ahead and start the study session, and I'll turn it over to staff.
I don't have a whole lot to add. Mr. Teutsch has covered it in detail. The renewal of our lease of the building for the SDRC, or the Salina Drop-Off Recycling Center, is kind of what necessitated this conversation. So we find ourselves talking about recycling and that topic once again, but the real focus is we need to make a decision on that lease. So I've seen Mr. Teutsch's presentation, and I'll turn it over to him. It covers the waterfront.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. We're going to be talking today, as Mike mentioned, about the SDRC lease, which is coming due, and then as a second part of that topic, what the future of recycling looks like, which is sort of a continuation of where we left off with our last discussion. Next slide, please. So this is just some general information about the SDRC. There's no groundbreaking news here that you aren't aware of. Fairly small footprint at 5,950 square feet. To put that into perspective, the Abilene facility is 10,000 square feet. It was leased by the city on a 3-year term. Probably the greatest feature of it is that it's pretty fast for our customers. Our customers generally like it because it's very convenient for them. We're open 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, so 40 hours in a week. It typically only requires 2 people to operate, which is obviously very beneficial. We process all our standard recyclables at the MRF in South Hutchinson, and obviously we did some city funded improvements to the building, such as concrete, asphalt, and fencing. The timeline simply indicates some of the things that transpired over the past 3 years. Next slide, please. So, as I know you all are aware of this also, just shows a site diagram. The collection process is customers drive through, it's single stream, they drop it off, and they drop out. I think generally speaking, most customers spend less than a minute inside the facility once they're queued. Processing, besides the single stream collection, it's processed at the MRF, as I mentioned. That cost is $65 a ton. The current industry standard right now, certainly in our area, is $120 a ton, to put that into perspective. The analysis is, or at least for this, it is self-sustaining. It's an enterprise fund, and it pays for its own operation.
I hate to ask this so early, but just for reference, how much is a ton of recycling? I mean, like in terms of the truck that carries it down, a great big Packer truck, or so how much space does a ton take up?
A Packer truck has typically, it varies depending on what comes in that particular load. Okay. But generally speaking, the Packer trucks hold about 8 tons. Okay. If that helps put it into perspective.
All right, thank you.
And when you mention $120 a ton, I mean, is that a nationwide average, or is that regionally?
It's certainly,
we're getting a good deal at our MRF.
It's certainly regional. If you pressed out to the coast, of course, then the rates are going to be much higher than that. But if you look to the MRF to our west, it's about $120 a ton for nearly all of their customers. And if you go to the farthest east, Lawrence, Kansas City, I just spoke with the facility operator a few days ago, Charlie Sedlock, and he said, just to put it into perspective, if you were to bring this to me, I would have to charge you between $100 and $120 a ton. Now, on a larger picture, besides regionally, the industry, obviously 2020 caused a great deal of turmoil. I've been telling you all for the last several years that the markets are down. The markets are very tumultuous. And so you not only have China restricting import of waste products, including recyclables, you add COVID on top of that, so it just created the perfect storm. Operators had already, across the nation, had already been doing all those business things that businesses do to try to streamline their operation to save costs. So the only thing left on a national scale for recyclers was to begin increasing fees. You will see that in the latest 2021 solid waste report. You can see articles in Waste Dive and other places that would indicate that same thing. Currently, they're trying to press upon the new administration that there's really, what they need to solve is they have to have clean, and we've talked about all this before, we have to have clean materials in order for there to be a market at all. And the other thing that the industry is pressing the current administration for is some kind of market stabilization mechanism to help municipalities and privates have a more stable platform to build businesses on. So the trend that I reported for the last several briefings still holds true today. There's still a lot of regionalization. A lot of smaller businesses are choosing to get out of the business, and it's being taken over by the larger ones. The larger ones are generally very, very proficient at what they do. So the only way that they can combat the current conditions is to raise prices. We are blessed, and we're in the situation that we are in because our materials are exceptionally clean, probably the cleanest that's received at that MRF, because we only take what they allow. So, and our customers are pretty good. The citizens of Salina and all our customers are good about keeping the material clean, which I think in any other circumstance, we would have seen our prices match what everyone else is paying. Next slide, please. So all of the slides in this presentation will say January 1st. That's not because I was trying to give you old data. It was just so that when we started this presentation, we had a place marker. And it just so happens that's a 6-month point. But I can tell you that as of today, we are now over 1,500 tons, which translates to over 3 million pounds of material diverted from our landfill. And we're now at 126,290 customers. So that's continued to grow.
That's over 3 years?
Just shy of 3 years, yes. It'd be 3 years in July.
So that would be about 300 tons a year, 400 tons a year?
Yes,
Okay.
400
And what is our total waste stream? About 80,000 tons?
landfill waste stream, 85,000.
Okay. And 28,000 customers or thereabouts. In the year 3, that's the next slide.
Yeah, next slide, please.
That's 590 a week. And on the curbside pickup, we had, what, about 800?
Yeah,
week?
we had about 800 on, yes, that's right.
But the 590, I mean, you know, a lot of those folks don't come every week. It might be every other week or whenever they need to be there. So it's not really a comparable figure.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So this slide just talks about, what I wanted to show you here is just the growth from year 1 to year 3. I also have the updated numbers for this, just so that we can have a even more clear picture. As of today, the increase in customers from year 1 to year 3 is 30%, not 28. And the increase in the increase in tonnage is 21%, not 19. But regardless, you can see that we're continuing to grow, and we're growing at a rate about 3 times as high as what the industry expects to have occur in this industry. And I think that's because we have that market that you were mentioning, Commissioner Franz, that those customers who have not yet came over to us. Next slide, please. So there are several pros and several cons. Obviously, it's very easy to manage and to maintain. We already talked about the convenience to the customer. The price is $1.25 per water customer account, which for fee-driven operations, that's very, very reasonable. And again, I've already mentioned that it's funded fully through those fees without any additional subsidy. There are a number of cons, many of which you have pointed out, that we have to travel to South Hutch to deliver the recyclables to the MRF. The processing fee that exists at $65 a ton, that could be seen as a positive or a negative, depending on how you wish to look at it. We do not collect revenue from the recyclables. And of course, we could always get that phone call that says the fees have to go up. Even though you're clean, we just have to start charging all of our customers more money. So that is certainly possible. The next con is, I almost regret putting it on here, but I can clarify, the market volatility and uncertainty, which we've touched upon in numerous meetings. The point is that con exists with any model that we were to build. We would still have market volatility and uncertainty. And then finally, obviously, this does not currently include a curbside collection option. I asked Mr. Sedlock at the Lawrence MRF bluntly, what do you see the market doing? How do you look at it? Because it's always nice to get another person's opinion. I think he's probably the largest MRF in Kansas. I don't know that, but he certainly has a great deal of experience in this, and he's ran that MRF since its opening. And Charlie said he thought that we should expect uncertainty and volatility in the market. His words were 5 to 10 years. He doesn't see the markets recovering. Obviously, we have a different set of tensions currently with China, but we certainly still have market tensions with the U.S. and China. We don't think that's going away. We have the possibility of something called the Recycle Act, which could happen in the next year or several years of the current administration. And just generally speaking, there's a lot of uncertainty about the plastics market. Certainly, you probably notice it in your packaging, but it's changing now almost daily. I buy a certain brand of water bottle, and I notice the caps are now about half the size they used to be, and the plastic is changing because everyone understands that eventually we're going to have to do something with 3 through 7, plastics 3 through 7. And so industries are trying to figure out a way to make that recyclable plastic as much as possible, or certainly more recyclable than it currently is. Next slide, please.
Just real quick,
Yes.
Jim, but there are some materials that have a better market for them, correct? Like, say, cardboard, for example.
Absolutely.
Or glass. So there are some materials that would have a more stable, ongoing marketability.
Absolutely. I also asked Mr. Sedlock that question to get his feedback, and he said, and he's a kind of a plain talker, but he said OCC, which is cardboard, is doing pretty good. Everything else are dogs. And I said, please don't insult my dogs like that. But obviously what he means is the others are not doing as well in the market. Certainly plastics 1 and 2, and of those certainly natural HDPE like milk jugs are still doing fairly well. Outside of that, the rest of the market isn't doing very great.
So why don't they market water bottles in milk jug plastic, if that's more recyclable? I mean, that's, that just strikes me as, you can get distilled water, you can actually get drinking water in gallon milk jugs, but they don't seem to make the smaller bottles in that. And I don't
think-
understand that.
I think eventually you're going to see just plant-based bottles entirely. You're going to see more biodegradable plastics for that type of plastic. If I were to guess, I think the industry will correct itself. Just with all of the things happening in the industry, it's pretty much just what they're going to have to do to keep their business model successful.
Jim,
Oh, yes.
real
yes,
quick
sir.
question. I know at one time there'd been some individuals that had an interest in opening up curbside recycling, privatizing it. Have we heard anything from any of those, or has that kind of gone away?
So we recently have had some discussion with another company that could be interested in, their words were partnering with the city. So I sent back not a detailed email response, but certainly a response that said, I'm interested in knowing what partnering looks like and what that means. His short reply to me was, that's up to you, and it could be the form of us simply helping to promote the idea of expanding curbside pickup through companies like his, putting it on our website, just advertising it in the way that we generally advertise this kind of operation. Or it could be a greater partnership. So my response back to his response was, I would really like to set up a Zoom meeting and have the right people there so we can have a good discussion. So I'm waiting for that to appear on my calendar, and we plan on talking to this company hopefully in the very near future. They're thinking that it seemed to me, based on what they see as the average cost, and I think you all are aware of what I think he sent that to you as well. So it's certainly within something that I think people might be interested in. They're looking to see if they can garner enough public interest, and if they can do that, then they would be interested in coming to Salina with their program.
So Commissioner Hoppeck, I don't know if that was the recent contact you were thinking of, or we had individuals quite some time ago.
Yeah, we'd
that-
had some quite, I just wonder if there's any interest out there, because,
Yeah.
this was probably
Yeah.
a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's when we were talking about the automated trash trucks. we were
Right.
talking
And
about
we
recycling.
do still have one company that is offering curbside collection right now, and the likely possibility of another one, if we can find a way to work with them.
Do they collect that from city, at the curb, and then bring it to the recycling center, or do they directly take it to the MERS down in Hell?
Certainly, how we would go about doing that is a topic of discussion, but his general indication is that's what they would prefer to do, to bring it to us. So
But
the only stipulations that I'm seeing that could be a problem with that is just depending on how much material we're talking about, because obviously I only have two people there to separate that material, and as long as we can keep them with, a very low contamination rate, and it's something that we could handle, it's certainly doable. We just have to work through the intricacies of what that looks like.
If I could shed some, the company that is currently providing curbside pickup does require it to be separated, for lack of a better term, which makes it easier for
Yes.
that company to then take it to its collector and it be processed, for lack of a
Yeah,
better term.
and they are currently, they only use us occasionally now. He's taking his material elsewhere. This new company seemed to indicate that they may be bringing it to, they may want to talk about bringing it to the SDRC.
So that would be an interesting conversation to have too. Is it JNN?
J&N.
Yes.
JNN?
And for me, I told him I don't need it to be collected, but every other week. If I still had 4 or 5 kids around the house, maybe more often, but even then, it's amazing how much you can accumulate in,
For sure.
in 2 weeks.
But he does have it, have you separate it, so I'm assuming that there must be a market for,
There is, and I
Some
guess for
of them.
Adrian Monk people like me, it just gives us a more fun thing to do on Wednesday night, but
So if we covered all the questions, then this slide is talking about fund balances. Obviously, 2018 that's when we made all our capital purchases to stand up the facility, and we were doing that toward the middle of the year. 2019 was a much more normal year, and then you do still see additional growth in the ending fund balance as of 2020. You also see additional expenses, and there was increases in personnel costs this year, or in 2020. There was increases in V&E maintenance. One of the trucks went down that required major repair. And then we had a full year of tipping fees. So that was the increases in expenses that you see from 2019 to 2020. All of these funds are just currently being carried as a fund balance. Certainly, we could set up a capital replacement fund and transfer year ends or some amount thereof to that
I was
kind of.
about to ask if
fund.
that 235,000 include an allowance for replacing those trucks periodically.
It does.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So the primary reason for this discussion is that the lease expires in 2020. We're required to provide the notice to the property owner by July 1st. The contract initially indicated that we had a 90-day window in advance of term expiration to notify the property owner. I've been in contact with the property owner, and he was perfectly fine with making a July 1st deadline. The intention that we have to provide to the property owner is either that we would extend the lease, purchase the building, or conclude the lease. Next slide, please. This just sort of walks through a little bit of the individual options. We could extend the lease. The cost by contract, those are contracted amounts, so it would go to $35,692 annually or $104 across the term. Obviously, plus we have to pay for increases in taxes and insurance, CAM expenses. The contract doesn't currently have an early cancellation clause, and we do have, at the beginning of the new term, have the ability to purchase at the end of the first term or annually thereafter. Next slide, please. So trying to have a way without having a formal appraisal done, and using what the Saline County current appraised value is for the property. The contract says that it's equal to the then fair market value, then being whenever we were to choose to exercise this option, not less than $200,000. Currently appraised at $250,310. You see the cost of our improvements, so that leaves an approximate cost to purchase the building at $208,855. Obviously, this would be subject to a actual formal appraisal to get what the current amount is. We certainly have fund options. We could purchase down the fund balance in sanitation, or we could finance in lieu of the lease. Additionally, if we were to choose to purchase the building, we could reuse or sell the facility if we ceased operations in the future and relocated. Next slide, please.
Real quick question on
Yes,
the
sir.
appraisal. Is there just one appraisal that's ordered? There's not two? And if there is one appraisal, who orders it and who gives directions as to how that appraisal's
I can't recall if there's, if it requires two. I seem to think that it only said that there was one. I could be mistaken. I would certainly have to check to know that for sure. And we would be responsible for the appraisal, for paying for the appraisal. Both parties have to agree to the appraiser.
To the appraisers, okay.
I got indication from the property owner that I think he would be interested in selling the property at this time. So concluding the lease, the contract conditions, or the contract says that we would have to pay 150% from the time at the termination of the first term until we got out of the building. We don't think that it would take terribly long to get out of the building, so I would expect worst case scenario would be that we would probably have to pay a month's worth of that rent. And then obviously we would have to develop and implement a new recycling system if we were to no longer do this. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation to you is we think purchasing the building at this time makes the most sense. We talked about the lease costs being $34,692. The estimated annual debt payment on purchasing it, if we financed at 3% for 10 years, would be $24,000. Obviously, if we finance for 15, that would be even a greater amount of savings. Regardless of the future of recycling in Salina, the property has value, and we believe it's a worthwhile asset for the city to add to its portfolio. It's a good property, it's in a good location, it's in good condition, and we think the prices for that kind of property are only going to go up. So if you were to ask me, I would say I think that's just makes the most sense to purchase the property at this time, regardless of what we choose to do with it in the future, whether we reuse it for our purposes, for the city's purposes, or we choose to resell it. Likely we're not going to lose money on that property either way. Next slide, please. So there are other so there are other recycling options besides continuing with what we're currently doing. We could open a MRF and try to compete with the existing MRFs that are out there. We could open a fully separated facility short of an automated MRF, still functioning like a MRF, but obviously much smaller. Those are sometimes referred to as source separated, so the material generally is coming to you already separated or reasonably separated. And obviously, we could still, at some point, implement curbside recycling in conjunction with one of these options above. Next slide, please. So this is just talking about where we came from and what we know so far. This is the recycling feasibility study from 2013. Next slide, please. Basically, this is telling us that the cost of the Lawrence MRF was between $8 and $12 million, pretty much right around $10 million to purchase that. To operate a MRF in today's situation is one thing. To stand up a new MRF in the same situation just would not be a good move on our part. And there are a number of people I talked to who in the industry that would agree with that statement. So the feasibility study recommended the best solution for us was contracting with a private MRF as their recommended option. Next slide, please. In 2017, we did the business plan for automated refuse and recycling. Next slide, please. And basically, this tells us what it would take to operate a MRF successfully, or we would have to shut down that MRF, only operate that MRF on a day in a week or in a day in 2 weeks or whatever the volume would be. But basically, you would be required to have 10,000 tons per year to be economically viable. And we expect in the first year of a citywide implementation of curbside recycling collection to be about 2,300 tons a year. In fairness, that number is the business plan did expect it to go up, but it expected it to go up to a maximum of 3,775 tons per year. So still far short of what it would take to operate a MRF. Next slide, please. So a fully separated facility or source separated facility, we have not conducted a study on this. These drawings are just my attempt to show you what they possibly could look like. And there are basically two very similar options. One is where you create a customer intake area, and another is a drive-through option. Either of those are going to obviously require an increase in personnel. Obviously, we would have to purchase additional equipment. The building size for this is, I would really want to have a contractor look at it to be sure, but if I had to estimate, I would say it probably needs to be somewhere around 2 to 3 times the size of what we currently have now. Abilene, which has about 200 tons a year, has nearly double the size that ours does. So that just tells me that the footprint would have to be pretty significant in order for us to do this kind of operation. The other thing that while I think this is a good model, this sort of replicates what Abilene does, it is a good model except if you think there is a time when we might want to do curbside recycling, because that changes what this footprint needs to look like. Because now we have to talk about adding a tipping floor, and we have to have equipment to separate that material, because it would be coming to us in bulk in packer trucks. And I can't imagine 6 people trying to separate 8 tons of material at a pop, and they're going to be coming at us regularly. So this footprint does not include and would not be representative of the facility we would need if we were to also adopt curbside recycling in that.
Mr. Toit,
in that mix.
the drawing here shows a couple of balers. Why do we not use a baler now instead of having 2 trucks in there running all day long?
Why do we not use a baler now?
Yeah.
Well, because we're going to a MRF, and it's got to be separated.
Yeah, I think the
It's
baler
going to
presumes
be
it's baling homogeneous material. It's not baling mixed material.
Okay,
Right.
so the material has to be sorted in order to use a baler, so
Yes.
wherever the destination is can take a bale of this and a bale of that.
Yes,
Okay.
and if you look across the top part of that, you see what I referred to as bulk storage area.
Right, that's
So-
where it gets sorted.
Yes, those are the individual types of plastic or materials that get separated before it goes to the baler. Then it's picked up by the loader brings it to the baler, it produces bales. We stack it when we have enough to put on a semi, like 40 bales.
Right.
Then we would contact a company who is contracted to haul it away and.
Okay. Well, it's, it's probably a tempest in a teapot, but every time I go through there and I see those trucks sitting there idling all day long, it just, it raises my hackles, because, we're burning diesel fuel, we're dumping the exhaust in the atmosphere. I know an electric baler would not be a total solution, but it just strikes me as a lot cleaner way to do it.
Yeah,
But
I do not disagree.
If it's the nature of the waste stream, then maybe this is what we can do.
Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of pricing. This was done in June of 2019, so that I am by no means saying that this is accurate. If you remember, we did a presentation where we were shopping MRFs, and we were trying to compare costs and value from Stutzman's to Rolling Meadows to Ham to even Fort Riley. And so we were shopping. Well, one of the MRFs, Rolling Meadows, said, hey, why don't you just bring us a load and let us take a look at it? So this was the result of that load. So it doesn't necessarily represent an annual, but I wanted to annualize it just to put that into perspective. So you have the different classes of material that would be accepted by Rolling Meadows, and then you see the value in the current prices column. That's what that material is worth, a ton of that material is worth. And then the annual tonnage column represents what we would expect based on the composition of this load. So, for example, OCC was 3%, so 3% of the SDRC material would produce 18 tons in a year. That is worth $540. Or I should say it was worth $540 as of June of 2019. So that came to a total value for the 600 tons to be $16,878. So there's a couple of points. One is that this is a snapshot only, and this is a snapshot of our material processed at a MRF, which is not necessarily representative of what could be the value of the materials sold through a commodities broker, such as Batliner in Kansas City. Those prices may look different. And next slide, please. And obviously, and we touched on this briefly, but there are additional expenses that would be associated with this kind of operation. 2 to 3 times the size in building as an estimate, and then a whole lot of infrastructure and equipment costs in addition to the additional personnel. Next slide, please. I also have heard this from citizens and I think even from you all that there is an actual cost to ton to do business. The way that I arrived at 450 is I just took the 270,000 in revenue that we earned and divided that by the 600 tons and came up with 450 tons.
Where do you get 600 tons?
That is how much we collect in a year.
I thought it was 300.
Yeah, earlier in that conversation, I took the 1,500 divided by 2.5 years, and you get about 600
Yeah, I think.
tons a year.
Yeah, you thought it was 3, but we have,
I just didn't want to call you out, Commissioner France.
right now it's $1.3 million, and at the end of this year, it's going to be about $1.6 million. So you take $1.6 million by,
Well, I'm just
3
looking
years.
at the slide where it says 300 tons. Page 5, 308 tons for year 3.
Let me see what we're talking about. So remember, this is not an annual total. This represents the annual total as of January 1st. So that's only 6 months worth of the material that we would have collected.
But it
It's-
says year 3.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's an
but
annual total.
yes, sir, but figures represent annual totals as of January 1st. So
It doesn't matter, it's still an annual total.
yes, from January to July. And my apologies if
That's not annual. That's 6 months.
Yeah.
I understand.
see, I was using my numbers off page 4.
Yeah.
This is funny math. Okay.
So if you, basically you would double that, and that's how we arrived at the 600. So we're on slide 21. There alternative options. So the alternative options, the fully separated recycling facility, if you just think about that in terms of that facility does not increase participation in any way. So other than the growth that we are experiencing, we would not see an increase in the amount of materials that this kind of facility takes. The only thing that would increase are the costs. So that is why I say that the alternative options are estimated to be significantly more expensive. We're increasing cost without increasing participation. And in fact, it could, at least initially, possibly decrease participation because of the loss of convenience to the customer, or the perceived loss of convenience to the customer. Certainly, if you all are interested in further pursuing recycling options, we would recommend that staff be able to hire someone who can come in and conduct a study. We could do that in coordination with the Solid Waste Management Committee. And then, obviously, we still have that major priority that is approaching, that we are getting ready to fully automate the refuse system. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the conclusion, and we're just asking, would you see us extending the lease an additional 3-year term, purchasing the building, or concluding the lease? And with that, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
One general question.
Yes,
What's
sir.
your estimate of the additional capacity this building could handle with its current operating model? Are we like 30% max, 40, 50? Have you, just off the top of your head?
I don't know that I have that fully worked out yet. I will tell you, if you notice, the one slide says 2 or 3 people. Generally, we operate the SDRC with 2. During the very busiest of times, we do bring an extra person over, one of the worker drivers or a worker from sanitation, to just take off some of the pressure. So we're going to, if our growth continues the way it is, we're going to start experiencing that tipping point. I don't have a solid answer to tell you what percentage, at least right now, what that would look like in terms of when we're going to have to either increase personnel or make some other operational changes to adjust for the increased growth. In terms of capacity, I think we're still, from an operational capacity, I think we're still okay in the amount of space that we can haul and store at one time and that kind of thing. I think we're okay. I think the trigger point for that kind of decision in terms of what the max would look like is probably going to focus on when we reach that point where it's probably cheaper to bring on an additional full-time person or maybe even a part-time person until we get to that point where it needs to be full-time. But I think it's probably going to represent a personnel decision, if that helps.
On the, excuse me, on the expense side of the ledger, and I think Commissioner Franz asked this, or maybe it's Commissioner Davis, the expense side, that includes, are we setting money aside to replace the trucks, you said?
Yes. $33,000, I believe it is.
Annually?
Was the initial goal to
Okay.
set aside, yes.
Well, I, for one, appreciate all the work that staff has done to bring us this information. I'm just, I still don't feel like we've hit on our ideal operating model yet. And so, I mean, to me, the materials that you've presented today indicate that we need to at least consider separating our materials in order to, kind of maximize what can be recycled and maybe any value for those recyclables, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So I think that, and I understand you're trying to get the automated sanitation pickup started, and there's a lot on your plate on that
Yes,
front.
ma'am.
And I guess, not sure, and maybe the other commissioners are fine with this model, but I guess I would be looking at just extending the lease and not committing to a purchase unless we know that, oh, we can move central garage here, or we can, move the parks department, or, unless we had like a specific backup use for it, I guess I would just be looking, more of just continuing on with the lease. And if in 12 months, we would have an opportunity to purchase, or in 24 months, if we, have it figured out about a different operational model, or that we just want to stay with what we've got. That's just kind of where I'm coming from.
Well, I think it's important we continue to do this because I think it's an important image and an important message to send. I wish it was 10 times the volume. I'd rather see 30,000 or 60,000, whatever the number might really be, as opposed to 300 or 600. That's really a pretty small portion of the waste stream, but I think it's important to continue pushing this as an image, and the total cost is really, in the grand scheme of things, is pretty minimal. I'm not sure that there is a good model.
Yeah.
That's just, I look at these different things and I just say, each one of them has certain drawbacks, and I know each one has particular fans also. I've heard from a lot of them. So, but I think it's important that we continue by whatever method we should choose.
And that was one of the reasons that I'd ask about the capacity. Any major mindset shift among our residents will probably occur over a several-year period. And if that building is good to go for, the metamorphosis of our recycling attitude for the next several years, if we're going to pay the same amount to lease it in 3 years as we are to buy it, we can probably take all those vehicles we're storing at the old pool and put them in there, if nothing else.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, it's not my decision what would happen to the building, but I certainly would say if we had a new building and we stood up a new model next month, I have use for that building right now. I've got 6 brand-new automated trucks that are, $250,000 apiece that I would love to be able to use that building for. And certainly, this isn't just Public Works, and you all know that. We have almost crisis-level infrastructure requirements for the equipment that we own. We have a lot of very, very expensive equipment that currently sits outside in the weather and ages and rubber dry rots. And I mean, literally, I would have that filled, probably as they're driving out, I would be driving in. And I think any department could do that.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. If it's not him, it'd be 2 other departments behind him.
Yes, yeah.
There's need threefold.
So
And the
there
other
is
point
need. Okay.
is just the value, the potential resale value. We think that if for whatever reason we collectively decided we should get it out of our inventory, I think we could recover our investment.
I would favor purchasing the building. I think it's a good investment and just makes the best sense. And certainly we should continue the activity, but gosh, with the future so unknown on this, that just maintaining the status quo and putting ourselves in a better position to make any kind of change makes the best sense to me.
I bluntly asked several of my peers. I talked to the McPherson Area Solid Waste Utility, the person who runs that, and he's currently separating cardboard, and everything else is going to Stutzman's also, because he can't, he's in the same boat we are. He can't, there's not a lot else we can do at this time. I think there are pros and cons to other models. I believe that we can get, I do believe we can get there, and I think eventually fully separated facility would probably be the best way to go. But I think there's a lot of hurdles to overcome to get there.
Yeah, I prefer to own than lease, and I really think as I look at this, even if we were to look at a different model, we're probably 3 years out, and you'd have $100,000, you'd have half your building in lease payments that you now could have purchased. So I'm probably for purchasing it.
So the consensus here is purchase
Purchase.
at this point. Okay.
I think so.
What about,
Just from the fact that we don't see anything on the horizon, and even if we did, I think it'll be a while, and that building will have plenty of uses.
what about the follow-up study that Mr. Teutsch mentioned in terms of evaluating other options? How do we feel about that?
I would wait. I don't think we're going to gather anything from it that we're not going to have to go back and find out about.
One thing that I could offer is originally in the current landfill engineering consultant contract, we were supposed to have done a waste characterization study in 2020. That study was put on hold. Those funds are currently in a purchase order, so we have access to them. I would honestly tell you, before we hired a consultant to go to that step, I firmly believe we ought to do the waste characterization study, because I hate to use the Topeka snapshot as representative of the facility, and I would really like to get a much greater sense of what our material looks like. So if we could once again,
It's a good step.
and we didn't do it because of the COVID situation, so.
And the waste characterization study is going to happen in 2021, or?
Well, it certainly could happen. I would
Okay.
like it to happen in 2021.
Okay.
I guess,
How much is it?
I don't recall that amount. I
Although-
truly don't
But it's
recall
in
the
the-
amount
it's in
off
the
the top of my
money we've
head.
already spent.
It's allocated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are funds that are allocated, though.
I presume that'll come to us at some point in the future when maybe the weather gets a little better to make it easier for people to, root through waste. That's a job I wouldn't want, by the way.
yeah. So,
Okay.
Thank
Does-
you.
Does that give you the direction you need then? Proceed with the waste characterization study and start negotiations for the purchase of the drive-through recycling facility?
Certainly does. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. Well, I guess we will adjourn until our regular meeting at 4 o'clock.
Hey, Jim,
Yes, sir.
what's a
All right. Thanks, everyone, for your patience while we got our technical difficulties sorted out there. I'd like to call the March 22nd, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting to order, and first begin by confirming with staff that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner France,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
All right, we will proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. So if you're able, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. We don't have any awards and proclamations today, so we'll start with a brief COVID-19 update from City Manager Mike Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor Hodges. As you may recall, our data compares week-to-week Friday data, so that's probably the easiest for us to compile. You may see information from the Health Department since last Friday, but just for a consistent basis of comparison, in the last week we had 19 new cases compared to the prior weeks of 37 for the last 2 weeks each. The current active case count is at 161, which is 24 less than the week prior. Total recoveries is now at 5,760, which is 43 recoveries in the last week. And there are currently 3 individuals hospitalized, which compares to 3 the week prior and 2 the week prior to that. And there were no deaths in that intervening week time frame.
Well, that is good news indeed. And just because I know that I've had some questions about it, the county did allow the mass gathering limitation to expire. So we don't have limitations on mass gatherings. However, the mask ordinances for both the city and the county are still in place. And it's awesome to see a crowd like this here and see that you're all wearing masks. So thank you very much for that. With that, we will go to Citizens Forum. And Citizens Forum is an opportunity for any citizen to speak to the City Commission on any topic that's not on today's agenda. I would just ask that you identify yourself, where you're from, and keep your remarks to 5 minutes or less. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Phil Black. I'm at 815 Spruce, and I'm the chair of the Solid Waste Committee. And when we had our study session here over the last hour, I wanted to at least make a few comments. First of all, the committee doesn't have a position at this point on the lease, and honestly, it didn't make it on the agenda, and I'm the guy who sets the agenda, so guess whose fault that is? Because I knew this was coming up, so I'll take the blame on that. But we've been focusing on long-term. We've agreed and voted to study, among several things, being able to reduce to zero by 2050 in Salina. Now, we realize that when you talk about zero waste in cities, there usually is 0 to 10%. It's not absolute zero. We also realize that it's somewhat nebulous, and the problem is one of our members who works at the hospital said, I'm not even sure the hospital could get to anything close to that by 2050. I watched as my daughter was in the hospital over a year ago for 2 weeks, and the amazing amount of stuff that has to be disposed of, and Dr. Davis could certainly talk more to that, but just by health standards is enormous. And what I worry about personally is that we get so wrapped up into the recycling that we don't realize what a small drop in the bucket it is right now, as you pointed out earlier. And that's at the end of the line. If you go to the facilities where we've been having our meetings before, we always talk about consumption practices, reuse, repurpose, compost, and then you get into recycling, and then it goes to landfill. So I guess my point would be I personally am very much in favor of what Jim has said. I'm very much in support of what he's saying. I think we do need a study. The idea of the characteristics facility study, we absolutely have to have, so we know what we're getting. But in the long term, by another 3 years, I would hope that we'd have some sense of where we want to go and start looking at things like consumer practices. Mike, you and I were talking about that over at the coffee shop, and how can we reuse things? Those kinds of things are slowly changing. I know Starbucks is going away from straws and creating lids that don't need them. There's things like that that are going to happen, but think in the big picture and don't get so wrapped up in the recycling, which we need, that we sort of feel like we've done enough, because that's just not going to be nearly enough, okay? So thank you very much, and by the way, thank you for putting me on the committee.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Black. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the commission?
Yes, I'm Dave Divalbus, and I'm representing the Friends of Centennial Park.
Mr. Divalbus, would it be okay if you pulled up your mask? Thank you.
If you can hear me.
Thank you.
But anyway, we want to talk to you all about updating, and it's been a year now since we've had a meeting about Centennial Park, but we'd like to, with the COVID on the downhill slide, we'd like to get something started again. And John, do you want to come up and address some of these things with us? Sure.
Thank you. My name is John Blanchard, and I'm a resident of Salina. And as Dave mentioned, there have been a number of community meetings with the Friends of Centennial Park. Some of them weren't under that name, but they were all either arranged by the city or by the neighborhood group themselves. Two of the most prominent ones were the Parks and Rec master plan person. Okay, not going to remember his name right now, but anyway, Dick Horton. Thank you. Dick Horton set up a couple of meetings. A lot of people attended those, and there have been a lot of things that have come up lately. The last thing that came up was the housing authorities wanting to use that piece of property and take it out of parkland. What we're here to do, essentially, is to, in recognition of what's gone on with the Salina Fieldhouse, the baseball enterprises, the net generation, and other successful private-public development partnerships, we'd like to come to you first in this process and not go through the city manager and then have it show up to you. We'd like to come to you first and ask you to help us get the ball rolling with the city manager's office on setting up a public-private partnership that is Friends of Centennial Park. What we're looking for basically is just to fulfill what's in the Parks and Rec master plan for walking trails, for the skate park improvements, for some picnic shelters and so on. They're all listed in the Parks and Rec master plan. And just to kind of give you an idea, we realize that this could potentially be an uphill climb. And the reasons is that we're not as well-heeled as some of the groups that have come in asking for the public-private partnerships. But we'd like to have the ability to work on an equal footing. The decisions that you've made on the field house, on the ball fields, and on the golf or the tennis ranges from naming rights to shows, resolutions of support, and so on. That's basically, we're just asking to be treated equal. And so we'd like to enter into discussions with the city manager, and we fully intend to make this process entirely transparent. We'd like the city manager to report back to you, but we can also report back to you as well. We've got a number of outreach ideas that we're going to do, but I just want to share with you briefly in the short time that we've had, and this was prompted by the comments that Commissioner Davis had made about Centennial Park during the Net Generations presentation on March 1st, and that support was greatly appreciated. But we're slowly putting together a group. We have members of the team. Our former Commissioner and State Senator Randall Hardy is going to be working on community outreach He had a great community outreach program as a state senator. We have Derek Bernhardt, he owns Naturescape Landscape. He's going to be our technical advisor on all the landscaping, the trails, what needs to be done for construction and maintenance. Dave Divelbis is the president of the Friends of Centennial Park, and he's going to be involved in the process. Another person that is going to be a special advisor is Jim Vole, and some of you may know that Jim's son Kevin Vole is who the skate park is named after. And then I'm going to be involved as a park designer and project manager for this project. So we hope that, I'll end this now, I don't know where the clock is, but I'm probably getting close to 5 minutes, so I'm going to cut this short. I know you have a long meeting. During the presentation of the tennis facilities, and I might just say before that, all the projects I've mentioned before, those have been really good projects. I mean, we've got great people in this community. But one of the comments that was made at the, from one of the people from Net Generation, they said that they believed that Salina, Kansas was the greatest community on earth. And our feeling is that great people make great communities, great decisions make great communities. We aren't going to be a great community because we build field houses and we build tennis courts and we do all those other things. We'll be a great community by what we do for the people that are in the most vulnerable neighborhoods with the least ability to shape an outcome in their favor. So we're going to come to you and ask you to help join us with show of support. If we have to raise money to get the things done, we certainly need to know what the ground rules are so we can get busy and do that stuff. So we're not here to ask for a handout. We're here to ask for equality. And so we hope that you'll be able to support us on that. I know the city manager and staff have been more than willing to work in the past on that, and we have every expectation that that will continue. And if Dave has anything further.
No, I think you pretty much covered it, John, and we really appreciate all your help.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Thank you both very much.
I'll call you.
Yeah, give me a call.
And
Nope.
I guess just something as your, I'm directing this at Mr. Scragg. Is Centennial Park, have we established, is it parkland or is it potential development land, or have we established that yet?
Well, we've previously determined it to be parkland.
Okay.
I think the variable was the idea being floated by the Housing Authority for
Okay.
redevelopment.
Right.
But there is a process to transition from
Okay.
parkland to anything else.
And do you need anything from the commission in terms of proceeding with any kind of meetings with the Centennial Park Neighborhood Association, or?
I don't, and unless you want to direct me otherwise, I'm
Okay.
prepared to go forward with that conversation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak today?
Mayor Hodges and Commissioners, Larry Brittigum, 102 South Skyline Drive. I'm actually here on a couple missions today. One is part of Salina 2020 on a couple projects we have coming before the commission today. But the first one I wanted to just briefly talk about was a project that Salina Baseball Enterprises and the city of Salina entered into a year or so ago, and obviously with the pandemic things were shuffled back around again, which is totally understandable. I really appreciated Commissioner Franz's comments last week about getting it back on the calendar or agenda. I don't remember the terminology exactly, and I know Commissioner Ryan and others were supportive of having that discussion again. Now that we can look around the community and see what's been done with the private dollars, if you haven't been out by South High to look at the two softball diamonds, it's pretty darn impressive. And there'll be other parts of that Salina Baseball Enterprises is going to add to that too. And I believe recently a letter was sent to the commissioners kind of updating them on that project. If you haven't been by Dean Evans and either looked at the field, looked in at the behind home plate that's going to be finished, and also several other projects that are going to be done, it really will be one of the best facilities in the state and maybe even in the region. It's not a professional baseball field. That being said, you know, we still would encourage you to take a look again at possibly coming back into the project with the original $4 million request. We still need to do the other 2 diamonds at Berkeley Family Recreation Area, I believe is the new name. And also within that would be a second premier diamond. We know that there's still a big need for baseball to be on practice and in games, and we know there's more need out there than what we can provide today. Also with the turfing of the Bill Burke Diamonds for youth tournaments. So from an economic standpoint, and as a Salina 2020 representative, that's really what we're looking at, is we know these tournaments, especially baseball, where they bring in 60 teams or so into a community, it really brings an economic boost to the community during the week and on the weekends. And now that with the downtown project is off and running, and we have the field house is starting to open back up, and you know, with one of the projects today called the Yard, that is again, if you haven't been over there, and you can have Dr. Gross give you you know, a quick tour of that. It's truly going to be used to help kids that need help, families that need help, and to give them an opportunity that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise. So I think all of this ties together. I don't, you know, it's like when we started the downtown project, we had a lot of plates spinning, and we didn't want any of those to fall off. And so we'd like to see the city's commitment on the baseball facilities. We'd like to see that plate start spinning again. So I appreciate it being brought back up, and I really do appreciate your consideration of bringing that back to the table so we can discuss it. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Unless you have any questions.
Mr. Burdigam, you mentioned the email that I think we all received. When is the grand opening? When is the dedication for Dean Evans Stadium at the Berkeley Family Recreation Area? Wasn't that toward the end of April?
Well, I think it's later than that.
Okay.
There's going to be a formal dedication with the Evans family.
Okay.
That, you know, to recognize their father. And I don't want to speak for Dr. Tomlins, but I believe Sam Evans and his sister Mary Ellen will both be at that dedication. And so, but I believe it's more into June. I don't know the exact date, but we can get that for you.
Awesome.
But there is a formal rededication, so to speak, of the Dean Evans facility. And they're both, I know the family is very excited about coming back. It's been 25 years since that was dedicated originally, so it's a true tribute to a family that did so much for Salina in the area and helped so many kids over the years, and so we're pretty excited about that. So
Thank you.
We'll get the date to you.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate it.
If I might, I want to correct Mr. Brigham on 2 things. I think it was 2 weeks ago that I mentioned it, and, you know, we really never backed out of the project. It's always been on our plate. We did back away from the funding mechanism temporarily, but I would like to ask the staff to get that scheduled on the agenda planner for, I think it's 2 weeks to the next meeting, 2 or 3 weeks down the road, so we can get that moving.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public forum?
Hi, I'm Tom Hestinger, Salina resident, Mayor Hodges, Commissioners. I just want to reiterate what about Salina baseball, and I'm not here on behalf of Salina baseball only. I'm on behalf of Rolling Hills Zoo, the new car museum we're building, the restaurants, the hotels. I think it'd be just a really good business decision if we could bring those tournaments to Salina with the new Premier Diamonds, and I think it will just add a lot. Salina has a lot going on, and I would just like to keep that momentum going. Like I said, just to help all the businesses here in Salina. So,
As long as you're here, Mr. Pestinger, do you want to give us a quick update on the progress on the car museum?
yeah, we're moving right along.
I see you're representing with your,
Yeah, we're moving right along. Hopefully, we're still shooting for the end of July to be open. I don't think it will be completely done, probably till the end of the year inside, but progress is moving. The existing buildings are pretty much done. We did finally get all the concrete poured this weekend on the main area, the new, where the parking lot was, and they'll start setting steel, I think, next week, after the concrete cures a little bit. But yeah, everything, lighting, a lot of the lighting structure and everything's in the existing buildings already, and most of the HVAC and plumbing is done, so.
Great. Well, thank you. And July's just around the corner.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Trace Walker, a county resident, Mayor Hodges, commissioners. I wanted to speak just a moment. I know on the agenda today you have some important projects for our community and for downtown Salina in front of you that you're going to be considering. And no doubt it's been a challenging year, but I wanted to offer some encouraging news and I think some positive trends that we're seeing that I understand sometimes the information, the hard data, the real data you look at can lag behind by quite a few months of what's maybe really going on. And so I'm going to share a couple of things with you. One, I'll just, some of our projects, the Starbucks, just as an example, our average weekly sales the first 3 weeks of March are up 48% over our December average weekly sales. And the hotel, which had run roughly 40% occupancy in December, January, and February, a little above or below that. The first 3 weeks of March is a little over 65%. So just about the time Equifest was in town, it was sort of like somebody flipped on a light switch. I think people are anxious to get out because that was our first time since we'd opened the hotel that it sold out. And so that's been encouraging, and there was a lot going on in town at that time. But even last week, when there was not any really big stuff in town, finally really starting to see some business pick up. Another example, I think, of the traction we're getting, and kind of to piggyback on what Larry and Tom are saying about keeping our momentum going. Grassroots efforts, we were here in front of you last, I think, September, seeking incentives for 3 buildings downtown. There's 3 50-foot buildings, if you'll remember, from the Stiefel Theater down to about Sanity Boutique. And you granted us those incentives, and we spent about $1 million improving those buildings. And at the time, they were really underutilized. And I don't believe any tax-paying business was in them, sales tax generator. And now we're talking to 2 more tenants that we expect them to sign a lease within the next 30 days, and if that comes true, and we think it will, they're pretty solid prospects. There would only, of that 150 feet of buildings, there would only be 1 25-foot piece left that doesn't have a sales tax generating business in it. So we're encouraged, and we didn't want, as you're contemplating these important decisions today, to be looking maybe at data that says that, you know, things are like they were in 2020, because we see a big change, and we think the downtown is really poised to take off. So as you're considering these things, we'd hope that you'd look favorably upon them, and we think the trends are going to support that decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and thank you for all the investment that you've made in downtown Salina, and that's really encouraging news. I appreciate the update, and I think the rest of the governing body does as well. So thank you very much, and wish you all continued success in the future. Lots of sellouts ahead of you, I hope. Thank you. So thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during Citizens Forum? All right.
Mayor Hodges, we do have some members of the
Oh.
public that are on the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
If you're on Zoom and you would like to speak, go ahead and raise your virtual hand now, or try and wave at us on the screen. The way you raise your hand is you go to the bottom of your screen and you hit the Participants tab. There's a button at the bottom right of the Participants tab that allows you to raise your hand, or if you're on an Apple, that button is at the top of the screen. And if anybody is interested, go ahead and do that now. And I'm not seeing any at this time.
All right. Yes.
Chad Farber, I'm from here in Salina. Sorry I didn't stand up in time. I was looking at my notes, to be honest with you. I took some notes so I wouldn't get ahead of myself today. I just want to address something that's been going on for a while now, and that's our mask mandates here in Saline County, in Salina. I appreciate what you said. You look around the room and you see everybody's participating in the masks. It's not by choice. We don't have a choice to do that. It's almost like looking around and saying, hey, it's a good thing all the prisoners are in handcuffs today. That's kind of how some of us feel about that. I realize not everybody. But I wanted to just bring up a few things. And again, I'm a pastor as well, so I'd made notes so I wouldn't go overboard and try to speak too much. I realize that you have heard all of the data, and I appreciate that you look at all of the information that comes in and try to make decisions that are best, not just individually, but for our city, and I appreciate that as the commission. I personally am not against masks. I'm not against them. I wear them everywhere I go. If a business says you need to wear a mask to come in, I wear the mask. That's what I think the right decision is. I am, however, against the mandating of wearing masks, and I believe that's the issue that several citizens here in Salina have. I understand that you understand the data that says the CDC, or by the CDC, that says that masks, like you're wearing, the surgical masks, the cloth masks, are about 55 to 65% effective against the virus. I like how one doctor put it. He said it's like throwing mud through a chain link fence, is how the mask works for us right now. I realize, as you do, that the CDC says that any person fully vaccinated need not wear a mask when in proximity of other vaccinated individuals or around any asymptomatic persons. I realize, as I have stated before, Dr. Fauci refers to a mask as a symbol of goodwill toward your neighbor and nothing else. I realize in the world in which we live, there's a lot of virtue signaling, and as we've heard the term over the last couple of weeks, a lot of mask theater taking place as well. I would say the greatest argument for ditching these mask mandates is seen in the statistical equality of COVID-related cases and deaths between governmentally locked down and quarantined California and unmandated, open, and thriving Florida. The numbers, the case rate, the death rate are no different, even though Florida has an older population. About 20% or so are in the 65 and older range, the high-risk category. They are still seeing the same numbers from a completely masked society versus an unmasked society. I believe, as so many of us do, that every individual has the right to wear or not wear a mask, or 2 or 3 if they choose. I am against this body, this commission, mandating that every citizen of Salina fall under a guideline that you guys believe is the right decision for all of us. We have heard the mantra for years, my body, my choice, and that is not taking place here in our commission. Secondly, I want to say that I took umbrage at some comments by Commissioner Davis last week in this meeting, and I again have the quotes of that, so I wanted to bring them up. He said, and he was referring to his disagreeal to the emergency order, the health order being allowed to expire this past Saturday, and he made the statement that people need absolute direction. Commissioner Davis, we do not need absolute direction. We have a mind, we have freedom, we have choice, and we should be able to extend and use that choice in our community. Right after that, you also said, we have seen what happens when we leave things up to people's wherewithal to make their own decision. And I think that's a sad statement for any commissioner to make, because you are a representative of us, the citizens of Salina. And whether we make good decisions or bad decisions according to you, it is still our decision. And so I took umbrage at that. I wanted to bring that up. If you want to address that later, I would love to hear an address from you as well. Lastly, the difference between this commission and the freedom-loving citizens of Salina is that you want everybody to live by your set of rules, and we want to live our individual life by our free choices. Ben Franklin famously said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And I think that's where we are right now. Thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate you guys allowing a public forum, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farber. Yes.
Dalton McDowell, the city of Salina. I have said, and I've told the county, asked the county commission this too, on this COVID-19 stuff, since this all began, why don't we have experts from Salina Regional who work with the COVID-19 patients and have a task force like some other counties and some other counties in the United States have task force with actual doctors that actually work with COVID-19 patients instead of 5 commissioners with one person that's a doctor, a neurologist, not even a doctor that specializes in anything to do with COVID.
Oh, boy.
Why don't we get...
Tread lightly, Mr. McDowell. I've tread
Why don't we-
lightly on
why don't
that.
we
I
get-
think Dr. Davis did spend 4 years in medical school. I'm assuming that he even received some advanced training in the form of residencies and fellowships after that. So tread lightly where
Why don't
you're
we
going
have
there.
medical experts that work with it on a daily basis, giving you guys advice instead of you guys coming up with your own advice? That's all I have to say.
And I would like to point out that lest y'all think that we just make random decisions in a vacuum, there are a lot of factors that go into taking actions such as putting in place a mask mandate. And one of the things that we base that decision on, it's not only the data that Mr. Scragg has provided for us today and that the county provides on their dashboard, it's also a group of people, a collective group of people, Mr. McDowell, that come together every week, a task force that has city staff, county staff, Salina Regional Health Center staff, Salina Family Health Center staff, and USD 305 staff to come together collectively to evaluate the data, to evaluate the trends in our community, what's going to be opening up in terms of whether that looks like schools or letting mass gathering limitations expire. This is a group of very smart, professional people with a large fund of knowledge in their various areas. And frankly, I'm really grateful to them that they are meeting weekly to do that. So that's something that the county health director, Jason Tiller, as he represented to us in his report to us last week, that all goes into his recommendations for the actions that we take. And I would encourage you, and I am so pleased to see that Mr. Walker mentioned about his hotel occupancy rates going up. And we've had some emails as a commission from people who have been saying, well, by golly, if you have a mask mandate in Salina, I'm not going to shop here anymore. Well, my reply to them is, we haven't seen any diminishment in our sales tax revenue. And I would argue that the reason that's the case is that people know that they can shop safely, they can stay safely, they can dine safely in Salina. And I am just as anxious as everyone else to get past the mask. Truly, I am. So let's get vaccinated. Let's get to that 70% of the adults in the community, which looks like around 29,000 vaccinations. Let's get there as fast as we can, and we can resume our normal lives. But Mr. McDowell, I just have to correct you on that. We don't just sit here and draw straws to figure out how to make a decision. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? All right, with that, we will go on. We don't have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time. And that will take us to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of March 15th, 2021. Item 6.2, acceptance of KDHE amended consent agreement and final order for the former Schilling Air Force site. Item 6.3, award contract for 2021 ultra-thin bonded asphalt surface. Item 6.4, award contract for 2021 mill and inlay.
Is there any item that a commissioner would like to have removed from the consent agenda? If not, I will just make a note that there was one small correction in the minutes, which I spoke to the deputy city clerk about, that where it referred to revisiting the breed-specific legislation ban, we don't need to have unanimity of consent to revisit that. It's a consensus of the commission, so I just wanted to make that clear. And I would accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor Hodges, I move that we approve consent agenda items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Mr. Scragg, a point of order, since we do still have Zoom participants, do you recommend that we proceed with roll call, or can we do a verbal vote since all commissioners are in the room? What's your sense on that?
I think we probably ought to continue to do
Okay.
roll call for the benefit of those on the line.
Okay, all right, then we'll have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Fran,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Administration, item 7.1.
Item 7.1, consider Section 888 special alcohol allocations for 2021 through 2022.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. Kansas statute provides that any city with a population of $6,000 or more shall receive 70% of the tax applied to special alcohol or to alcohol drinks that are sold in the city. Of that funding that comes to the city, 1/3 is deposited into the general fund, 1/3 goes into special parks and recreation fund, and 1/3 goes into a special alcohol and drug program fund. Monies in all of these special funds are under the direct direction of, and control of the city, of the governing body of the city. Today's action, we are going to be discussing the monies in the special alcohol fund. Statute requires that these monies in this fund shall be expended only for purchase, establishment, maintenance, or expansion of services or programs whose principal purpose is alcoholism and drug abuse prevention and education, alcohol and drug detoxification, intervention in alcohol and drug abuse or treatment of persons who are alcoholics or drug abusers or are in danger of becoming alcoholics or drug abusers. Since the city of Salina does not provide these particular services, every 2 years we issue an RFP to agencies in the community that wish to submit for funding for those services that they provide. In 2021, we received 4 applications from Ashby House, Central Kansas Foundation, Community Corrections, and St. Francis Community Services. We have representatives either here in the audience or on Zoom from each of those agencies that can answer questions as we get to the end of the process a little bit. I'm not going to go through their applications because they can answer those questions a whole lot better than I can. As far as a fiscal note, this is pass-through funding, so all the funds that come into the city that are divided into this fund are allocated back out to the agencies as you direct us. If there are any excess funds at the end of the period, those funds would stay in the fund and be allocated the next period. At this time, staff is requesting direction from City Commission on 2 specific questions. Does the application meet the statutory use of the special alcohol funds? And if so, what portion of the funds should the applicant receive? We have also provided you multiple funding options. I'm not going to go through them all, but as you make your decisions and you give us that direction, we will calculate that funding and we will sign an agreement with each agency as you direct us. Staff has identified the standard options for you to approve the funding and authorize the city manager to sign those agreements, to approve the funding with amendments, to postpone consideration, and to not approve the funding at this time. Staff recommends option 1 at whatever level and to whichever agencies you should direct us. So at this time, if you have questions based on the applications, I'm sure that any of the applicants would be willing to come up and give you answers to those questions.
Are there any questions either for Ms. Pack or for the applicants?
For the applicant, would it be okay with the mayor if we maybe ask each applicant to come up rather than
Sure.
With 5 of us and 4 applicants, there could be 20 different
Ping pong?
exchanges at the.
Sure. All right, well, we'll just going in order of presentation here, why don't we go ahead and have Ashby House come up and be available for any questions?
Hello, my name is Andy Holberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Ashby House. I'm glad to, first of all, thank you to the Commission, and thank you to the City of Salina for this funding. It means a lot to our organizations.
Thank you.
I guess my question's maybe not directed to Mr. Holberg, but to city staff. I know on here we show renovations of the facility in the amount of $60,000. Is it standard that we have used funds for this time, for basically remodeling, building, that type of stuff before?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not typically, however, Andy could explain their purpose and what they've been providing through the last year. We don't typically provide it directly for refurnishing of areas or anything like that. I didn't find anything in the recent history.
Yeah,
No.
I guess my question is if that's appropriate use of those funds, and second of all, are we setting some kind of precedence by actually doing brick and mortar, so.
Staff did try to staff through kind of the appropriateness of funding more generally in terms of programs, and Ms. Pack was in contact with the League of Kansas Municipalities. I think Mr. Bankson also did some research, and so we didn't find that any of the applications were concerning for being completely non-compliant, but you do have discretion in terms of what's the most effective use of any of these allocations. But I would certainly defer to Ms. Pack or Mr. Bankston if they have additional detail.
Mayor, if I may, I had to diagram the sentence in the statute to try to be sure I was understanding it. But the point I think that is relevant to the question is that the principal purpose test is in relation to services or programs as opposed to the agency in the aggregate. And I noticed in the narrative for all of the agencies, I thought there was some identification, and it might be helpful to maybe go into that a little bit, of programs that are identified as specific programs. I believe Ashby House is an example. And I think for purposes of the discussion, it might be helpful to speak in terms of those programs that are identified as being in support of the principal purposes outlined in the statute, so that we get away from strictly an agency to agency type analysis and instead a program by program analysis to get to the point of the statutory compliance. I did not see anything that among any of the proposals that I thought, as a matter of law, were precluded from funding. I do think it's important to try to look to the services as opposed to just the agency.
Yeah, this particular program is a partnership with CKF, and the building that we are working on is specifically for childcare. So we're one of the few facilities in the state that allows women to have children with them as they go through treatments. And so because of, the addition of more room needed because of COVID, we have to have the proper amount of social distancing, and that particular room that's going to be renovated is replacing a very small space where the kids are being monitored at this time. And so that's kind of why we felt it fit the description, and we interpreted the purchase, establish maintenance, or expansion of services or programs whose principal purposes is alcoholism and drug abuse. We felt that fit that. We interpreted that by saying that this would actually fulfill that in providing programming for the children.
Tell me, Mr. Holtberg, is the child care provided under this program only while your clients are in counseling?
Yes.
Or at other times?
No, it's solely for that purpose.
Okay.
Yep. Ashby House provides the life skills and case management, and then also kind of reentry type case management, where CKF handles the treatment side. And Shane's on via Zoom, and he can answer questions as well in regards to the partnership. But it's been a huge success, and we're really busting at the seams. We're needing more space eventually, more room, unfortunately, I guess you'd say.
If I might, another question, it's apparent that we don't have enough money to go around. That's, kind of standard for this. And if we follow the proportional distribution, you're going to have to choose between childcare and renovation, because we can provide enough for childcare, we can't provide enough for the renovation, and we certainly can't provide enough for both. So what would your priority be?
Childcare.
Childcare?
Yeah.
I have a question regarding the child care. And I understand Ashby's House unique mission is actually keeping families together. I mean, it's a dual purpose of life skills and substance abuse rehab, but also in the context of keeping the family structure intact. You're needing more staff because the counseling hours are spread out. So is that going to be a permanent increase in staff, or just temporary until the counseling schedule collapses back down?
We see no signs that it's going to slow down. If anything, we have a waiting list of people getting into the program, so it would continue to expand.
So even if, because I think there was something in the application that said right now, because the classes were either smaller or more spread out, you needed more hours of daycare. When the classes shrink back to a more normal time frame during the day, then you think the increased demand for service just from new clients would mandate you keep those employees?
Yes.
Okay. That's my only question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Holberg. Central Kansas Foundation, I think that online, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Hudson at CKF?
I had just a few, and I was, because your request was fairly large, Mr. Hudson, I was looking to see which services truly met the qualification, and actually, like the city attorney, I actually did sit down with that old line and literally diagrammed the sentence last night, just to make sure, or the long paragraph, to make sure I knew what it was we should in spirit be funding. And so there were several that I thought in my mind were I didn't have any argument with: the nicotine replacement therapy, the City Go bus passes, the medication assisted treatment clinic, Pathfinder, and the telehealth. If we were going to do this on just merit-based approval of each individual item in the request, those I would give passes to. But for the substance abuse services, is this $80,000 just for what you've absorbed in taking care of Ashby House, or are these your total number of clients, and how much overlap do you have with other services in the community?
So the CKF Ashby Section B, is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. So at CKF Ashby, we decided consciously as we started working with Ashby last February, so it was about mid-February 2020 when we started this, and Andy and I are still assessing, how do we keep it going? How do we grow it? What other things can we do to make it successful? As he mentioned, it's full right now and there's a waiting list. We decided during that process not to limit the ability of people to get in based on whether or not they have insurance or a specific type of funding. Therefore, individuals who are state funded, and with state funding, it used to be a lower rate. Now it's kind of close to Medicaid. However, there's a limited amount of dollars for our state funding. Every year we seem to go about $250,000 above the state funding amount that we get. Now, a few months after the state fiscal year ends, we find out if we're going to get half of that amount paid, if we have to write off the rest of it. So there's always this challenge to make dollars last. we always use more dollars than we have because it's hard to say no to someone who really needs this healthcare service within our community. And at the Ashby program, we didn't want to limit it and say, you know, if you don't have the ability to pay, you can't come here, you can't bring your kids and benefit from the service for 90 days. So the dollars would support that process. And also there are some things we've done with Ashby to make sure that the service is as good as it can be. We're also considering, you know, do we need to rework our agreement to make sure that Ashby and CKF are both getting what we need? But our focus is to expand that, not to limit it in a way that leaves out those state-funded women from getting the service.
Thank you. Now, with the activities for the children that you just mentioned, would that be the same child care facilities that Ashby House just mentioned, or are these child therapy sessions?
So there's a couple different facilities. So Ashby owns Bridge House, and the women and their children are staying in Bridge House rent-free, and that's through a process where CKF is paying Ashby for that. The women don't have to pay for their housing, childcare, case management, et cetera. They stay in Bridge House. I think there's about 30 beds there. 20 to 22 are filled right now with women and the rest with children. So when we talk about maximum occupancy, it's about 20 to 22 to have a good counseling environment. Also, if there's children staying there. When the women go across the parking lot, essentially to where the treatment building's located, that's when their children are getting childcare at Bridge House, which is where they live and where case management happens, et cetera. They're stepping over to another building to receive counseling services.
All right, and just one last question. Is there overlap between the $135,000 for the fee for service and the funds that are expended in the medication-assisted treatment clinic? Or how do you separate those two?
No, so the medication-assisted treatment, that's been a very valuable clinic to have. There is some funding available through the state opioid response grant that comes from the federal level to connect individuals to medication, a lot of times for opioid use disorder, sometimes for alcohol use disorder, but that grant is specific to opioid use disorder. And there are individuals who qualify for that funding. There's individuals that don't qualify for that funding. And then there's a challenge to really afford all the medical staff you need to respond to the needs of the patients. So if you're at a primary care clinic and you said, you know, this staff needs to see more patients to make it solvent, you would add some more services throughout their day. You'd heighten their caseload and you'd make sure you're being efficient with that. With patients who are on medication-assisted treatment, there's a caseload limit that starts at 30, then extends to 100, and then for physicians goes to 250. And the problem there is that patients come about once a week to start with. And over time, it can move to every other week, once a month, once every 2 months. We have patients who come once every 2 months and some once every 3 months, which that's more of an outlier. And the problem is with that caseload limit and the specific service we're offering, it's hard to really get reimbursed the amount you need to pay your staff to see the number of patients they're seeing long-term. And we've considered what that can look like in coordination with other healthcare facilities in town for long care maintenance and medication. But that's where we're at right now, that some of the patients are coming very often and some come less often. And we have a limit, and we don't have a bunch of other codes and services we can bill and provide. We're trying to provide as many services through this clinic as possible. And the 195 patient caseload is mentioned here. That's where we're at now, is 200 is the limit. And then our providers, one a physician and one an APRN, can apply to see more patients. So the funding would help support that process. That's really a challenge to make sure you're getting reimbursed what you need to have the physicians available.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Hudson while we have him here? All right. Moving down to community corrections.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Annie Grievous. I'm the Director of Community Corrections. I just want to say this is the first time I've ever applied for this. As I think I outlined in the grant, because I do it in all the grants we do, Community Corrections is a legislated mandated program from 1986. The whole purpose is to reduce prison populations. And we've seen in the 35 years since I've been there, it's gone from lower level offenses that are supposed to stay out of prison to much, much higher level offenses. Very dual diagnosis, mentally ill, substance abuse. COVID hit them like a rock, as you can imagine. And so we've seen legislative action since 1986 increase our population, increase our expectations, But community corrections statewide must fund themselves with grants or funding requests. We are not supported by any just budget dollars that are put into the state, the county, the city, anywhere. So we write, my agency, I write federal funds, state grants, federal grants, foundations. We reach out and try to pick scopes of everything that might fit into what we do, because we work with adults, youth, families, the whole gamut. We sit at about 500 adult offenders, about 125 juvenile offenders. We work frequently with Ashby, CKF, and St. Francis here locally. We try to keep all the dollars local because we want to continue those programs. Again, COVID hit us all very hard. We were one of the few agencies that did not shut down. We tried to come in compliance. Well, we didn't try. We did come in compliance with all the PPE, but not sometimes for clients that we see and families, we're their one resource. We're their one contact. And so for us to keep that going and to keep them healthy and well, it then pays back to the community and keeps our community healthy and well. And when families and youths are kept in their homes and substance-free and allowed to get the services they need for their mental health, we see that our community crimes drop. We see a lot less lockdown because lockdown facilities do not care for the clients with those illnesses. And we see a healthier community across the board. So that's why I saw this opportunity this year to reach out. As both other applicants so far have pointed out, there's just not enough enough dollars for the need. As I'm clearly aware, because I've met with county commissioners for years, the dollars never match the need, and I understand that. And that's why we write many, many grants a year just to cover the increasing growth of our population. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Ms. Grievous?
One, I was actually shocked to find out that you didn't receive a budget from the
Yeah.
state.
No,
I
yes.
found that.
It's interesting. I guess when I first started out in '87, I just took it for granted. And then through time, as we write grants, those are the first questions that come. Well, how much do you we're not in a budget like that. It doesn't exist. So yeah, it's an interesting thing.
Now, for the cognitive behavior-based programming practices, these are services that your agency provides directly?
Yes,
Or
in-house.
contracts out, so these are all in-house?
We do not contract with those. We have a facilitator who's been with our agency 10-plus years. She's certified annually to teach the cognitive behavior classes, and we probably do 5 or 6 on a regular daily, weekly basis. We offer budgeting and behavior interventions, thinking for a change, all those kind of things. But SAP is specifically designed for that client that has had inpatient and outpatient treatment a few times and just needs a refresher on the tools and a re-energizer. And so that cognitive base, as I'm sure all of you know, is that process that our brain thinks before we act. We think about our consequences before the behavior actually takes place. And so it's a process of doing that. We offer all those classes at no cost to the clients at all. And we're looking for a way that once we've spent some larger dollars in detox and inpatient and in sober living, which we spend thousands and thousands of dollars monthly on those things, we're looking for a way to still give them what they need, still provide them the services and the supervision, but maybe at less intensive and more of a group cognitive behavior kind of environment.
Now, is the detox done through CKF? Or?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The majority of it is, yes.
And I guess the big difference is, I guess presumably all of your clients have some degree of connection with the Department of Corrections?
Yes, to some degree. They're sentenced in district court. They all would carry a prison term. A majority of them would carry a prison term should they not be successful with us.
Good motivation?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, sometimes it's not enough. So we look for every incentive and caveat out there to get them. But we found as we expanded and started paying for health care and other things that we're paying for, it encourages them and they appreciate that it isn't just about you committed a crime and you deserve the punishment. It's about us wanting you to be well so that your family's well and the community becomes well. We're a unique agency, I would say, and not just across the state of Kansas. Salina, the 28th District Community Corrections, is very unique, and we have a philosophy of success, and we do not want to do otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize if this might repeat in part what Commissioner Davis asked, but as I read through your application, it's my understanding that the Section 888 monies that you were applying for would be applied to paying one of the other agencies for treating your clients specifically. So it in fact is kind of a pass-through from us to you to
It
CKF
is.
or St. Francis.
Right, and it is. And I think we're going to focus on adults. We probably won't use St. Francis, only because
Right.
we use them for juvenile.
Yeah.
But Shane and the Ashby House and their merger was a huge joy to us, and we do utilize them. We try to keep the dollars locally as best we can, but we do every once in a while. As you heard Shane mention, their limit of ability to service. And so we sometimes do have to go outside of city limits. I'm not proposing to use these dollars for anybody that would have to go outside of city limits for services, but it would be somewhat of a pass-through. If these dollars aren't given, that doesn't mean that what you give CKF or Ashby House will service these 500 clients.
Right.
I would say it won't, and Shane might be smiling at me, and I don't see him. I got a mask on. You don't know what kind of
Yeah.
face I'm giving. So, but yeah, it's what it would be.
It
yes.
may or may not. Is-
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And then St. Francis, is there a representative online, or, there we go. Thank you very much. Does the commission have any questions about the St. Francis application?
Just had one, unless I just didn't read these charts correctly, I wasn't getting a sense for a breakdown of the expenses sort of in the same format that the other agencies offered.
Sure.
If you could just sort of explain where the dollars
Sure.
would be going.
Darren Sewell, Executive Director of Outpatient Behavioral Health. Our proposal, the primary reason we wanted to apply is to help support the community and clients that needed service in the community. So generally, the breakdown of how we wanted to spend that money would be primarily to support the services that we are already doing, support those clients that are underinsured, non-insured currently in the community. Also, to be able to, a large portion of that money would go to fund additional services, peer support services, by hiring a counselor as part of that to be able to provide a peer support in our program. The rest of that would also be allocated, or a small portion would be allocated to training, educational materials, those kind of things that are slowly getting outdated in our practice.
This is Susan Montague. One of the other.
Could I ask you to step closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
One of the other factors with St. Francis, we work a lot with the kids in our community, especially the junior high and high school age kids and the kids that are in truancy court. And one of the things that we've discovered is that when we can work with the kids from truancy court, sometimes then they get reinvested in school, they stop using. And one of the other factors we found is that oftentimes we've ended up with the parent back in treatment with us also. So we may not even just be treating the child or the teenager, we're treating the parent too. Which when you heal a family, they stay together, they don't become a burden to foster care, and kids do better and they engage in more healthy events like being involved in school and maybe even going on to get a degree of some sort so they become more productive in our communities. And so when we go to truancy court, there's no funding there. And so the funding from Section 888 actually helps us to fund our staff being involved in truancy court.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the commission? Thank you both very much for being here today. Appreciate it. Do we have any other questions for staff, or can we open this up to public comment? If there's any member of the public that would like to comment on this issue, you're welcome to come up. Reminder to state your name, where you're from, and limit your remarks to 5 minutes. Not seeing any takers here in the room. Mr. Wood, are you seeing anyone online?
I do not see any hands, Mayor Hodges.
Thank you very much. All right, well then I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion and action.
You know, Mayor Hodges, I always struggle with this because some years you have 2 agencies and some years 3 and some years 4. And I always struggle with this question of, is it better to concentrate resources in 1 or 2 places rather than distribute them, you know, over several? And of course, each agency has a slightly different target group. So maybe that's an irrelevant question, but nonetheless, it always occurs to me every time we consider these applications. I would say that I do have a little bit of a concern of opening the door to facility modifications as a program. I realize that technically it's probably in compliance with the law. I think I would just rather err in favor of, you know, staying limited to service provision. I think the child care provision probably meets that. And given our funding and the proposed ways of distributing the money, if they're distributed on a proportional basis, which I think is what we've always done in the past, they will, you know, Ashby House will be funded for the child care portion, but they wouldn't be able to do facility modifications. That was the purpose behind my question to Mr. Holtberg as to what his priority would be. So I'm overall okay with all of that.
And I guess my question, and I don't know if it's for Mr. Holtberg, if you have the staff in place, but you don't have the facilities to provide the care for the children, you know, would you still be able to use the resources for childcare if you don't have a place to care for the children? And I don't know.
Yeah, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. Yes, please.
It would certainly make it problematic for us, given that we need to be able to spread out and we need more space because the amount of demand that is there, as well as our limitations on that particular program. But we make things work if we need to. So,
thank you.
Yeah, and I guess my question or concern would be is that, you know, you're asking for the additional area due to COVID-19, and I think we're hopefully reaching the end between immunizations and herd immunity, that might not be as big a concern.
Yeah,
also.
and I could see that. Definitely COVID has made it more apparent that we need more space, but if you've worked with, you know, 10 children in a space that's about the size area of this here, you can see how that would be problematic either way.
Yeah. Oh, I think Mr. Hudson had his hand raised. Would you like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't find the button on my computer. So we will figure it out. As I mentioned and Andy's alluded to, I mean, we've been doing this a year and we've worked on some things together. We split costs for some facility things that have come up. We will figure it out. We will continue the program and make sure that the children have the space they need for childcare. So some of that might come down to us just, you know, re-looking at our contract and figuring out how we split costs and just help it continue, because it's a good thing all the way around, and we'll figure it out together. So I feel like the building improvements, whether we look at grants together or what we can do together, we'll work on it together. So it will happen one way or another.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other comments or questions from the other commissioners?
You know, I guess there are two items here that just a straight percentage would probably negatively impact. Maybe I'm just a bleeding heart for the community corrections, but that is about as specialized a set of clients for whom there's not much other sympathy in our society. I would hate to see their requests decreased, and I'd be inclined of funding them completely. And you can play around with numbers, and if Ashby House's unique niche, much like St. Francis, is keeping the family together. And if that need for the child care if that's a hard need, I would see funding that completely. But that leaves, if we expect to get 360,000, that leaves 284,000. I can see where the numbers break out for CKF. I'm not sure where the numbers break out for a specific program with St. Francis, but if somebody put me up against the wall and said, well, you got to divide that 284,700 somehow, I'd probably at this point give around around 200,000 to CKF and the rest to St. Francis. But that's it's a very arbitrary personal approach to how to divvy up a certain finite number of dollars.
I think this is the third grant cycle of these funds that I've been involved with, and the first one, I was absolutely positive I could come up with the perfect formula that, rewarded the agency that served the greatest number of clients, that, had the best record for success, that, that we'd really be investing this wisely. And literally, I spent 2 days just moving numbers around and evaluating proposals. And the problem is, and I think that every single member who's of these agencies that's spoken with us today, is that the need so far outstrips the available resources. It's like a Sophie's choice. I will defer to the wish of the other members of the governing body, but I think that this is a conversation that we could talk about the pros and the cons and the merits, and I know we all want to make the best decision possible for the community, but there's a lot of different ways that we can go with this, and frankly, I appreciate staff kind of giving us the 5 options, especially the ones that actually had numbers and percentages attached.
Well, and to look at those, the important thing is, as you look at those percentages, is how does it disadvantage or advantage somebody that puts in a big, large application as opposed to somebody that does a small one? And that's why it's important for me to give you that information so that you can make that decision, not only based on that. I will add, though, when we did these estimates back in June of 2020, the special alcohol tax had dropped from a normal $150,000 a quarter to $70,000 in the third quarter. Those numbers have come back up. We did collect $140,000 in the fourth quarter of 2020, and we did collect a little over $150,000 in the first quarter of 2021, which is still about 5% lower than what we saw last first quarter. But they're coming back up, so that's positive news. So that our numbers may not be.
It's kind of positive news, except we really
it tells you what people are doing.
Exactly, as long as they're consuming responsibly. So
as a point of clarification, in the blue sheet, say under option 3, you have identified estimated funding. Is that for each year, or is that for the 2-year period?
That's for the 2-year period.
Okay. Well, I know it's not perfect, but I've always felt that the option 3 is probably the best way to go, proportional distribution with cap. and that results in, for some of the agencies, quite a drop compared to the previous period. So,
I think if we look at what our community needs, we're going to be talking about something soon, that downtown homelessness has addressed. There's some programs here that can help address downtown homelessness. The mechanism, the agency is already in place. We just need to fund them or give them some funding. I know it makes it's not a nice, clean mathematical formula. But if we have priorities, this is our chance to let our priorities drive our budgetary decisions.
I guess I kind of agree a little bit with Commissioner Franz and probably Commissioner or Mayor Hodges about we all have, whether, we're dealing with St. Francis and dealing with truancies. I mean, we all can pick out, if we all five put our own formulas together, we'd have 5 different answers. So I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Davis, but I still think that each one of them, the sad part is, as I think was previously stated, is we don't have enough funds to fund all of them 100%. But I do believe that the equal distribution would be appropriate.
But now, what happens if, take an absurd example, if one agency comes in and requests $3 million?
We deal with that if that happens.
Right.
I mean, nobody's came in and...
That is the potential issue with doing proportional distribution.
It is, it's to inflate the request.
Somebody comes in and they enormously inflate the request. I don't think that's ever happened.
And I think Central CKF obviously has the largest, but if you sit here and you listen, you have Ashby House and you have Community Corrections and everyone pointing their finger back to CKF in the fact that they are the main standing agency that deals with this. So I really don't have a problem with the size of their request.
I agree with the proportional approach. Number 3, the need way outstrips the funding, and I can't imagine that I agree with Commissioner Hoppick that if we put 5 proposals out there, they'd all 5 be different.
Let me clarify something, though. Number 3 is a proportional without a cap, which means that Community Corrections, who has a lower submission, could theoretically collect more than what they've requested.
Yeah.
Option 2, which is the proportional with a cap, would cap them at their request.
Requested amount.
Right.
So that Community Corrections may get 100% of their request, and the others may not. But they'll get theirs faster because it's a smaller.
In recognizing Commissioner Davis's concern, which is, I understand that you would rather Ashby House get a larger amount than the proportional distribution would give them.
Well, actually, they would end up, just in my convoluted math, they'd actually end up getting less. But I would swing every dollar that I could to fully fund Community Corrections.
To Community Corrections?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, without a cap, that you just distribute everything you get to the agencies in that proportion.
I mean, if there's a population or group that probably doesn't have many folks beating down their door to give them money, it's Community Corrections. And, this is money that's not coming out of our general fund. I mean, we're passing this money through. And when you look at the high prevalence of alcohol and substance abuse and those who are incarcerated, this is a chance to put money directly on the cause of recidivism, which affects crime, affects homelessness, affects everything, and for $20,000 extra dollars. I mean, they'd be getting something. I don't know who else knew about their funding source, but when I read this, I was actually kind of embarrassed as a citizen of the state that they don't have a budget.
So would that be a proposal to do option number one, the equal percentage with the cap, am I under?
Something told me not to close the book.
Because that
Which
would,
pages?
that would get community corrections, be the most likely avenue to get community corrections fully funded.
But
Well,
we also would cut CKF
Yeah.
from 399,000 to
Right.
109,000. And in my way of thinking, that's simply not justifiable, given the number of services they provide and the number of people they serve.
I guess for lack of anything else, I'm going to make a motion. We'll see where it goes. Mayor Hodges, I move we approve biennial spatial alcohol funding request for 2021, 2022 funding period for all Ashby House, Central Kansas Foundation, Community Corrections, and St. Francis Community Services as defined in option 2 above, and authorize the city manager to execute funding agreements with selected vendors.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve distribution of the special alcohol funding requests per option number 2 as presented in the blue sheet. Any further discussions?
One question. Is it possible to manipulate that math to take out the 45,300 for community corrections and then apply the same percentage total request on the remaining money?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is your intent to take out the 45.3 and fund that first and then proportionally distribute the remaining 3 applications?
Stated much better than what I did, yeah.
So with a motion on the floor, I think.
Well, I just throw that
Yeah.
out, but, right, well, I know we'll have to vote on the motion on the floor.
Well, what I'm suggesting
Oh,
is
or
that
is that
could be an
an
amendment. You could propose that as an amendment.
I will look at the original.
Well, one option, on knowing there's a motion on the floor, would be to take option number 1, equal percentage with a cap, except then remove the cap for community corrections, which means that if there's more money comes in, they would get all of the extra, but it's unknown what that would be.
It's a
And
lot
that
of
could
math
take
in a
them
short
over their
period of time.
request, too.
Pardon?
And it could take them over their
It
request
could.
if it's
It
large
could.
enough,
Heard me
too.
say, I
Very
spent
well.
2 days on this, right? Everybody heard me say.
I leave my motion as is.
Okay, well, then we will be voting on, just to restate the motion, to approve the biennial special alcohol funding requests for the 2021-2022 funding period for Ashby House, Central Kansas Foundation, Community Corrections, and/or St. Francis Community Services as defined in option number 2, and authorize the city manager to execute funding agreements with selected vendors. Could I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Nay?
Commissioner France,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. So that motion passes 4-1, and please know that all agencies have our thanks for the work that you do, and I hope that we can better fund you and the important work you do in the future. So thank you for making these presentations and making yourself available. Good luck.
Mayor, could I request a short break?
Absolutely. Let's take, is 5 minutes sufficient? Okay. We'll take a short recess and resume at 5:30. Go? All right, thank you very much. Okay, we will resume the meeting with item 7.2.
Item 7.2, Campbell Plaza redevelopment acquisition request discussion.
And I believe that we have a couple of recusals on the commission.
Mayor, I will be recusing myself from this item.
Thank you.
And Mayor Hodges, I will be doing the same.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We will call you back in.
Mayor Hodges, and I,
Oh, yes, and Commissioner
in the-
Davis has,
unique position of unrecusing myself.
well, welcome back.
And I'll just read I previously chose to recuse myself from the discussion regarding Restore Properties' request to obtain Campbell Plaza for retail development. That action was taken because I thought my having previously contracted with Restore Properties to build an addition to my house constituted a conflict of interest. While I always operate under Salina's general ethical principles, if unable to do so, I would recuse myself. Aside from these general guidelines, in reviewing the details of the ethics policy of the city of Salina and in discussion with the city attorney, I find that I do not meet the defining standards of substantial interest or common law conflicts of interest with Restore Properties. Therefore, with the one disclosure I made above, I choose to rejoin the discussion and deliberation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis, and welcome back. I will turn this over to City Manager Mike Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor Hodges. Recognizing your desire for staff reports to be brief and the fact that you've discussed this previously to some extent, and that there's quite a bit of information provided with the packet, and you can certainly ask me questions, I will try to keep it brief. Restore Properties approached the city with a proposal, which is attached to the staff report. In very brief terms, I would describe it as a proposed transfer of ownership of Campbell Plaza in return for them renovating the stage, relocating the recently renovated stage structure to another location, essentially of our choosing, and then completing the Campbell Plaza renovations at their expense rather than city expense. So no additional expense to the city, and then no additional financial contribution proposed. Staff's looked at possible locations. There certainly could be others, but we did look at existing plazas in the downtown and compared to the size of the stage structure. And the two options we've been able to identify at the moment are either the lot immediately north of Ad Astra at the intersection of Ash and Santa Fe, or possibly putting it in storage and using it as part of the river renewal project when the 4th Street public gathering space is completed. The Restore Properties indicated that they've been in contact with the Canvas Project, the group that's working on installing murals in the downtown, and there's an interest or willingness to install murals on both of those walls on either side of the plaza. As I'm sure you recall, there's currently a mural on the backside of the stage. Staff's looked at that, and we don't necessarily have any prohibition against removing that. We don't have any obligation. We certainly would consult with the artist, but it would be at our discretion that we could remove that if we chose to do so. One possibility would be to create some type of rendering and a recognition of that and place it at another location. So Restore Properties is proposing to fence the plaza area and for the purpose of controlling access while allowing public access through. If you have questions about that configuration or how that might work in terms of alcohol, I can certainly answer those questions. They've indicated a willingness to accommodate the city and SDI in terms of programming the plaza if it is conducive to their use of the plaza. Questions have arisen about whether we have an obligation as a city in terms of how we would essentially dispose of that property. We don't have any obligations to solicit bids for the property. We talked about this a little bit earlier this evening. This location also qualifies as a park property. And as such, by statute, there is a public notice requirement. So if we went forward, we would need to post notice. There is provision for a petition process. And so if there were 10% and there were signatures equal to 10% of the electors who voted in the last election, then that would require that the issue be put to a vote. Based on the prior election, our estimate is that it would take 772 valid petition signatures to constitute a valid petition. Restore Properties has previously raised concerns about water damage coming off the stage roof, and again, I'd be happy to address that in greater detail, but whether it's that property or any other property, that's more of an issue we would need to deal with on a private basis. Our staff review of the construction of the stage and kind of that history doesn't lend us to immediately concede that there is a drainage problem that's attributable to the stage, nor that it can't be solved in some alternate fashion. Work on the plaza has not commenced. There has been work in terms of the lighting at the stage and the overhead structure. With respect to work on the plaza, about $7,850 has been spent to date. We put the contractor on hold, trying to coordinate with the restoration project that was going on with the building to the north. I would note, it was pointed out to me that we do have materials in storage that we have paid for. So if we go forward with some fashion of a proposal, we need to work with Restore Properties in terms of transferring those materials to them and getting compensated or something along those lines. As I reported in the staff report, there's $159,000 yet to be spent on work remaining in the plaza, and Restore Properties has suggested that that's savings that we could use either at an alternate location or put back into the project or use to our benefit, so that they're essentially assuming the cost of completing the plaza in place of us, and that does represent a savings to the city. With respect to the value of the property, have not had it appraised, just looked at the appraisal with Salina County. They've indicate the land value is $44,400, and the building value, being, I guess, the stage, $64,450, for a total of $108,940. I did reach out and confirm that those numbers are current. I compared them with some other vacant property privately owned in the downtown, and on a dollar per square foot basis, it looked very similar. So I think I wanted to confirm that appraisal wasn't out of date on the basis of it being city property that might not have been appraised, and was advised that it was current and confirmed that seems to be the case. When we last spoke about this, you indicated that you wanted an opportunity for public input, and so coming out of that conversation, it was agreed that I would coordinate with Salina Downtown Inc., which I did. They have provided the attached letter of support that's attached to your staff report. I've also coordinated with SDI regarding them providing notice to their members, and there was an observation called to my attention that there are possible loft tenants in the downtown that might have particular interest that may not get caught in terms of this typical distribution by SDI. Penny Bettles with SDI pointed out that they do maintain a mailing list for possible tenants or addresses that might have possible tenants for the purpose of administrating the parking pass program. So she provided that mailing list, and we mailed the letter that's attached to your staff report to all of those addresses. So we provided you with the packet, the information that had come in to SDI and to the city as of the time that the packet went out the door, which would have been last Thursday. You should have at your seat a couple more emails that came in. To my knowledge, that's the extent of it. I did notice that Wayne DeBay provided an email that I don't know made it to your seats, and so I wanted to be sure to bring that to your attention. I'm sorry, I'm trying to log on as we speak here.
And I did just see Mr. DeBay just came in, and I know,
Okay.
I saw his email. Did Commissioner Davis and Commissioner France see the email as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
so we're all aware of the
Wanted to make sure that you saw that. And so the part of the public discussion and part of the SDI discussion brought into the conversation other alternatives and tried to identify those for you in the staff report. One of those is what's commonly referred to as a reversionary interest. And so if, and I recognize the first decision you need to make is whether you wish to entertain the proposal and move forward in any fashion. But one possibility, if you wanted to go forward, is the agreement could transfer ownership, but recognize that certain conditions needed to be fulfilled, and if they weren't, then the ownership interest could revert back to the city. As an example, we have a reversionary interest dating back to, I believe, the 30s on a school property that's used there in Mulberry. If they ever cease to use it for the agreed upon purposes, it would revert to the city. A similar approach could be taken here if, number one, that's what you wanted done. and then secondly, if that's acceptable to Restore Properties. Another option that we use pretty frequently, and that I've been asked numerous times, why not use this approach instead, is a license agreement. And that's a format where we can grant permission for private use of a public property. And we've done that for sidewalk dining and other locations in the downtown. We've done it for Strand Plaza, for Barolo Grill. And that's an option that was discussed with Restore Properties. And I certainly don't want to speak for them. Their preference was the proposed approach. I would acknowledge that with a license agreement, we have considerable discretion as the city to determine that it's no longer in the public's interest and to revoke the license agreement. So, it's one thing to move tables out into the sidewalk. It's another thing to make the level of investment that Restore Properties has proposed for Campbell Plaza. But again, I don't want to speak for them in terms of their receptivity or not to that format. So with respect to the fiscal note, there's no direct financial cost to the city, and nor is there direct financial compensation. It's more of an agreement of the two parties will do things in consideration for the benefit that they're receiving. So we would save the cost of completing Campbell Plaza. The stage itself would be relocated to a location that of our determination at Restore Properties' expense. In return, then, Restore Properties is requesting that they receive title for the property. With respect to actions for your consideration, I kind of touched on the different scenarios, but what I would tell you is, what's been before you previously and then again today is still kind of that preliminary direction of, is this an approach that you're receptive to? If you are, we would have to flesh out the details, and that would depend on what additional direction you would give staff. So again, those you could proceed as proposed and tell staff to prepare an agreement in essentially in response to Restore Properties' proposal as they've proposed it. You could provide a direction about additional conditions or restrictions that you want to impose, but somewhat still on that Restore Properties format. You could indicate that you'd prefer that we pursue a reversionary interest approach or a license agreement approach, or you could vote to decline. With respect to staff's recommendation, I tried to acknowledge that this is very subjective, more so than any type of policy direction. It's certainly within the lawful authority of the City Commission to enter into an agreement like this. And we've attempted to provide you with sufficient information and solicit public input to facilitate your deliberations. But I haven't provided you a definitive recommendation of kind of leaving it open to you to deliberate on and provide some direction. And I reassure you that you certainly don't need to provide infinite detail. We can work that out amongst the parties. But I think the initial question is kind of twofold. Number one, are you open to this approach to a transfer or a repurposing of Campbell Plaza at all? And then secondly, if so, kind of what general approach would you prefer? And we can certainly staff that through going forward if you give us that direction. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. I know Jake Wilson and others are here on behalf of Restore Properties, I believe, and they can answer questions that relate to their interest more appropriately than I can.
I'm going to look at my fellow commissioners here for a second. Do we want to go through our questions? I mean, maybe you don't have questions, but if you do we want to try to organize these for questions for staff, questions for the applicant, questions for Salina downtown? Or does one of you gentlemen just want to jump in, or we could have the applicants speak first before we begin our questioning? Any?
I just have one sort of technical question for the city manager. Historically, what's the typical length of a license agreement?
What's the typical length of a license agreement?
Yeah, do they go on in perpetuity?
Yeah, a lot of times they don't necessarily have an end term. There's just a recognition that it can be rescinded at the city's discretion if we deem that it's no longer in the public interest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said that there's no specific length? Or, I'm sorry, what did you?
Correct. Yeah, usually it's open-ended.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner France, do you have any questions?
I have my questions organized as for the applicant, or I suppose staff can answer them if they know.
Okay,
And then I've got some questions for staff. So,
okay, okay.
Commissioner Davis, have you
Well,
exhausted your list?
oh, no.
I tell you what, let's
Although,
have,
I did have one question at the very top, which would end this in 30 seconds if we were of the mind to do so. And the question would be, should Campbell Plaza be decommissioned as a park or a plaza for any reason? And obviously, if the answer to that question was no, then the issue was over and done with.
that's very true. I mean, if we want to start from that, that question, it would probably at least indicate.
I guess the germane question there would be is what purpose would decommissioning the plaza serve? What furtherance of the public interest is done by decommissioning the plaza as a park?
I mean, that's kind of,
Yeah.
that's the whole,
You know,
that's the
and
whole
there- and
enchilada
there-
right there.
And there may be a second related question, and that is, what purpose is served by treating this location different than any of the other locations, which all have license agreements
So
for outdoor dining?
I recognize I don't have the right answer to either one of those questions necessarily. And again, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I do think in the conversations that I've had with them, I think they would like the opportunity to
Sure.
explain what their vision is and how that,
Okay.
a rising tide raises all boats in the downtown, and their private investment compared to our public investment maybe. But, I think I would agree with you. Question number one is your receptivity to the concept, and I think whenever you deem it appropriate, I think the applicant would like an opportunity to address that.
Well, why don't we go ahead and have the applicants? I think they're both here. You're both welcome to come up, or whoever's going to speak on behalf of the application.
Bob Moeller, part of Restore Properties. I'm a Salina resident.
Good to see you, Dr. Moeller.
Hello. Just want to thank you guys for, seeing this proposal. We have a vision for the Campbell Plaza with, like you saw, with the murals and the outdoor dining. We feel that, especially nowadays, outdoor dining's, key, and adding that, helps. Being a part of the sales tax initiative is always, beneficial to the downtown. Everything we've done on that block has, been part of the downtown revitalization vision, and we want to continue to do that. So I'm here to answer any questions. We have Tim Blake if you have any questions regarding the outdoor seating and restaurant. So please let me know.
Well, first, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you from the governing body, from Salina, from all the downtown businesses. Thank you to Restore Properties for the, and your partners for the incredible financial investment that you've made in downtown Salina. It's been truly remarkable to see the properties that you all have developed. They're wonderful additions to our downtown, and they're going to be huge assets in the years ahead. So regardless of, however this discussion goes, please know that we're well aware of the contribution that you've made to making Salina downtown a thriving, vibrant, I can't remember all of the goals there, but we do appreciate your investment.
Thank you.
In downtown. Are there any questions for the applicant, or do we want to go right back?
I have some points of clarification, I think, just in reading the application letter. The stated purpose is to provide an outdoor dining area. How do you see that? How many seats? What area is it going to occupy? Will it involve outdoor food preparation? Exactly are there any concept drawings as to how that's going to look?
Yes, there should be some concept drawings part of the packet, I believe. And Tim would be able to answer you the actual outdoor food prep questions and exact configuration.
Okay.
Because, yeah, that was going to be a question I had
don't
too,
know
because
that.
we have like a layout, but to me, it looks like the interior of
Yeah.
a restaurant. I wasn't quite sure what we were seeing.
Mayor, Commissioners, Tim Blake, We State Hospitality. As far as just a direct answer to the food preparation question, everything would be, the property that we're looking at is 123 South Santa Fe, adjoining Plaza on the north side, and all the food preparation would take place inside the restaurant.
Inside.
And it would be merely an outdoor dining venue.
Okay.
And
How many tables and how would they be configured?
everything, and I think as proposed by Restore would be, and as to my understanding, they're looking to develop the other side of the plaza as well, because they manage both sides of the plaza.
Okay.
We would be merely a shared space on the north side. I think it changes by the types of events that we have down there, and there would probably be some flow through both sides, but as donated, as on the diagram there, I think the understanding was to be that there would be pass-through capability during business hours. That we definitely.
Well, the diagram I have has a men's and women's room and a waitress station.
Yeah,
I
think
think if they're bringing up another image behind you.
So,
and that doesn't make any sense for the outside.
Yeah, if you're willing to turn around and look at the screen a second, I think what, for some reason, the printed version is a small subset of that, where the dark black line running up and down on the left-hand side is the exterior wall of the restaurant, and then right in there is the plaza area from there to the south or left.
Okay, that's the plaza area?
Correct. And so those entries that are indicated are openings in the fence.
Okay. And so we're talking about they occupy pretty much the entire plaza except at the very center, the north side of the plaza, I should say. And the south side remains empty. I presume that would be made available to business on the other side?
Correct. I'll let Restore speak to that.
The south side is to allow, passers through on both sides of the street, Santa Fe, as well as the parking area on the east side. And then, yes, the tenant, Lauren Quinn, will have access to the plaza on her side of that area.
And I presume that the plans then involve removing the stage structure?
Yes, these plans involve removing
structure.
and relocating the stage.
Okay, which leads me to my next question. When you say you will relocate the stage, does that mean relocate it and rebuild it at the destination, or does that mean take it down and store it somewhere at the location of our choice, and the city would rebuild the stage at that location?
I don't believe we've gotten that far into it yet, have we?
Well, it makes quite a difference.
Right. Well, what was represented to me was put back up at another location.
So we would put it back up, yes.
Okay. What kind of improvements do you anticipate making in the plaza? You would say you would relieve the city of that responsibility.
So the current condition of the plaza is it's in
I've seen it, yes.
Yeah, so we would replace the entire concrete area.
Okay. So would it approximate what the city's plan is? Or would it be different? Because in looking at the city's plan, there's some art pedestals, there's some loose tables scattered around. I'm not sure what else is included there.
They had some planners involved
Right.
and stuff. No, it would not be exactly the way the city has it planned.
Because just thinking about it, we're talking about $160,000, I think, to finish that, if I remember the number correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's quite a bit to trade for a $40,000 piece of property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How are you going to manage the public pass-through? It says during business hours. What is that? How did you make that inviting? My perception is if you park in that parking lot behind, and you approach the plaza, now it's pretty much an open area and you understand you can walk through it. If it's marked off with a fence, with a gate, and it's clear that there are private activity occurring there, there's going to be quite a motivation for somebody not to walk through it. It's just like I don't walk through, I don't know, Blue Sky to get from the parking lot behind to the street up front, unless I'm going to Blue Sky to give him some business. So I'm just wondering if effectively that doesn't block off the plaza in any event, even if you attempt to provide a path through the plaza.
I don't disagree with you on that. The issue is the fence will be open. So
Right.
that way, I mean,
Somebody could.
anybody
Yeah.
could go through on
So you
both
say
sides.
during business hours, what are business hours?
Be,
Our intention was to have the gates open at least 8 a.m. until very late into the evening. And then more so, the securing of the gates overnight was merely to restrict activity
Okay.
during those overnight hours.
And then I get to my basic question is, we've got a number of other locations, including at least one other plaza, several sidewalk locations, and it's always been done with a license agreement. And that's been our standard policy. What public interest, what public purpose would justify doing this one any differently?
well, we know that the city has considerable expense in fixing this plaza up. For
Okay.
one, that's what we're wanting to do, is help with that, as well as we have the Kansas project for the murals to bring the art back into it as well.
Of course, in any event, you continue to own the walls on either side, and the mural project is really independent of ownership of the plaza.
Correct.
Okay. This is more of a question for the city manager, and I'm moving on to staff. Do you want to ask your applicant questions at this point?
I do have one more comment about the
Okay.
Kansas project, though, is I do not, with the stage being there, if the plaza is redeveloped as is, I do not believe that they will be able to go there because
Okay.
it blocks the whole view of both. Well,
Okay.
one, you can't even use that wall that the stage is on, and the stage is so big that it blocks most of the wall on the other
I
side.
appreciate that. I'm looking at the stage as kind of a separate issue that we can resolve after we resolve the ownership issue.
Yes.
Although in some ways it does touch, because of the proposal, it does touch it. Commissioner Davis, do you have any for the applicant?
Yeah, I was concerned about it's on page 2 of our blue sheet, but you'd indicated a willingness, I'm just reading it, willingness to accommodate city SDI programming in the plaza. Use and scheduling would have to be compatible with their primary use. I'm assuming that would be your primary use. That's kind of vague. If half the plaza is taken up with
So right now,
seating.
the plaza, before the construction, the plaza was used for, Friday night music and, they would have, art booths and stuff like that, throughout the summer and the nicer weather months there. We don't want to discourage that. We want to keep that as well, and that's why we have half of it open, so that way those events can be going on. But while those events going on, people that are coming down there have the ability to go and sit down and have better seating than what's even currently available in the plaza. So we want to keep that open as well. And then in terms of, a conflict, well, let's say we have a wedding reception booked or whatever, then that booking, and we would not be able to double book it, is really what that meant.
So that would imply that the south half of the plaza would be kept free of any permanent furniture or structure, maybe
The
be
south
kept
half
open?
is, there's no plans for any
because there was a reference to the owner or less whoever was using 129, I think, would have, the ability to use their half, so to speak, of the
Correct, but there will
plaza area.
always be a path through to go through either side. We do not have plans for a restaurant or anything. She's a flower shop there. We don't know what her plans are for that area yet. We'd want to be able to have the ability to, we'll always keep the ability to pass through from one side to the other.
Okay, and I guess I'm still concerned about using this area, as Commissioner Franz alluded, as a walk-through area to get from that parking lot in Fifth Street over to Santa Fe, which, fortunately is becoming more of a necessity, which is a good thing. I like to go to the Jamaican restaurant there, and the spots on Santa Fe are taken. Again, it's a good thing. Right now, I just park on Walnut, but the other option is parking on Fifth Street and just cutting through. I share concern that people will be hesitant to walk through if there's a large fence with a small gate going through.
It's not meant to be a small gate. It's a full double gate is what's planned. So, I mean, it'll be substantial to allow. I mean, when you see it's open, you'll know that you can go through.
Okay. So for the restaurant's purposes, then you would not be needing the entire plaza technically.
And again, I don't want to speak on behalf of Restore, but I think the main concern is that with editorial control over the plaza, I think our intention is to keep seating onto the north half of the plaza, but we may have a charity event, we may have some other type of event, and I think we're flexible in how we design that and how we approach this topic, but that from a permanent standpoint, I think, is to have the permanent seating all on the north side of the plaza, not to say that we might have an event or two that would bleed over onto the south side.
Currently, if someone wanted to have, let's say, a wedding reception in Campbell Plaza, could the entire plaza be reserved and cordoned off?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
It can be. Okay. All right. So I say that just a fence would not be necessary to.
Serving alcohol, yes.
What, for alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it wouldn't have to be fenced off if there was no.
I think they're going to probably want you to say that into that
And say your
microphone.
name.
Penny Bettles, Executive Director of Salina Downtown. You could, this is with any plaza, you can reserve the plaza through our office, and it wouldn't have to be fenced off or cordoned off unless you were serving alcohol. Then there would have to be a barrier for exits and entrances, and that's just per ABC guidelines. So I think that answers your question.
No, because that reminds me, there was something next to Seraphim Bakery, what was it, more than a year ago? But I remember it being cordoned off.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's just, so the entity having that event can check for,
Control, right,
IDs and all
Underage.
that stuff.
okay.
And don't go too far, Ms. Bettles.
Here.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Commissioner Davis, do you have any further questions for the applicant?
One other question. How much of the water damage is coming from the roof of 129 coming down that wall as opposed to the gutter? If other properties that are adjacent to other plazas in town are having the same issue, it makes me think that stage alone is not the major contributor to the water damage.
Well, the issue is the stage doesn't have the downspouts, and that was part of the issue and has since been capped. But the water was running right behind the stage because of that. When the water would rain and water would run back, and without the downspouts kicking the water to where it needed to be, it was all puddling behind the stage, now that they've been capped, all the water is just going there and just running straight behind it.
You know, were
Behind
the
it.
gutters that were mentioned in this report, were the gutters found to be working? Or theoretically working?
Well, I may have to call on Chris Cotton, our Parks Director. We confirmed that they were in place. I don't know that, I didn't observe them in a rain event.
And the reason I'm asking is, a lot of attention's been made to removing the stage to eliminate the water problem. If the stage is not the bulk of the water problem that our downtown properties adjacent to plazas are encountering, you know, then I want to minimize that.
Well, and along those lines, I guess I would offer, if there is a problem, there's options other than removal of the stage. I mean, if we identify we have a problem and we're contributing to the problem, then we need to be part of the solution. But I don't know that that means the stage has to be removed.
I did climb around on top of the roof of the stage. I did observe some of the issues that are being discussed. There are 2 downspouts on that gutter on the stage. The one to the west is removed and capped. The one to the east works fine. The building, I think the building that we're talking about, also has a guttering system that deposits into our guttering system. So I don't know how that affects what we're talking about, but I do want you to know that the gutter does drain on the east side, and there is another guttering system on an adjacent building that dumps into our guttering system.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. Did you, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
hello, I'm Jacob Wilson. I'm also with Restore Properties. I've sat out there in the plaza several times when it's been raining. Was inside Lauren Quinn. Also when it's raining, the gentleman before is right, the west downspout was removed for the start of the streetscape project. It was only capped about 3 months ago. So we had running water that was constantly coming off the one end of the downspout. The stage drains back towards Lauren Quinn's building, and there's basically a trough channel, drains the water to both directions. The one on the east side was always intact and does push quite a bit of water out into the alley. The water inside her building is so significant. You can see it coming through. We exposed the brick walls in her building, and you can see it coming through those masonry walls when we have a large rain event, and it is actually running down the walls. So my recommendation is that at least the brick structure that is behind the stage for sure would need to be removed so we can get inside of that plaster wall, the plaster coating that is over the internal bricks. And we had this same issue on the north side. Once we got into the plaster wall, noticed that everything was soft and we even had a section of the building fall down. We are trying to prevent that from happening here. But I do think there is some structural damage that's pretty significant at 129 South Santa Fe.
Now, is that just from the level of the stage down, or is there some above the level of the stage?
We don't know because we haven't pulled any of the exterior facade off. But about ground level on the first floor of that building is where you start seeing the water come in, and then it drops between the floor joists into the basement.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm trying to get to my questions for Restore so that you all can take your place if you want. But in our packet, I did not.
I can maybe clear up some questions that were earlier about the south side of the plaza.
Okay.
And whether that tenant there is wanting to operate. We had talked in the early stages of if such a situation was possible, that we could put her storefront access into the plaza. That was a thought and something that was briefly talked about. At this point in time, we don't have any intent to do that, we thought it made the most sense to keep that open for the public on the south side, because many days myself is down there and I get takeout from somewhere, and there's not a whole lot of places to sit and eat your food. And that's my main thought, is that would be a good spot for a public, person that maybe gets food from another business and not necessarily Tim's proposed business, could sit in there and eat food from another restaurant.
But not, just to be clear, because I know if, let's say I went down and got Blue Sky, I'm not sure that you would want me bringing
totally
my
what it's-
food in
That's
to
totally what it's for.
your restaurant area.
There's going to be areas that are for restaurant or for public usage.
Okay.
And there will be no defined line, or you can't do that. The only thing we've discovered in all our research with this is you cannot bring alcohol into that plaza. If you're going to have alcohol in that plaza, it would have to be purchased from the restaurant, and it just can't leave the plaza. And we had ABC from Topeka come down and do a site visit and go over all the parameters of that.
Just while I've got you here, something I didn't see in the packet is, and I appreciate being able to see the graphics that we saw here, but in our packet, we did not have like a final plan for how this plaza is going to lay out. There's still a lot, at least in my mind, a lot of unknowns in terms of how this is going to play out. So do you have a final site plan for both Campbell Plaza as well as for the proposed moving of the stage to the north parking lot, or the parking lot north of Ad Astra? Do you have site plans for those?
We have only done some preliminary stuff with the moving of the stage. We understand this is a very unique request, and it's been a little troubling even getting to this point and getting in front of you guys of how to properly do that.
Right.
The site plan that was up there just a few minutes ago for Campbell Plaza is our final.
Okay. Okay.
But we've
So we haven't, just to be clear, so we haven't established what the impact would be on a stage relocation to the parking lot north of Ad Astra in terms of locating the stage on the south side where you have the 67401 Plaza now versus the north side, what that permanent traffic flow would look like, the number of parking spaces that we're going to be, sacrificing to get the stage in there. We just don't have that information yet.
When we played with moving to the stage to the north end, there's a bunch of possibilities that you could remove the existing planters that take up a tremendous amount of space in that parking lot, and you actually end up with more parking stalls.
Okay. I think that's all I have for, I did have one more. So we're also talking about, programming for Campbell Plaza, and there are going to be times when we need to be able to establish who has the programming priority. If Salina Downtown has an event scheduled there and you get the opportunity for an extremely lucrative private event, how, is it first one on the books? Who has the priority in that relationship? Because I really feel like there's going to have to be something that establishes, who we can't, because we can't, if there's going to be let's say a pub crawl or something, not that that would necessarily impact the plaza, but if there was and all of a sudden couldn't use the plaza, so how exactly is that programming going to work?
I think SDI is going to know their programming well in advance of any programming that the restaurant would know. The same events SDI runs pretty much on a regular yearly basis, and could easily reserve those dates for those events, to keep their events on the same calendar for Salina, so everybody's familiar with their events and when it's going to be. I think that's key.
Okay. What does your completion timeline look like? I mean, I'm trying to understand, if we leave Campbell Plaza where it is with the stage, what does your completion timeline look like? If there's a removal of the Campbell Plaza stage and a relocation, what does your completion timeline look like?
Yeah, so it's been a challenge to get the building to the north, to the stage we have it right now. We've tackled the significant items. We waited a tremendous amount of time for the roof structure to come. The lead time was extremely long due to COVID. We have all that in place now, so we're trying to be done as quickly as possible. Tim might have a wish list, but it was actually March of this year. So unfortunately, yeah, we haven't really, the project is either really large or it's his restaurant. So two separate, totally different ideas and timelines. I think that's probably hard to answer unless.
Just if we wanted to go back to being able to use Campbell Plaza, how many days out are we from you're being able to secure the outside of the building so that we could?
It's secure now.
Okay.
It's secure now.
Okay.
Well, it's secured, but is your question to secure it or to have Campbell Plaza in the condition that it could be used with the scaffolding gone and so on? And that, I think, is a slightly different question, and I think that's your intent.
That was exactly my intent. And real quick question for Mr. Scragg. I know that it looks like we have the $8,000 worth of work performed to date on the site, $160,000 remaining. What have we invested to date? I wasn't sure if I saw that in the staff report in terms of the stage and the stage structure. Do we have a sense of our investment?
Yeah, the numbers include lighting that's more, and I believe more than just the stage structure. It would include the overhead structure adjoining Campbell Plaza.
Okay.
But I think that was about a $460,000 project, and about $300,000 of it has been spent to date.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for the applicants.
Mr. Sprague had indicated that in his conversation with you or your representatives that you had indicated an unwillingness to proceed with anything other than fee simple ownership. That would be correct? Okay.
Yes, we think the sizable investment that the restaurant is trying to make there, for them to feel comfortable, I think the plaza needs to be in a situation where the city can't revoke it, just.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that the city can't?
The licensing agreement gives the city the opportunity to revoke the usage. They're open-ended, and so the restaurant operator is concerned about making that sizable of an investment and having that be an option down the road.
Okay, but that same fear and mistrust is the fear that someone who wants to use that plaza for a private event is going to have. Because the fear will be that the restaurant will trump any request that SDI comes in. The citizens group wants to hold an art show on the third Saturday. Sorry, we've already got a football party scheduled that day. I mean, and that's the reason the rules of engagement and it's one thing to own some of it, use and control, and so question, if we don't have clear lines of who gets to call the shots, that's where the mistrust, as an example, the baseball folks at Berkeley Family Recreational Area, they have a long-standing agreement as to who schedules first. I mean, when I heard it, I said, well, you know, if the people who participate are happy with it and it's worked, you know, far be it from us to break something that's working. And I see these lines of agreement being quite vague right now, which would, I think a lot of the questions that are being asked are reflective of this area being considered a city park. It would be like saying, well, let's take that area between the city county building and the library and let's, you know, let somebody operate it. Well, no, but we go there for this, we go there for lunch, we just go there to sit. And that's the reason at some point we have to come back to the original question of, is this, you know, a park that the city would otherwise be looking to get rid of?
Right.
When we talk about moving the stage, now I'm assuming the bottom part of the stage you don't move, you demolish it and then you
Yes, there's-
re-pour it?
Yeah, the base of it is a concrete
Right.
pad.
So that just gets
Correct.
Truly rebuilt.
Correct.
And we're talking about moving the,
Yeah, there's support structures, and then there's a trellis
big lighting.
system, and then there's the decorative metal
right,
that's in the
that
Art
fits
Deco
with the
theme.
arches across.
It's basically sitting on 3 concrete piers that
Right.
could be unbolted, and
Lifted up and moved.
the whole structure would be lifted intact.
All right, so that would then also have to be moved to wherever,
Correct.
assuming it fit.
Correct.
Now,
Yes,
if it didn't fit aesthetically, what's the alternative use for that lighting structure?
I think we'd want to find another location that we think is acceptable, whether that's 4th Street or some other location in our system.
Okay. All right, and I guess the only other questions I have right now would be for Penny.
Okay,
If-
thank you.
I do have a couple for
I'm
staff.
sorry.
I do have a couple for staff.
Okay, well,
if I
you can go
might.
ahead.
Thank you.
I'm curious, you know, we have done 6 or 8 of these things at various places. Are there any that are in currently a pending state or where we know that somebody might be working on a license application for another location? And the reason I ask is there was some interaction on the SDI's Facebook page where there was a gentleman who said he was working on it and was a little frustrated with how long it was taking.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know how, what the status of that one is.
Well, he's received the license agreement and has sidewalk dining. I think, and I haven't checked that whole timeline, but you may recall, we didn't have anything on our books about sidewalk dining or ordinances in place, and so we
Yeah.
did spend quite a bit of time
It was my
drafting.
understanding that one of the folks who posted owns a business north of Ash Street, adjacent to the parking lot, and he apparently has not received his license yet and is still working on it.
That's correct. And it's probably been about 3 weeks, so I think he embellished just a little bit on that post about his frustration about the timeline.
Okay.
So
But the point is, there is an outstanding application.
there's an application he's
Okay.
working through with Mr. Andrew and Lauren
Okay.
Driscoll, and they're kind of, they have had communication. There's some things that he still needs to get them for his application to.
So I'm going to get to my question. It's not for you, Ms. Battles, but
Okay.
it's Mr. Sprague. If this gentleman says, I want a part of the parking lot in fee simple, just like you did for Restore Properties, what is our basis for denying that?
Denying a request for a fee simple
Well, it's, you know,
ownership of the
I
parking
want to
lot?
own it, I don't want a license.
Well, it's completely within our collective discretion whether
And
we
if
wish to
Barolo-
dispose of
Barolo
property
Grill
or not.
comes back to us and says, I want to own this.
Oh, you mean if we did this, does it then create a precedent for future
It
requests?
absolutely does.
I'm sorry, I thought,
Yeah.
I didn't understand your question.
And I guess my point is, I think there has to be something specific about this particular situation that we can point to as saying, this is very unique. and it can't be used to justify other similar requests. And we can, with a clear conscience, go back and talk to, the owner of Blue Sky, the owner of Barola Grill, the owner of Martinelli's, and say, we treated you fairly.
Yeah, if you're asking me for possible justifications, I think it would be the investment that they've offered to make in the plaza. To basically complete our project. And then the second part of that, which may not be agreeable to the applicant, is whether we can agree to conditions that perpetuate the public interest. Whether it's this application, whether it's a zoning request, there's so many instances where we can talk about a vision and we can, have some general consensus about what the vision is, but when ownership transfers, unless we put other provisions in place, we don't necessarily have a binding basis to maintain that vision long term.
Okay. Now, I know Mr. Wilson has expressed unwillingness to consider a license agreement, but if we were to go down that direction, and I've looked at the concept plans, at least for Campbell Plaza, as it's said, and it has planters and it's got some public art pedestals and a variety of other things that I think clearly would interfere with an outdoor dining area adjacent to his facility. I guess if we were able to get that request from him in advance of us making those improvements, would the city be willing to alter our plans for the plaza to accommodate an outdoor dining area on the plaza adjacent to the restaurant?
Yeah, I think we certainly could entertain that. I mean, when there was preliminary conversations about this interest, the size and the configuration of the stage does dominate that plaza. There's no doubt about that.
It does, and I'm for the purposes of simplicity, I'm trying to rule the stage out of consideration here because I do think that that demands some attention separately, however we proceed with this. And I also consider the whole water damage question a separate question. That has to be dealt with no matter who owns the property.
So somewhat in response to your question, staff did spend some time trying to brainstorm how that co-use might work. And I think if we're creative enough, we could probably come up with something. Part of the issue just becomes whether, if there's going to be a programmed event there, whether the expectation is that tables and chairs get moved out of the way and the practicality of doing that on a regular basis. But
well, and if they're going to serve alcohol, of course, it has to be in a separate fence and all of that.
We did learn that, the understanding that actually the direction that we had from ABC originally was that you had to enter through the restaurant to get to the sidewalk dining where the alcohol was consumed. They have since said that it is acceptable to have gate openings like has been proposed.
Okay. So somebody could enter from the outside. They wouldn't have to go through the restaurant.
Now, they've said the license holder is responsible for, any violations if someone were to walk out. But it's neither here nor there, but I've always wondered, you could always pass a drink across the sidewalk, waist-high decorative fence anyway. So they've gotten more lenient in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah, one last time.
You were asking about a uniqueness to this situation is, in my opinion, we have, like he said, the investment that's involved. We're also bringing the art back into it, where you're bringing up examples of other leased spaces, that we're doing all of the improvements to the plaza. Those other places, the city has done the improvements, and then, the company has fenced in a small area. We're talking a pretty large, substantial area that we're wanting to fix up and invest in for that. Whereas you brought up the parking spot. Well, the difference is that tenant or person didn't buy that parking spot or put any investment into making that parking spot, whereas we are. So that's one big unique thing. And then, what I agree with you, keeping it aside is, the damage on the sidewall is, another contributing factor to it.
Yeah,
So
okay, thank you.
I hope this is helpful. And with respect to the license agreement, we also had conversations about a reversionary interest. And I certainly don't want to speak incorrectly for Mr. Wilson, but our initial conversation, I don't think they were receptive to that. The SDI board imposed that or suggested that as kind of a condition of their support of the project. And I think a noticeable difference there is that, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, the ownership and operation transfers, and so there's more of a presumption that the ownership can be maintained unless the owner fails to meet the conditions. So they kind of control their own destiny more so than the risk of a licensing agreement being revoked.
So are you saying that with a license agreement, the city has a capacity to rescind it for, any particular reason?
Yes, as long as we deem that there's a higher public interest for the use of the
So
property.
it's a little more open than a reversionary?
Yeah, a reversionary interest would specify the intended use, and as long as that was met, then they continue their ownership. But
Have we ever revoked a license agreement of this type?
none come to mind, but Mr. Bankson?
I don't recall that we have. I don't know if Mr. Andrew is available. I raised that question with him, and I thought he gave me an example of where there was a change, but I don't recall that it was unilateral on the city's part
So not
as
that
far
we
as
recall.
initiating it.
But, and not to be argumentative, but we could tomorrow. I mean, part of the point is we have that level of discretion.
Those are traditionally on a 180-day notice timeframe. There would be that determination and then the 6 months transition period.
Now, a license agreement does not have to be renewed every year? Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, under the proposed or soon-to-be proposed downtown ordinance, would that change?
Well, there is a process as it relates to sidewalk dining, reviews and renewals, and so, yeah, that is a possibility.
Okay, so there would be something we would have to change there to be consistent with what we do now. We'd either have to create an exception for that or create an exception for dining that's not on sidewalks, but on a plaza area. Okay.
Do we want to, does that take care of our questions at this point? We'll open it up.
Well, Ms. Bettle? Just
Did you have some questions?
for Penny, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted to wrap my head around something. The information we were given suggested that SDI members and downtown residents were asked for their opinion, and there was some opinion that Campbell Plaza should not be, just say redeveloped in this way, but that the board of SDI wrote a letter of support.
Correct.
And I'm looking at, and I don't know whether these are emails, tweets, or what
Most
now.
of those were Facebook messages.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
on our private downtown merchant page. There were a few emails that I attached to the last of those Facebook messages.
Right, so if I add in the one email from Mr. DeBay and these two emails, and a lot of these messages, I haven't written down in one column versus the other, but my impression is that most of the sentiment is against this being redeveloped in this way. And I'm just
Yes,
curious why the board wrote a letter contrary to what it looks
the
like.
merchants are.
Yeah.
I do feel that social media is a hard place to gather input. There were a couple positive comments on that Facebook feed that got deleted from the person, because after they put it, they felt attacked, so they deleted him. I also I'm not sure that I relayed the information to the merchants as best that I could have in that post. And then it just kind of went from there. So yes, it was kind of, this is a tough, weird position for me because my job is, to act on my board as my board of directors, but also as what the merchants want. And so this is a little bit of a conflicting scenario for me. So,
Right, 'cause
yeah.
A lot of these are very well-written. People have signed their names to them. I mean, it's, I take this as the equivalent of them, doing a formal email or formal
Right.
written letter. And it just seemed to be a different sentiment from what the board's letter of support
Yes.
indicated. It wasn't just one or two people who didn't like the idea.
When we discussed it again at our last board meeting, which was a couple of Thursdays ago, we had Restore do another presentation and answer a lot of those questions that were raised on that page, and did a better job of explaining the project in better detail. And so obviously I wish more people could have heard it or more merchants were available to hear it, but yeah. It's a precarious position.
Well, and I don't, whenever you're finished, I have a couple follow-up. And I don't mean to put you on the spot worse, but I'm going to, by prefacing it by saying that. But in our packet, there was a letter that was of support from the SDI board that was dated on the 1st of February.
Correct.
And so the SDI board had made the determination as of February 1 that this was going forward. The letter
to the merchants.
To the merchants and to the tenants and stuff didn't go out until considerably after that. So the board, in essence, really hadn't had the opportunity to get a lot of feedback before they made their recommendation to proceed. I mean, that would be fair to say, right?
Right. So yes, the board heard the presentation from our city manager and Restore Properties in January, and that's where it was voted upon to support the project. And then that's when my letter came out. And then after that, Mike and I worked on this letter to send to the merchants. So perhaps it was a little backwards, but yes, we went to the board before the merchants heard about it.
And then, was there any opportunity for greater public input beyond the SDI merchants and the tenants, like some of the organizations that have used Campbell Plaza in the past, or just like the general population of Salina that may have a different, attachment or a different relationship with Campbell Plaza than what the, people who are working downtown? I didn't see that, and that there was an
No, there
opportunity.
wasn't, and that would have been a great point, but no.
Okay, and I think that's all I.
One thing I might add, as from an organization standpoint, if this plaza were to change ownership, we keep talking about planners and such, and I do know that with the addition of our beautiful streetscape, we did gain a lot of square footage of planter beds and flower pots. SDI is taking over the circle flower pots, and Parks and Rec is still maintaining the flower beds. However, if this plaza were to not be in city hands, it would be something that they would have to maintain and keep clean and safe and pretty, and not SDI or the city. So that's just something to throw out there. One less thing, I guess, for us.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
One last question. There've been references to the homeless downtown being the major reason for the fencing. What, if any, plan does SDI have, either on its own or working with other community agencies?
We do have
to
a homeless
address
task
the
force.
issue?
We know that a fence isn't going to, it'll just move them along to some other place.
Exactly.
We do have a homeless task force. Homelessness will never go away. We are working with area agencies, we just heard from many of them today, to try and be better communicators within our own organizations. So yes, we know a fence isn't going to, I mean, it'll do good for that space, but we know that it'll end up pushing them somewhere else. But yes, we are working with area organizations on helping to better our community as a whole, and obviously downtown.
I mean, and that may be a large enough problem that, I mean, to expect you to solve it by yourself would be a little
I
unfair.
wish, but yeah.
But, you know, the fence will just simply move them
Right. And,
someplace.
you know,
someplace else.
it happens everywhere. Downtowns are definitely where they like to mingle and gather, per se. But, yeah, we're trying to figure something out, a better place for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, just in an effort to kind of move it along, is there anyone here from the public, aside from the applicants who've already spoken, is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this issue? Right, well, I guess
We do have a few online.
oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Perney, I'll give you access here.
Okay, I guess I'm, do I have the floor? I've
Yes, you
unmuted.
do.
And,
Yes, you do.
looks like the Zoom thing is accepting my messages. Okay, what I want to talk about is the actual history of this plaza. Dr. Davis, Commissioner Davis did bring up the subject of parking. Now, way back in the 60s, the arcades were built and parking was built on 5th Street and 7th Street. And arcades were used for the access so you could get through to Santa Fe from the new parking. Well, it came around to the 1980s, and there was a lot of competition with the new mall. It was decided one of the things we needed to do again was demolish more buildings on 5th Street and 7th Street, build more parking, and plazas were used to substitute for the walk-through arcades for access, plain and simple pedestrian access between Santa Fe and the parking. Now, you may know, you may not know, I'm the only person in this conversation that right now that actually lived there at 129 South Santa Fe for 15 years. During those 15 years, I was a big supporter of downtown redevelopment, and I still believe that I am, and I still am. I'm very impressed with the work that the applicant has done thus far on Santa Fe and the big building, and on 4th Street. You know, 4th Street has been neglected part of downtown, but we get to pay the fees forever since the 1980s renovation. And now stuff's happening on 4th Street, and much of it is due to Restore LLC and their associates and their efforts. And it all looks good to me. But back to the Campbell Plaza. It was built primarily as access for the new parking on 5th Street. It has been used for that access and is still very much necessary for everything, and especially for the Stiefel programs. When that Stiefel has programs, which sometimes run very late at night, that's probably a #1 parking area. That and then the one over southwest of there on 7th and Walnut. Those two parking areas are the primary parking places for patrons to the Stiefel. And so that gives you the need for late night access, which may be beyond the so-called normal business hours. The other portion of this, so I think at the very least, or I don't know, I think it makes a lot of sense that we have another restaurant. The restaurant on the north side of the plaza makes a lot of sense. The plan that the sponsor has submitted shows that just half of that plaza area is dining space for the restaurant. The other half is undefined, but they talked about having window or door access into the store building at 129. I think that south half for sure needs to be open, and it needs to be open 24 hours a day for all practical purposes. You can't conveniently expect people to use that parking area, to get to their homes on Santa Fe, to get to businesses after normal business hours, which business people have to do from time to time, and have that gate locked there. I think that that's a bad plan. But having a fenced area with outdoor dining may work. I think for my 15 years of having lived there, it is not the best place in the world for dining. And I don't know how much the actual dining sponsors have thought about that. But the truth is, there's a microclimate effect. When they get their wall built back up, the sun shines on that wall all day. It is hot over there. It is just plain hot on that north half of the plaza in the summertime. And it'll be worse when you take down the stage roof, because the stage roof is virtually the only shade you had. And you have right now still, but I'm not really opposed to moving the stage. I think moving the stage does have some merit. The plaza was not initially designed as an entertainment area. The city manager and everybody has talked about this as a park area. It only became a park area as a secondary thing, as a way to manage it and maintain it. It was not designed as a, quote, public park. It was designed as access to public automobile parking. Anyway, the suitability for dining, besides the direct heat, is it's a breezeway. The wind blows through there. I can't see that it's going to have 80 or 90 or 100 days of pleasant weather as a place to dine. And I don't know how much the restaurant sponsors have really considered that. But that's their gamble. I did also want to say that, let's see, I have a note here. Besides the parking access and the restaurant potential for the outdoor dining, talked about the drainage problem with the 129 building. I lived in that 129 building. I owned that building until, it's been 11 years ago now, till 2010 from 1995. I never had a problem with that wall or with the plaza stage, but the roof drainage worked both to the west side and the east side. So apparently that's a new problem relating to the 2020 reconstruction, and when they dove into stripping the plaza down, apparently some of the drainage was blocked because it worked fine before that time. At any rate, my recommendation is that if you consider going ahead with this, that you hold on to the fee simple title, at least of the south half, and make that the public passageway. I could see then selling or transferring title to the north half, where the restaurant proposes their outdoor dining and where they are assuming all the risk for its operation, and where they would have a fence around that, so that they still have the security that's required by the liquor laws, and for some effect toward discouraging homeless. One of the things that happened in
Mr. Perney, I am going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay. Well, and my wrap up is, that's what I was doing. Fee simple disposal of the north half would be okay. Keep the south half open, not fenced, for 24-hour a day access to the parking, and worry about where the stage is going to be transferred at a later discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else who's on the line that would like?
Mr. Anderson, you should have access now.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I'm wearing my City of Salina hat briefly, and will only take a second to respond to a couple of questions that came up regarding programming. My understanding in the early conversations with folks from Restore and property owners, and in our conversations with city staff on very tentative plans for a relocation, was from a programming standpoint, through arts and humanities, we feel like that we'll certainly honor and respect anything that the governing body does in their final recommendation, but there is a potential for additional programming space with the consideration of this option. If the stage is successfully moved to a new location, it could be that a raised platform at the north parking lot of Ad Astra could be something that didn't disrupt parking places until an event was scheduled, but we actually would run the, have the ability to schedule and program for slightly more with the accommodations that have been offered and that would have to be articulated in whatever agreement the city negotiated with Restore Properties and the building owners for the use of the plaza. But as we see an increasing number of live programs that help support local business downtown, there is an opportunity and an option. The last thing I'd mention, slightly related to what Mr. Perney had just offered as well, that the stage at its current location creates some problems for us currently in programming, none that we can't work around, but we have had as many as 300 people at the Campbell Plaza location for special events, and the stage isn't currently oriented in a way that's conducive to crowds of that size, and that's about our maximum capacity. If we were able to successfully identify another location and do it affordably, we'd run the ability possibly to program even larger events in the future, or for the public to program larger events than what we currently are able to do within the structure of Campbell Plaza. So just offering that as a little bit of additional background.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I see that Cassie Strite has her hand raised.
You should have access now, Ms. Strite. There you go.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead, Ms. Strite.
Cassie Strite. I'm a business owner here in Salina downtown. And actually, Brad hit on half the things I was going to bring up. So thank you, Brad, about, we are expanding. We do need more places for performance, and the current setup at Campbell Plaza is cramped whenever you have large performances. I'm on the board, and I just kind of want to address the board's support for this proposal. It was brought to us in proposal format, and we would not, as a board, collectively have considered the proposal if we had felt that it wasn't equitable for downtown. Not only does this place, privatizing this space, bring in more tax dollars for downtown, it does alleviate some responsibilities, as Penny stated, through SDI and the city of Salina. It will be interesting to see how this would play out, I think. I do also want to point out that the merchants page, those that had brought up concerns, they were invited to discuss their concerns at the third presentation that Restore Properties offered at the board meeting on Thursday, and none of them showed up. The one person who showed up with her concerns was a board member who had been absent at the original presentation, and I feel that she had all of her questions answered. I'm not 100% sure how she felt as she walked away from the meeting, but I do know that Jacob did a great job of addressing her concerns and answering her questions. Mayor, you had mentioned pub crawl, and something came to mind. How awesome would it be if we had a space that would allow for bagpipes to be playing, just throwing that out there because it's St. Patty's Day, pub crawl is in my head, as well as serving drinks in an outdoor patio situation. That's something that Salina Downtown does not have right now. And I think that would be a really cool thing to add to the programming, to add to the liveliness that is offered by Salina Downtown. A lot of dollars have been invested into, I know, on Resource part and on the city's part, and your merchants, I know we are working hard to continue to revamp our mindset and to offer services that no other downtown offers before, because we want to make sure that our downtown is successful and vibrant and here for future generations. And I really feel through the presentations that I've sat through on this project with Restore, that being here for future generations is something that's really pertinent in their mindset as they develop areas. So I feel that this would be just an awesome addition. Plus, we'd be gaining another performance space. We'd be spreading out our performance space and kind of encompassing the entire downtown area, whereas we don't really have, we kind of have a gap right now in the north end of our downtown area. So we'd be able to fill that in and just make it all better. So yeah, I don't really have anything else. Brad kind of stole my thunder on half that, and I do appreciate that, Brad. So thank you for hearing me, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Strite, for participating. Is there anyone else? Any other public comment? We have one here have a live one.
Hi, I'll make this very brief because I know you want to get on with this, but my name is John Blanchard, and as a former city commissioner, I just want to maybe, it's easy for these current commissioners to tell you we would never take that away from you, but as Abner did, let me give you a little bit of history about how the dining ordinance came into being. It was the idea of Randall Hardy originally that he brought it to, and he asked me to help support him. And the idea all along was to encourage more dining, not to try to eliminate people one way or the other. I think that program has evolved very nicely to where changes have been made to allow more to happen there. I agree with a lot of the concerns that Commissioner Franz has. I don't have a yes or no in this thing, but if the main concern is that they're worried about it being taken away, I think you should do everything you possibly can to let them know that that is not likely to happen. I don't see any scenario where that might happen. To add a little bit of the history of that plaza and say the safe word we have if I go too far here. The part of the history of that also, and that I don't know if it's something that they've considered by wanting that plaza, is when we had an incident where a young person was killed, Jaden Hicks, in that park. And I know that Travelers' defense of the city involved the defense that was a public park and that there were different liability ceilings for being able to defend a public park. So what I haven't heard here is if you're going to allow the public to go through, is there a difference between licensing that use and the city still having some of those protections versus giving the property over to somebody else where the public is traversing through and what liabilities might exist on their part? And I just don't know at what point. It looks like some of the due diligence on drainage and other things like that maybe were done a little bit out of order, and I don't know if this would have some ramifications upon whether or not it was a good idea for them to take over ownership versus having you guys work out something, if it has to be extraordinary, to do that, to make that dining work for them in that plaza. Because as you guys, I think everyone's appreciative and want more of that downtown, not less. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. I don't know if that's something that you feel you can speak to right off the bat, Mr. Bengtson, but if not, then it's some food for thought for another time, depending on how things unfold with our next steps. Something that, hang on, Dr. Moeller, hang on, please. Something that Mr. Blanchard had brought to my attention earlier in the week was that Ochsner, however you say it, Ochsner, Heron, Hare had designed a downtown plan several years ago in like 2016. And the proposed layout for Campbell Plaza in 2016 oriented the stage at a what would that be, a 90-degree angle. And basically, they positioned the stage at the east end of the plaza, which I thought was kind of an interesting idea. And it also does create room that might be adequate to accommodate what the restaurant wants to do, yet still manages to keep public access and, more importantly, to keep public programming. I don't know that that's a conversation for today. I don't want us to wander too far off, because I think that what we need to decide today is this, is deaccessioning this property something that we're interested in? Is this proposal something that we're interested in or not? But at any rate, I'm going to distribute copies, and Dr. Moeller can make his final comments and can take it.
Just a few comments to finish up here. Our vision is to have the whole plaza open because we feel it will increase the vitality of the area by having it open for people to come in. I feel like if we just closed off half of it for the North Restaurant, that would give that more of a closed feel where people can't come in and sit down and mingle and bring in food or from other places, or go in and feel free they can sit there and after shopping and stuff like that. By having it all open, with the fences just on the sides, that I feel like that would be more than just having it up along the north building. Secondly, I also wanted to mention that we are willing to work with the city and SDI about scheduling events and stuff like that, to help with any reservations that you may have, any suggestions on how to schedule or however to make that happen, we would be open to. And lastly, Commissioner Fran said something about my partner Jacob and us not wanting to, or only being open to the option of privatization of the whole plaza. We are willing to, discuss with the city and SDI licensing agreement options, with the understanding that if we don't get private ownership, that we're not investing all of this money into moving the stage and fixing up the plaza, that would be, part of, the city's responsibility. If we're just going to get a licensing agreement or something along there, we would be open to communicating and working something out.
I appreciate that.
Question though, could you foresee sitting down with an architect and jointly planning with the city, if both groups want to create an art space, a relaxing space, there's no reason why that northwest corner or north half can't be designed in a way so that both goals are achieved, and the property line, so to
I think
speak,
the issue
it can
is-
be invisible, but
Correct.
to someone walking past, they see just one space.
I think the issue is the liquor licensing doesn't allow that because you have to have a fence
How high does that
serve-
fence have to be?
to be able to serve liquor. I'm not sure how high.
The
that-
sidewalk dining fences are 3
36.
feet or, 36 inches.
And is it your concern that a 36-inch fence would not keep homeless people out at night?
I would.
I mean,
wouldn't
no one wants to
think
say
so.
it out loud, but that's a big issue, one of the reasons for basically locking this up at night. Otherwise,
Correct,
you would
correct.
need a fence, just, leave it open 24/7.
I mean, if somebody wants in bad enough, they're going to get in. It doesn't matter how high the fence is, but a 3-foot fence you can step over. I don't feel that's secure or would be considered secure.
So if I may ask,
But yes, we would be willing to work with the city and an architect to answer your question.
If I may ask, for the sake of the commission's
Yes, we-
deliberations, reversionary interest, is that, where does Restore Property stand on that?
As far as if we are putting in the financial investment, we would, we feel the reversionary is not applicable, just because we put in all this money and then the city can just come say, nope, you're not using it to our accord, we're going to take it back. And then we put all of the investment in.
But with all due respect, Dr.
Yes.
Mueller, I mean, the agreement can be structured in terms of, I mean, if it's no longer a restaurant, if the restaurant ceases to exist, or, you know, we can make it pretty specific in terms of that agreement. It's not something where, you know, Commissioner Hodges gets a whim that I don't like that restaurant and it shouldn't be there anymore, and let me see if I can find two guys that
Which I understand.
agree with me. I mean,
Yes. And I don't mean it like that. Even if we're making a significant investment in something, and let's say the restaurant, you know, decides to go to a different area of town or for whatever reason or whatnot, then I guess I can't say that we're completely against it, but we'd have to really see what verbiage is there, because if a restaurant leaves and another one doesn't come back in, but we have another, you know, tenant that wants the building, you know, then we wouldn't rent that building to that tenant just because we're going to lose the plaza because it's not going to be a restaurant anymore. You know, whereas, you know, as long as there's some sort of, you know, stipulation or something that, you know, we can repurpose it, or as long as even if the restaurant's not there, if we continue to maintain it and keep it open for its intended uses for events and public seating and public pass-through, and with those murals being there is for, you know, people coming in to see and having access for stuff like that. You know, I mean, I guess I would have to say that I would have to see what revoking conditions are before I would say no.
thank you.
When the arches were built across Santa Fe, and I walked up and down the street yesterday, and except for the one arch that ends at Atlas Optical, they all open directly into one of our plazas. And I'm assuming that's not by accident. I mean, there was a grand design, and when we did the streetscape, you know, the plazas were included in the total design. And I just don't see the amount of your investment as being a reason for us to make a decision. I mean, if you put $20,000 in and still wanted sidewalk dining there, I mean, our decision should be based on the practicality of having there, not how much you put into it. I mean, if you put $500,000 or $20,000, you still got eight tables sitting there in a space that's not being used for what it would have been under the original streetscape. So it's, you know, I can see why you don't want to put a lot of money in if you're not secure of your investment. But
we're trying to help the city alleviate money that they would be putting into it. It's part that needs to be fixed. So by privatizing it, we would be putting that investment into it, allowing those funds for the city to either go back and pay debt down or be allocated to other areas or an additional event center, so that way we have more vitality downtown by creating even more event space by doing a private-public combination.
And this next comment's not directed at you or this program, but it seems like every time somebody wants to save the city money, it costs us $800,000. And
I agree.
You know, because we have discretion over, you know, if we want to move that stage, when we want to move it, how much we want to spend on it.
Correct.
So
And we want to work with you on whatever decision you guys make. We would like to work with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
All right.
Thank you.
Nothing for me. Thank you. It looks like we have another public comment. We will take another couple public comments if there's anybody who would like to speak. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Walker.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sorry I was late. I just wanted to, Guy Walker, Salina 2020, and I just wanted to make a couple of comments on what Dr. Moeller just said. Obviously, Salina 2020 is very interested in continuing to see, well, and a lot of people have said it, Cassie mentioned it, seeing the vibrancy continue to increase. And I agree with what Jacob said and what others have said, that there's not a lot of areas downtown where that's readily available. I think the size of the stage makes Campbell Plaza difficult to use in that way. And just from I just wanted to share, I think from Salina 2020's perspective, I think it sounds like the decision that the three of you are going to make today is whether or not you're willing to even continue discussions with the applicant about the various options. A lot of options have been discussed, and we would sure at least encourage you to continue to work with the applicant and try to come to an agreement that works for both the city and the applicant. I think they're making some, I mean, obviously you have the city's interest in mind, and they're making some great points about the size of the investment that they're going to have as well. So we would just encourage you to continue working towards an agreement that works for both. I think not just the use of the plaza, but the addition of another restaurant that a local person is willing to, entertain for downtown is just continued to be great news. And I think I certainly believe in the notion that rising tide raises all boats, and that the more restaurants there are, the better all of them will do. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Is there anyone else for public comment? Okay, then I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion or hopefully action. The staff has given us 5 options to consider, and I'm sure we could probably come up with 5 more, but just for the sake of getting this started, our options that have been identified are to instruct staff to prepare an agreement to transfer ownership as proposed by Restore Properties, to instruct staff to pursue transfer of ownership with additional conditions or restrictions that the City Commission deems appropriate, to instruct staff to pursue an agreement format including a reversionary interest and including any other conditions the City Commission deems appropriate, vote to instruct staff to pursue a license agreement format including any other conditions the City Commission deems appropriate, or to decline Restore Properties' proposal and retain public ownership and use of Campbell Plaza. So I think it all comes down to the question that Dr. Davis identified at the very beginning, followed by Commissioner France, is are we interested in, first of all, are we interested in letting Campbell Plaza go to private ownership? And if so, how does that best serve the public interest?
Mayor Hodges, I would move that we instruct staff to pursue a license agreement format, including conditions to be negotiated. And I would further ask that under those conditions, we do not expect Restore Properties to pay for moving the stage or to do improvements to the plaza. That remains on our plate, but they will have a license agreement, and I think we need to discuss with them the conditions that will make that most acceptable to them.
I will second that, but like to engage in some discussion.
I do have some brief comments, I think, under discussion. I will be the first to admit that this request bothered me quite a bit. And I'm proposing we proceed in this fashion because, number one, I really feel we need to maintain consistent treatment for all of our downtown locations and allowing private use of public property. We've consistently authorized this through license agreements, and to alter that approach to some sort of ownership requires a compelling public purpose, and I just don't see that. The plazas were created in the 1985 Downtown Improvement Project with multiple purposes. Chief among these was to provide pedestrian accessibility from the parking lots and back to the Santa Fe storefronts. Privatizing the plaza diminishes that purpose, and under the best of circumstances, limits it to undefined business hours, subject to change by the owner at any time. I have personally used the plaza multiple times to access the Stiefel Theater and observed many others using it in the same way. The Stiefel Theater attracts patrons from all across the state of Kansas and beyond. I've met Johnson County people in Johnson County at unrelated meetings, and on hearing I was from Salina, they say, "Salina, you got that nice theater downtown with a great Italian place across the street." And what struck me is they don't remember the names, but they do remember Salina. And I think we need to work to maintain that image. Closing off the access directs those Stiefel patrons down the alley. Is that really what we want to promote? The plaza serves downtown open space, gathering places for people to assemble and interact. They contribute to making downtown a vibrant, interesting, and enriching place to be. They enhance the other components of the recent project for all of the businesses in the area. Even if, under private ownership, limited public access is granted, the experience will be diminished. In short, I just don't think that transferring title is what we want to do. I think negotiating a license and attempting to meet all the other objectives of the property owners would be the most appropriate way to proceed.
Well, I won't repeat what you said because I think you said it.
I'm sorry, I can't
No,
hear
oh,
you.
I'm sorry. I think you stated your position very, very well. And I don't know if this question should go to you or probably to the city manager, city attorney. Can license agreements be structured such that if there is harm to the city because of that license agreement, that the person receiving the license agreement can pay a certain fee, in this case, to help get the stage moved? Because it's obvious the stage and the outdoor dining aren't going to coexist in that space where the stage is positioned right now.
I'll simply say that negotiated consideration in the unique circumstances of the case would leave open that sort of question to negotiation, I would think. There's no prohibition that a license agreement or no requirement that a license agreement be without consideration.
Thank you.
And that, I think that's a question for Mr. France.
Yeah, and I'm not
too,
sure-
'cause I'm not sure, is it the stage and the outdoor dining, if they're compatible or if they're mutually exclusive?
All I'm saying is, let's negotiate the license agreement. If that involves moving the stage, that's fine with me. If we can find a better place to place the stage, to be honest with you, I don't like the parking lot, but that's neither here nor there at this point. And it is not in the greatest location. It is big. It does occupy a lot of the plaza. I'm perfectly willing to redirect some of our money for improving the plaza to removing that stage and getting rid of the raised concrete and doing all of that if that will make this work. In some ways, I think that improves the plaza. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. I'm just saying it's open at this point.
Right.
And, you know, as an aside, because the stage will ultimately come into discussion here, you know, I've always thought that we needed an emotional center intersection downtown where, you know, when the Chiefs win the Super Bowl next year, we want to shut off downtown and have a big party. Well, gosh, you have a stage, you have an intersection, you've got the arcade. For those who go to bars, you got bars up and down. You know, would not be the worst place in the world to have a stage. But I would also not want to pass up the opportunity to negotiate some assistance in moving that stage.
And I think that for me, getting rid of Campbell Plaza as a property is just it's just a non-starter for me. I mean, I think that I can't support the privatization of Campbell Plaza. I have kind of mixed emotions about Commissioner France's direction with his motion, just because, I mean, that's going to be creating a lot of work for staff. And to be honest, there's really no guarantee that we're going to be able to strike an agreement with Restore Properties or the restaurant operator. So, you know, coming back to the original question, I think it's really important that we retain public ownership of Campbell Plaza. And I understand that your motion calls for retaining public ownership of Campbell Plaza. It's about getting a licensing agreement in place.
Well, it is a point at which we can continue in this conversation and begin the next conversation.
Does that give staff sufficient, does that motion, should it pass, give staff sufficient direction?
It definitely gives us a starting point, and we'll do our best to move it along and bring it back to you promptly.
All right. We have a motion and a second to instruct staff to pursue a license agreement format, including conditions as mentioned by Commissioner France. And we have a second. We'll do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner France.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick. Commissioner Ryan. Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. And that we'll need to recall Commissioner Ryan and Commissioner Hoppick if they haven't left to go home and grab dinner. And if they have, if they brought some back.
I'll go to jacket on.
I guess Brad is our poster.
I know, I was
Kyle.
like, does Brad know he's our screensaver? Oh, gosh, I'm getting punchy at 7:25. We've got everyone back here, and we will proceed to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, resolution number 21-7943, expressing the intent of the governing body to the proposal by the Friends of the River Foundation and the YMCA.
Thank you. Ms. Tasker?
I think Jacob is putting up a slide for me. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. I'm going to try to follow suit with a short presentation and leave time for representatives from the Friends of the River and the YMCA and other interested parties to speak, because I've heard from some that they're interested in speaking to this item today. So looking back to a year ago, staff was preparing a bid for a trail along the Smoky Hill River from Ohio Street to, I don't think my pointer is going to work on there, it's the red dashed line from Ohio Street, there you go, over to south of the YMCA, and that's what we're going to call Phase 1 on here. And Phase 2 is a blue dash line going around the north side of the YMCA. And it's a trail we'll talk further about today. But the Phase 1 project was funded by a grant from the Kansas Department of Transportation through their Transportation Alternatives Program, and the City of Salina funds from the Federal Exchange Fund receipt. And looking back a year ago, COVID was just starting to get serious in our area, and we're in the early stages, and there was a lot of concern about sales tax revenues being available or being reduced for sales tax projects. As you might remember, this Phase 1 trail was removed from the 2020 budget. The Friends of the River Foundation and the YMCA have requested a public-private partnership to complete a trail from Ohio Street to the north side of the YMCA, as you can see the red and the blue trail on the map. And their request is for a total of $450,000, which is similar to what was the city's portion of the KDOT project. Phase 1 requests $250,000 from the city for that project to begin construction in spring of 2022. And Phase 2 is $200,000 from the city and construction in the spring of 2023. In both cases, $208,000 per year or per project from Friends of the River and the YMCA. The Smoky Hill River Renewal Master Plan and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan both identified trails as an experience valued by citizens. The River Renewal Plan, it was number 2, which closely followed getting the water flowing, and in the Park and Recreation Plan, it was identified as number 1. The proposed trails will provide a linear park from Bill Burke out by the levee to Kenwood Cove. The 2016 sales tax initiative included funding for the Smoky Hill River Renewal Project, which included a slimmed-down project to get the water flowing in the channel, a single accessible hike and bike path, and a community gathering place. The city's current budget includes $12 million for construction of the first phase of the River Renewal Project, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer budget includes $10 million for ecosystem restoration. City staff has been working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and HDR to value engineer and right-size the projects to match the available funding. As we speak, there's never enough money for everything that everyone would like to have, and we're seeing that in this project. It's necessary to look for partnerships to leverage city dollars and get more bang for the buck. And this is to allow us to meet the community goals for trails and amenities along the Smoky Hill River and at city park facilities. Might note that the city and the Friends of the River successfully partnered to fund the 2010 Smoky Hill River Renewal Project, and other partnerships have funded community improvements such as soccer fields and the field house, and there's many other partnerships being discussed at this time. Federal fund exchange receipts of $250,000 in 2021 and $200,000 in 2022 are recommended to fund this project. In addition, there are some sub-CIP trail funds of $161,000 that are available through the year 2022 that could be used to offset federal exchange funds if that was a choice. Might mention that KDOT's Federal Exchange Fund program identifies constructions of trails as an approved transportation project. Staff has identified the standard slate of options for City Commission consideration. The first is to approve the resolution or approve with amendments, postpone, or deny. Staff recommends option 1, which is to approve the resolution, number 21-7943. Dan Stack and Debbie Pack were instrumental in helping me put this staff report together because there's just a lot of information that was necessary to develop the cost and the pieces to bring to you. So they were instrumental, and at this time would offer that us as staff would answer questions you might have, but I really wanted to leave time for the representatives of Friends of the River and the YMCA to kind of go into depth as they might want to about their process for donations for their share of the project. So
Thank you.
that's my short presentation, and I'd be glad to answer questions or ask Dan or Debbie to help.
Questions from members of the governing body for Ms. Tasker?
Two, I noticed there's a add alternate sidewalk connection to the YMCA,
Yes.
in that the red and the blue portions would be constructed in separate years.
Yes.
Is it meant that the red part would be usable, that winter or whenever, before the blue part's constructed, in
That-
which case you would need access off the trail? So
And we put that in as an add alternate because we're looking at budgets 1 to 2 years down the road. So we want to have that in as a function that we could include if the funding is available or to not. But the intent is to kind of trail these projects right behind each other.
Right, so would people be able to use the red part before the blue part's completed?
They would be able to use the red part and walk on what currently is there for the I call it the more nature-like trail that's there currently.
Right, so when they got to the end, I
Of the
guess that would
concrete trail,
be
they
what-
could continue on a path that's in
Over-
place right now
Okay, and the...
until the new concrete trail was put in place.
Put in.
But the intent is to kind of marry them right behind each other and hopefully get some economy of scale between Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects.
And do trails like this close at night? I'm assuming these aren't lit trails. So
No, the KDOT project was not lit, and we're not proposing this trail to be lit at this time. Potentially in the master plan, lighting of the trails was included, but that's not funded in this portion, but could be at a later date.
Okay.
And would need to, maybe Angie with the YMCA could talk to what they do about the trail at night.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Tasker from the governing body?
I want to make it appears to be apparent from the staff report, which is very good, by the way, that this does not get in any of the sales tax funds we have set aside for the balance of the river project. That remains intact.
That would be true because it went
Okay.
into some detail about where our budget is not overly plentiful for what we perceive for that
Right.
Phase
I
1 construction.
know
So it's
that. So,
trying to save those dollars
Okay,
for that project and use the federal exchange funds that we had planned for out of the first project. Typically, we see about $500,000 per year. I think this year it's $580,000, so
Right.
we'd be using, 50% or less of those funds
Okay.
if they stay the same.
and this
year.
construction, because the balance of the river project isn't going to happen for, I'm going to be real optimistic and say 2 years, but maybe 5.
Right.
But this part of the project will be designed such so that when we get to that part of the project, we're not digging up trail we just built.
No, well, this will
Okay,
be a
so it'll-
standalone project.
It'll,
with the-
it'll be well clear of the waterway so they can do whatever dredging and so on they might need to do to clear it and whatever else they might need to do.
And this trail will be designed that it could be used to kind of traverse materials and products
Okay.
out. It's a 10-foot wide concrete trail, 6 inches
Okay,
thick, so it could carry some load to move material.
all right, thank you.
I just had, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I'm
interrupt. Are you-
through. No, I'm
okay,
through.
Okay. The question I have is not about this project in particular. I love the fact that we're not using our sales tax funds and we're kind of getting a jump on the project. But it seems to me, is our budget for the river project itself dwindling, or am I not remembering our original budget correctly? I mean, the $12 million for construction was a lot less than the numbers that I seem to remember. And I just, I'm all for value engineering where we can, but it's also really important to get this right, too. So, I mean, do you honestly think we can get the water flowing for $12 million?
We've been working between the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers
Right.
funding and the city's funding. That's what we're looking at right now, is matching those two projects together and getting the water flowing.
So that would be more like a $22 million
Because it will be
construction
the
budget if we
city's-
were to realize the whole $10 million from the Corps?
Yes, in fact, their project realizes the use of all 10 million and a few dollars more. So
Okay.
that's where we're value engineering and trying to right-size both projects to where they marry together and complement each other.
Okay, okay,
And-
so we might have to come up with some additional items to satisfy the Corps of Engineers in terms of what they want to do for habitat restoration? Is it, or whatever? And so
Wetland restoration.
wetland restoration,
This
sorry.
particular program allows the Army Corps of Engineers to put $10 million into the project. They can exceed that by a small percentage, but they can't go much further, and whatever they can't put in then would fall back to us as the sponsor to pick up.
I got you, because they may have some stipulations that their own budget can't cover, so then that would be expected to be taken out of our budget.
And the way
Is that,
that's
I don't know if I'm
put
saying that
together,
so that it makes
there's
sense.
kind of a mix and match of getting the components that we need. Some fall under the city's budget and some are under the
Right.
Corps' budget, but the consulting engineer is the same for the city and HDR. So they have an insight into our long-term plan, and staff has had at least 2 meetings with them discussing how the projects fit together. I believe we're going to have one more, at least one more. So there's a lot of discussion, but as far as the project, really it goes back to what was promised in the 2016 sales tax, which was $1.3 million per year. What may be a catch to some thinking is that it didn't go into effect until Kenwood Cove was paid off, which reduced the total number of years to roughly 16. And so between financing and the 30% design and the final design, roughly we fall in about $12 million in general for funding. And I've worked with Ms. Pack to double check the numbers 4 times now to ensure that we've worked through that okay. So we think that's where we're at today. And then our goal will be to bring a package together that defines the Corps project and what we see as the city's Phase 1 project to, the city commission for their concurrence. So, but I don't think that's going to happen till midsummer.
The conversations Ms. Tasker described are hours long and in great detail. And to your point, they have a program, they're looking for environmental lift, I think is what they call it, environmental improvements, more so than aesthetics or public gathering spaces, and you're correct. So HDR has to kind of break out all the components of the project into 2 different projects, one that satisfies the core and supplements our project, and we're sorting through all that as we speak.
And it's several pages of documentation and cost, but I think we're getting closer.
Yeah, the last conversation we had, HDR identified 4 different options of configurations that they felt like all would score well with the Corps of Engineers, and the Corps was on the line with us, and we were talking through the details of each of those, all with the intention of kind of confirming with the Corps their initial feedback to then come to you as the governing body and the public and roll out those options for discussion.
And then it also would have to work through the Corps'
Chain of command.
chain of command for approval, and so there's a few strings left to be pulled, but I think they're getting closer to knitting together.
Awesome, thank you very much. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. My name is Jane Anderson. I live at 636 East Iron Avenue, and I'm the Executive Director for the Friends of the River Foundation. The Friends of the River Foundation would like to thank Mike Scragg, Martha Tasker, and Dan Stack, and the City Commissioners for considering the proposal for the trails along the Smoky Hill River. The Smoky Hill River restoration actually began during the early 1970s after the river had been diverted in 1961. The community had realized that Salina was safe from flooding, but their beautiful river that once was the heart of the community was slowly being strangled. The city of Salina even went so far as to hire the Wilson Company in 1978 to do a study to see if the Smoky Hill River could be restored throughout Salina. In 1986, after a comprehensive goal-setting initiative by the City of Salina, Chamber of Commerce, and several thousand citizens, they found the #1 goal was the beautification of the Smoky Hill River. In 2006, Salina's shared vision and strategic plan adopted by the City Commission included 6 goals and actions related to the Smoky Hill River. The Friends of the River Foundation had their first meeting in 2007 and began public forums in 2008. In 2009, the City of Salina authorized the preparation of the master plan, and in 2016, the Friends of the River oversaw the Yes for a Better Salina campaign, and the mail-in ballot for a sales tax increase went from 8.4% to 8.75%, and it passed for the 20 years. Utilities Director Martha Taxter, of course, is your project manager for the Smoky Hill River renewal, alongside HDR, who is hired to oversee the restoration. Preliminary plans are finished, as well as the Corps of Engineers taking over all the permitting, as well as creating a plan for the Corps of Engineers for up to an additional $10 million for the Smoky Hill River project. Surveying the public has been accomplished several times, and the Friends take the public seriously on the top 2 desires for the river: water flowing and trails. The public survey in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan also had trails as the #1 desire of the public. The riverway during the restoration will turn a ghost river into a beautiful waterway, and the city's Trails Master Plan will be made complete with a trail system that includes the river, the levee, and several parks. The new urban trail will connect 6 parks into a greater trail system, as well as the downtown with a new type of trail, a shady trail that is near water and neighborhoods. The new riverway will also help the oldest parts of our community become more desirable and will help improve property values. It is possible to build a beautiful waterway, but without the trails, it would be like putting down turf on a baseball field and then not having any baseballs or bats. The trails is what will allow our community, guests, and tourists to interact with the restored waterway for walking, running, biking, or just sitting and enjoying nature in the river. Trails are open to anyone and everyone, allowing all to enjoy this project, no matter what your age, gender, or race. This is an opportunity to begin to fulfill the dreams of our community for decades. The Friends of the River Foundation has been a good partner with the City of Salina, and it will be a good partner now to fundraise where the need is to fulfill the vision of the Smoky Hill River restoration. The Friends of the River is proud to announce the gift from the Wilson Family Charitable Trust for $200,000 that will go toward the first half-mile of trail from South Ohio Street to the front of the YMCA. The Wilson Family Charitable Trust makes one condition. The $200,000 will only be paid if the City of Salina will pay the $250,000 for the rest of the 1/2 mile of trail. Second, the Friends of the River Foundation is forming a relationship with the YMCA to fundraise for the second part of the trail that goes around the YMCA. The Friends is delighted to partner with the Y, and we're looking forward to working together. We know that if the city commissioners would give the first $200,000 toward this second part of the trail, this will help convince our private donors to step forward and complete this project. We just really want to thank you for your time and thank you for this opportunity to begin this wonderful project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Are there any questions for Ms. Anderson before she sits down? Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Hodgers and Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand before you. I'd like to echo Ms. Anderson's comments to the city staff. The amount of work that Jane and the team from the city have put together in making this happen is beyond the call of duty. So we are very happy to partner with the Friends of the River to help fundraise for the portion that we can, and also beyond the YMCA. This is a community project. This is not a YMCA project. And we are excited to be able to potentially open some doors to foundations, potential tax credits, or other opportunities that Friends of the River would not have access to. So we feel that together we would be able to pool our resources and come together and make some really good, compelling arguments to some private donors as well as additional fundraiser foundations. When the River Renovation Committee began quite a few years ago, a couple of our staff and a couple of our board members were on that. And we were one of the first organizations to say, we want to be a hub. We want to be able to provide access to the river for kayaks and canoes from our property. And we're willing to donate or be a part of that process and donate some of our land to do that. So our vision, in addition to the trails for future years down the road when the river is flowing, is to be able to provide programming, not only for our kiddos that are in our preschool, for ECHO, for learning their environment kind of work, as well as economic development in our businesses around us. The other piece we would like to offer is community bathrooms. We know that's going to be an issue along the rail, and I know the concern came up about the trail and the lighting. We do have some friends that like to spend the night on the trail every once in a while, but we have a lot of individuals that use that trail, and so it doesn't get done as much, especially when it's warmer weather, and people are on that trail quite a bit currently, walking or riding. It's a 1.2-mile trail currently around that property. So we know that's potentially a concern, but it's something that we deal with now, and we just have conversations and they move on, and we have not had any issues or concerns with that. The bathrooms, I predict that we would lock when we close at night, which is usually 9 o'clock, and then reopen in the morning. That way we have those secured over the evening hours. So our ultimate goal is to provide programming for all ages. This is going to be a multi-age, multi-generation. I have a 10-month-old grandson that I envision in 4 or 5 years getting a canoe, doing some fishing, walking the trail, and I think that this is something that is going to impact everybody of so many different ways. And the one thing I feel that it's going to do, getting the trail started right away, is generate that excitement that's going to continue to build and show people that we are moving forward. Instead of being retro or reactive to COVID and kind of continuing to stall, we're being progressive and still moving our community forward. And the last thing I'd like to say is this trail and river is going to connect our community in ways that none of our other projects have. It's literally going to connect neighbors to neighbors and neighborhoods to neighborhoods. And I think really introduce that opportunity to our kids and families. And so I would ask your support so that we can continue moving forward, secure the Wilson grant, and then be able to go to some other donors and ask for some challenge dollars so that we can raise this and get the project started. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There were no questions for Ms. Lasley, I'm assuming? Any questions? No, we're good. Thank you.
Good evening, Pastor Alan Smith, 1319 Parkwood. I am here representing the board of the YMCA, and I am the finance chair for the YMCA board. And so one of my biggest things, I think my 22 years in this community, youth and young people are probably what motivates me more than anything else. And so, just even serving on the board, and somebody asked me, Pastor, how do you have time to do that? And I really feel like, how do I not have time to do something that betters our community for all kids? And so I serve on the board. I'm the chair of the finance committee, and I'm here to support. I've been a part of the Friends of the River. I think I was on the very first video way back in 2006 being an advocate. But I am an advocate of us doing something. Anybody who knows me, we talk about a lot of things, and this has been, like I said, 2006. I think I was on the very first video talking about this project. And I think this is a monumental step in going forward, and as Angie said, seeing something tangible happen, and then being able to connect it eventually to parts of our community that don't get the investment. Obviously, it'll eventually get to the northern part of our community. It'll get to parts of our community that don't see the same type of dollars. So I think the sooner we start doing that, we've got some great partners, Friends of the River, the YMCA, the foundation that has already committed the conditional dollars if you approve your portion. But I just want to say to you, the thing I always advocate for us is creating a community that works for all of us. And I think this helps do that. So with your support, thank you for the opportunity just to be able to share what has always been a passion of mine is the young people of Salina, and anything that we can do, Friends of the River, the Y, but myself personally, and I don't come before you often, but when I come, I think I come with the kids in mind. And so serving on this board and being the chair of the finance committee for the Y gives me another opportunity to further that which is most passionate to me, that is the young people throughout our community. So I thank you for your time. And any questions you may have.
Any questions? No. I'm sorry. Sorry, Pastor Smith. Do we want to go ahead and move on to public comment? It appears that's, or did you have some questions?
I do have just one question I'd be remiss not to ask. And I think this is a great project, and the walking trails has scored high on several of the questionnaires that we've asked the public. But we're going to use, over a 2-year period, $450,000 out of the federal exchange fund receipts. what else have we used those before for?
Handful of street construction projects.
I just want people to know this money just didn't fall out of the sky.
Right.
You know.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Commissioners. Started getting the funds in early 2010, 11-ish, so we've used them on East Magnolia, Iron Avenue, North Ohio, kind of some street projects over the years, and then lately the Ninth Street projects were probably our latest projects that we used the money for the curb repairs and the street just the improvements along Ninth Street for the south and north of Crawford.
Are we using, we have the sidewalk on Magnolia we're doing, is that coming out of these funds or is that from a different?
That has not been determined yet. We have, that is a different pot from KDOT called the Transportation Alternative Program, and so we'll have to match that with some kind of funds. And I don't know if you can match those funds with KDOT funds as well. I don't know about that. We haven't had that come up a whole lot before. Normally, yeah, we just, the funds come in for the federal fund exchange. They can be used on just a lot of different things. We've talked about, it's a 90% match, basically. They give us, they take the dollars that are from the federal government, basically, and use those on large federal government type projects, and then give us a lot more freedom to use the dollars at the local level. So that's been very helpful for us, and they've honored that commitment of giving us the money every year, and sometimes it's higher than others. Last 2 years have been really good. Last year it was almost double of what it's been before, and we were able to kind of get through COVID last year with the dollars that we used. So yeah, last year was interesting because we used it on Mulberry Storm Sewer and whatever, a few other projects that we had last year. So it's very versatile, I guess. Does that help answer the question?
Anyone else for Mr. Stapp?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? We'll open it up for public comment. If there's any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, please step forward to the podium and give your name and where you're from.
I'm Bridget Hall, 231 Fairdale, and I'm on the Friends of the River Board, and I want to
Pull the microphone down.
yeah,
The
sorry.
public won't be able to hear you. Sorry.
I just want to advocate your support of this project. When we researched and talked to the community, they talked first about wanting the river to flow, but the next thing they want are the trails. And I really believe that this river project will make a huge transformation on our community. It will change the lives of every single citizen of Salina in a very positive way. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how old you are, this will be a positive effect. And I would hope that you could allow the Friends of the River to take advantage of this gift from the Wilson Foundation and match the funds for this project.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening. I'm Curtis Stevens, 2305 Grant Court. I also am on the Friends of the River Board, and I'm here tonight to echo kind of everything that's been said by everybody else. I want to honor your time and also thank you all for your service and the amount of time that it takes to serve on the city council. Just tonight has been very eye-opening for me. So I want to thank you for that.
I promise you it's not always like this.
Well, in addition to that, one of the things I do as part of my role with USD 305 is from time to time I go out and I recruit teachers. And our biggest competition in Salina, Kansas for teachers is Eastern Kansas, because everybody in Eastern Kansas thinks Salina is Western Kansas. And I remind them Salina is not Western Kansas. I'm from Western Kansas originally. And one of the things that really brought me to Salina 20 years ago was the commitment this community has for things to do for young professionals, for young people. And when you look at the history of this community, it's always been one of those on the move. And I think that this is an excellent example of not only building trails, but also being trailblazers. So I want to thank you all for that time that you put in. in the past studies, et cetera, but also recommend support for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we turn to our virtual hand raised, is there anyone else here tonight who would like to speak on this issue? And if not, I guess we'll go to the phones, Jacob.
Okay, Mr. Mendez, you should have access now.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I really want to just show support for all that's going on, in particular, the work that's being done by the Friends of the River. And I wanted, for what it's worth, to offer kind of a lens of a newcomer. My wife and I and our family just relocated to Salina about 7 to 8 months ago. And it had been about 15 years since we had last lived in Salina, when we were both attending Kansas Wesleyan University. And although my wife is from Salina and raised in Salina, I was not, and instantly fell in love with Salina when I came and really felt embraced by the community. In our time away, we had experienced other towns that really were intentional about their investment in nature. And what we experienced was the intentionality behind the trail system and allowing the community to be engaged really celebrated the region. And I feel that the support that I can offer and we can offer as a community can really celebrate the uniqueness of Salina, but more importantly, continue to contribute to the mental and physical health that we've all dealt with here recently and to come. Some things to note, as I've heard throughout the meetings today, about a lot of the data that's trending upwards with regards to occupancy rate at the hotel, also with some of the business growth that we're seeing when you compare kind of the last quarter of 2020 to this beginning quarter of 2021. When I start to think about, and the perspective I want to offer really is, as a newcomer, as someone who doesn't call Salina my hometown, when I think about the revitalization of downtown coupled with the work that the Friends of the River Foundation is doing and the intentionality behind the trail system, although I wasn't raised and born in Salina, it was absolutely critical and the reason why we decided to come back and relocate back to what now I consider home. And so for what it's worth, I thought the perspective of somebody who's been recently moved back to the community less than a year, that I could offer that support in just the lens of what it means to be able to come to a town who's investing in nature and investing in ways to engage the community that really celebrate the uniqueness that really the Kansas kind of environment has to offer. So thank you for allowing me to speak my opinion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mendez. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else on Zoom raising their hands? Okay. All right. Well, we will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move to approve Resolution 21-7943, approving a proposal by the Friends of the River Foundation and the YMCA for a public-private partnership for the Smoky Hill River Greenway Trail from Ohio Street to the YMCA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7943, approving a proposal by the Friends of the River Foundation and the YMCA for a public-private partnership for the Smoky Hill River Greenway Trail from Ohio Street to the YMCA. And I think I speak for all of us when I express our gratitude to the Wilson family for their generous contribution in helping this project go forward. We'll do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. And that will bring us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, resolution number 21-7930, authorizing the mayor to execute a transferee agreement with Salina 2020, Inc. and Fourth and Walnut, LLC.
We'll give the room a moment to to calm down and ask that folks take their conversations outside. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Scragg.
Yeah, if I may, there's a clarification I think I need to offer, and then I think the commission may need to discuss whether any of them need to recuse themselves. As part of the staff report, there's reference made to Restore Properties in the application for public financing that indicates Restore Properties acquired the site of this subject project, and then later it indicates that Restore Properties is investing in some initial startup costs. And as we tried to staff that through and provide assistance in terms of questions related to substantial interest and common law conflicts of interest, it came to my attention that there's Restore Properties and there's Restore Construction. And as we pursued that further, I think the references to Restore Properties may be incorrect, and it may be more accurate that Restore Construction was involved. So I had those conversations with Jacob Wilson and coordinated with him ahead of time and indicated that I was going to ask him to come and kind of speak to that more specifically, so that before you start your deliberations, you have a sense of the players and you can make any informed decisions you need to make about conflicts of interest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scragg. And I think what you're, at least where I see you're referring to, is in the Yard 2021 proposal that appears, I'd say
Correct.
probably 2/3 of the way.
Yeah, there's two different sections. I think one of them, in section A, I believe it's A3 or A5. I forget.
A5, I see it on
A5. Evidence
A5.
of ownership. The property is purchased by Guy and Kate Gross and Restore Properties LLC in 2020 for $375,000. And then in section B3, I'm sorry, B2,
yeah.
it references private financing sources and references, once again, Restore Properties LLC investing $187,500.
Thank
I'll
you.
let Mr. Wilson speak to the differences between Restore Properties and Restore Construction and which is the correct reference.
Yes, so the correct reference is Restore Construction. The property was originally built for Restore Construction. We created Restore Construction as after Restore Properties, once we quickly realized the amount of work we were doing and needed to have our own construction entity. So Restore Construction originally purchased the property, but quickly after that entered into an agreement with Dr. Guy Gross to form a partnership of Fourth and Walnut LLC.
Thank you. So the material in the executive summary under item A5, it should be Restore Construction LLC.
Yes.
And then under item B2A, it should be Restore Construction on that as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if that creates any issues for commissioners who previously recused themselves on Restore Properties. If not, we will go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Commissioners, as I'm positive you know by now, we have a complex financing structure in place for the downtown redevelopment, and there's information attached to the staff report that details that in terms of the different funds and allocations. Salina 2020 serves as the master developer and is the party to the development agreement and the supplemental agreements, and they've been actively recruiting downtown tenants and redevelopment projects. And I think you now have a sense from some of this evening's conversation and prior projects, kind of the history of the projects they've recruited and the tenants that they brought to downtown. So the one before you this evening is the Yard. It is a 20,000 square foot state-of-the-art indoor baseball and softball academy to be being constructed in the northwest quadrant of 4th and Walnut Streets. The overall project startup cost is $1,521,000. They are currently requesting $250,000 of tax increment financing. You may recall that we had an item on your agenda a little while ago that included a higher funding request and use of TIF and Community Improvement District funding. And we pulled that from the agenda to address the CID boundaries. And so this is a modified request in response to that, and I'll touch on that a little bit more here in a minute. So the development agreement provides a process by where we enter into transferee agreements. We transfer individual rights of the master developer to a particular project, and we use a template transferee, or at least there was a template transferee agreement drafted as part of that initial process. Exhibit C of the supplemental agreements includes goals and objectives, and I included an entire quote of the lead-in language there, but it's to attract a diverse mixture of retail, and it goes into a laundry list of examples of different types of multi-use activities. The development agreement also included provisions for prohibited land uses, and an athletic facility that occupied more than 10,000 square feet was in that list of prohibited land uses. I think it went up to letter R or higher. But it also then provided that it wasn't prohibited in that they could not locate in the downtown. It was prohibited from using public funding unless it was otherwise agreed by the city and the master developer. And so I just wanted to call to your attention that while that was in the prohibited land use list, this action would be essentially agreement by the city and the master developer to agree otherwise. With respect to the fiscal note, as I mentioned, this is dedicated to tax increment financing funds only. There are specific dedicated sources and uses of funds in the development agreement, and it's all structured in a pay-as-you-go format, meaning that it's very clear in the development agreements and the transfer agreements if there are not sufficient funds, the city does not have any obligation to make a payment. In fact, there's also a project priority system so that the earlier projects that have been approved by you take priority if funding falls somewhere in the middle of that range in any given year. As I mentioned, the original request submitted was $380,250 to utilize TIF and CID proceeds. That has since been reduced to $250,000 of just new business tax increment finance fund proceeds. The next statement, I understand, may be a little confusing in the staff report. That $250,000 request represents 16.5% of public finance proceeds and 83.5% of private investment. The agreements that are in place a minimum private investment of 50%. So, what was negotiated, what was contemplated was a minimum of 50%. In this instance, they're investing 83.5% compared to that 50% threshold. So, what you have before you is a transfer agreement, a resolution to approve the transfer agreement that implements what's been proposed and what I just described in terms of $250,000 of tax increment financing towards a $1.5 million project. You could approve the resolution as presented. You could approve it with amendments. You could postpone consideration to a specified date and time and provide direction on additional information that you'd like, or you could vote to deny the resolution, resulting in disapproval of the application. I noted as part of the staff report or the staff recommendations that Salina 2020 is in that master developer role. They're the ones that we're looking to do to go out and identify prospects, negotiate them with them, convince them that they need to invest in our downtown. So they have quite a bit of responsibility and I guess maybe discretion in that recruitment role. I noted that it was anticipated that projects receiving public funds would include a diverse mixture of retail, restaurant, multifamily, housing, office, entertainment, hotel, and other development uses complementary to the downtown destination attractions. And I think the Salina 2020 and the applicant kind of articulate how they think this particular project would be supplementary to the downtown and the downtown merchants. And then I also noted that, and someone else mentioned it from the podium today, what 4th Street used to look like not too many years ago and the resurgence it's kind of seeing now in terms of the Car Museum, the Art Center Warehouse, and then the Friends of the River offices, and now this proposed project. So in light of all that, and in light of the original intent of setting these funds up for downtown redevelopment, staff recommends option number 1, which would be approving the resolution and the proposed transferee agreement. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, and I don't know if this question would be for you or for someone from the 2020 group, but where do we stand on the new business TIF funds as far as what we're bringing in? Is there still room for additional businesses to come in and draw on those?
That is probably a question for me or Ms. Pack. I don't know if she's still here. I apologize. I don't know that balance off the top of my head, but I know we've just getting started.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Guy Walker against Salina 2020. I don't know the exact balance, but I would agree with Mike. There's really not been a huge, there's not been a lot awarded, I guess. There's been some, certainly. I think grassroots efforts, if I remember correctly, was 125,000. Can you think of any others that were? The bathtub was all CID. And to give you an idea, I guess one thing I could share is there was about an equal, for new businesses, there was about an equal amount that was projected to be available from both TIF and CID, and it was approximately like 1.3 or 1.4, because I think our total was about 2.7 million between the two. So I'm just going to guess that there's quite a large chunk left. So.
Okay. Actually, I think the estimate for the new business TIF was 2.7, and then the CID was another almost 3 million.
Oh, okay. So, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just sort of a follow-up, is there any distinguishment for whether a business applies for TIF or for CID? Is that up to them? Can they do both?
There's no I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
go ahead.
There's no prohibition for applying for both, other than what we realized with this first application.
In this case, it was a little,
The TIF
yeah,
district
it was
boundaries
a little odd, yeah.
district boundaries are different. But there are the stated purposes in the development agreement, which is in that summary document, but I don't know of anything that, precludes, if the project is, has merit, meets the requirements, and then that 50% limit, I think, was written with the intention that all combined, there's an expectation of a minimum of 50% private investment, and then whatever public finance proceeds might go together to make up the remainder.
Okay, are there limits on when somebody can apply for this? In other words, it obviously doesn't have to be before they get the building permit. I mean, at what point is there a line drawn to say, you've lost out on this, you can no longer apply for it?
At the outset, we intentionally set an application deadline so that everyone had a fair opportunity on the front end to get their application in. This is a rolling application process, so there's no specified deadline. No.
Well, let me clarify my question. If I am a developer, God forbid, I'd go broke in a day, but and I start a project, and I finish the project, I get a tenant, I operate it for 5 years, can I still apply for a TIF reimbursement?
Well, I don't think the development agreement or the supplemental agreement anticipated that and articulated one way or the other. Practically speaking, I think it is intended to support, well, it is new construction, so.
Okay.
And admittedly, this project's probably the furthest along of any that we've received.
Well, and that's kind of what engenders the question, and first of all, let me say, I'm going to support this, so don't get all antsy. It was clearly a blighted area, and it needed some improvements, and I've watched what's been going on, and I think it will be a good facility. So, but it does raise the question: is there or should there be a point at which somebody's just told, "I'm sorry, you've missed the boat on this one"?
Right. I've had conversations with Salina 2020 about the preference to be early rather than later, and to avoid this kind of question. But I do recognize they're out trying to convince people to do a project in town, and the last thing we want to do is have a procedural issue turn somebody away.
Right, and I think it needs to be reasonable. I mean, we can't just say you've got to apply before you get your building permit or whatever.
Yeah. And these conversations have been ongoing for a while, and then the boundary issue certainly delayed it even further. So there's a lot of variables there.
Any other questions for staff from the governing body? We'll open it up for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, you can approach the podium. give your name and where you're from, or you can raise your virtual hand to offer your comments. I would request that you keep your comments under 5 minutes in length. Any takers? All right.
Guy Walker with Salina 2020 once again. Guy Gross was here, but he had a previous commitment. His dad is being honored out at K-State Polytechnic, so he had to leave. So I will do my best to speak on his behalf, although I will admit that I'm not nearly as passionate about baseball as he is. So if there are those types of questions, somebody else is going to have to come up to the podium. But a couple of things. One, I wanted to address Mike made a comment. We do, I think, probably Salina 2020 and Mike and I need to get together and talk about the process, because we do tend to let it sit longer, I think, in each of our courts. And so when these applications come in. So just to be clear, Commissioner Franz, they did apply. They did at least submit their initial application long before they started construction. It was actually, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit, it was in August. So anyway, I just want to make sure I address.
And I wasn't trying to assign responsibility,
Yeah,
culpability.
well,
I just, you know.
I'll be happy to take some of it for sure.
And I'll take the rest.
Yeah. But the project, obviously, you read, I think, hopefully you read the executive summary. I think Guy Gross added a really nice kind of the reason why they're doing it. And I think most of the other things that I would say have been said. I can't believe how encouraged I am that 4th Street will now be complete all the way from Walnut to Iron when the Car Museum and this facility are complete. It's truly remarkable that the kind of project has continued to spill out onto the secondary streets besides Santa Fe. So we're incredibly encouraged by that. And then I'd say the one thing that maybe hasn't been said that we could add is that a big reason why we supported this project in particular, would encourage your support as well, is because of what we think it's just one more thing that gives people a reason to come to downtown Salina. And in our opinion, there's really almost nothing that any of us could do in this room, that could do that better than a project like this. And I think the other thing to me is that it's not just, we definitely we have a balance of locals versus visitors, but this to me is something that gives our local community a reason to be in downtown Salina, which again, I think is just tremendous. Each one of those that we can achieve, I think, just further supports the hotel and the restaurants and all of the other shops and things that are willing to invest in downtown. I've been just completely blown away by what even a small event in the community does for our restaurants and for downtown Salina. It's amazing to me. It just doesn't take much of an event for every restaurant in downtown to be on a wait on a Friday and Saturday night. So, and I think this is, again, it's just one more thing that will bring people down there and serve the same purpose. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, I won't be able to answer them as well as Guy, but I'll try.
Now's your chance, Commissioner Hoppick. You can stump him with a baseball question.
Yeah, that won't take much. I can promise you that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone on the line?
I see no hands.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-7930.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7930. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. And we'll go on to item 7.5.
Item 7.5, Jerry Ivy Pond Rehabilitation, Downsizing, or Removal Plan.
All right, sorry, Mr. Cotton.
Sorry, good evening,
Go
Mayor
ahead.
Hodges, members of the commission. Yes, Chris Cotton, Director of Parks and Recreation, here this evening to discuss with you the future of the Jerry Ivy Pond. As you are aware, there are significant issues with the pond. The pond walls are crumbling. There is the distinct lack of adequate circulation. There is no filtration, and there are high nutrient levels which contribute to an issue with blue-green algae. Seeking a consultant to help address issues with the Jerry Ivy Pond ranked high in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan priority model. In the Parks and Recreation Master Plan document itself, 26.8% of survey adults were very supportive of renovating the pond, 23.2% were somewhat supportive of renovating the pond, and only 13.8% were not supportive about renovating the pond at all. The Jerry Ivy Pond is a very popular place for weddings, for family and high school senior pictures. At any given time during the day, residents of Salina can be seen around the pond, whether eating lunch at a picnic table, walking around the pond with their children, or simply watching the interaction of wildlife with the pond. There were 144 reservations for the rental facilities around the Jerry Ivy Pond between April and October of 2019. There was a presentation given to the City Commission at the March 2nd, 2020 City Commission study session about issues with the pond. There were several comments and opinions of city commissioners, but they varied and there was no single direction given. An RFQ was issued in January of 2021, being advertised in the Salina Journal, the city website, and sent directly to 3 companies that work in the creation of water features. Water's Edge Aquatic Design responded to the RFQ. Nature's Edge Aquatic Design declined to submit based on their current workload, and Paradise Ponds did not respond in any manner. References for Water's Edge have been checked, verified, and have come back positive. The city of Wichita, Kansas, Leawood, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri are somewhat local references that produced very positive results. Additional references for projects in West Des Moines, Iowa, Iowa State University in Ames, Iowa, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania also came back with solid recommendations. Water's Edge is versed in all realms of aquatic management. They've been to Salina and conducted a brief survey of the pond. After a complete review of the pond, Water's Edge will make a recommendation on what to do with the space. The consultant is aware of the financial constraints of this project and will give more than one option on what can be done. Water's Edge has the experience to offer suggestions for repair, downsizing, repurposing the space, or to simply fill in the pond. Staff's recommendation is to support moving forward with the consultant to review the water feature and provide options with financial impact scenarios.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotton. Are there any?
If I
I'm
may, I
sorry?
might just add a little bit of a clarification. This is a little odd to come to you in this format because the cost is certainly within the purchasing authority of myself as the city manager or staff. But the ongoing conversation about where we stand as a governing body, what your consensus is what caused us to place it on your agenda before we proceeded with contracting. As Mr. Cotton mentioned, we had a study session conversation, and I think he went back and actually reviewed the recording of it, and a lot of options were discussed. And then more recently, I think there was some discussion about, well, do we really want to go forward with that, or are we ready to fill it in, or have we made a decision? So kind of bringing that decision point back to you before we incurred any cost for a consultant that might be headed in a direction that you didn't want to go.
Thank you for the explanation. Any questions for Mr. Cotton? All right.
Just a comment. I will acknowledge that in our previous discussions of this issue, we were kind of like a herd of cats.
We are, but you know what? We're the best herd of cats anybody could ever
I
want.
guess.
Ah.
No, I would just say I think it's I don't like consultants as a general rule. I think they get overused, but I think in this case we could use a little guidance and background as to what the possibilities are.
And, yeah, we discussed we had several issues with the pond. Obviously, the walls, the blue-green algae seems to be an ongoing problem for the last several years. For lack of a better way to put it, the goose droppings, I guess, have been, I live in that area. We walk that with grandkids, and it's not very becoming. So I don't know. I think we need to give whoever it is, or this group, some direction. And I only see that, personally, I see that being, if we're going to have a water feature, it's going to be needs to be downsized significantly. I don't know if that even, if we're in the migration flight way, and that's why we get so many, or, they're coming home. But the other thing is, I think we need to think about the cost. It seems like anytime we have a consultant go out there, they come back with a grandiose, deal, and we look at it, and it's like the price tag is here when we were really thinking it should be here. I don't know what that price tag should be, but I don't, I'd like to see us do, if we do something, to do it in a fairly reasonable financial manner.
Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Davis?
No, I agree. see what they offer. I mean, it's, we're not bound and obligated to jump at the first suggestion. But this is what these folks do for a living, so I'd say let's move and
I completely
see what the options.
agree. I mean, I can't see filling it in because it's too important.
Yep.
Too many people out in that part of the town, so I think it really needs to remain in some form a destination type of park. So I'm hopeful they can come up with some reasonable alternatives for something that still maintains a water feature there.
And I'll be frank, Jerry Ivy is probably the park that I use the least, just because it's the furthest away from where we live. So, I take your word that people are enjoying the pond, but I think about my own granddaughter and whether or not I would walk with her around the pond, because the amount of waterfowl fecal material is just incredible. And I know some of that's due to the fact that we can't, that people continue to just bring sacks of bread or crackers and just, I've seen it, where it's basically just dumped a bag. And I think that's something that might be worth communicating, and I don't know whether that's through a, signage on the site, because the signs are there could not be more explicit. But this is kind of getting to the point where if we do decide down the road that it's worth it to make an investment in this pond, we've got to do something about the waterfowl problem. And, if you as a citizen are contributing to that waterfowl problem, you're just giving us one more reason to fill in the pond. And so I see so many other needs in the Parks Master Plan, and hopefully that's something that we can cover in the strategic planning session about how we do want to prioritize. Because, when I'm looking through the projects that they mention, this is going to be, $750,000 would be cheap for this kind of work, if there are other projects or any indication. But, if we want to go ahead and get that vision fleshed out and see if it's something that we can put in to our future, that's fine. But I do agree with Commissioner Hoppick that we need to establish some expectations about what what our level of pain is, and a lot of add alternates, so that, if future commissions do want to proceed with that, they'll have the means to do so.
And that park is heavily used, but,
Oh, yeah.
it's, the sand volleyball courts are used, the gazebo's used for pictures and weddings, and having a water feature behind there wouldn't be a bad deal, but you don't see a lot of people, you can't fish in it, and there's not a lot of people sitting around on benches around the actual pond itself. The splash park stays busy, the equipment's busy with kids on it, but you really, if you go by there, very often you don't see a lot of people just hanging around the actual pond.
But there are a lot of people walking in that park.
I think it's skipping, missing the goose droppings, but.
Well, sometimes you walk by something just because it's there, like a trail by the river. I've seen rivers before, but I'll be more likely to use that trail just because the river's there, not that I'm going to interact with the water.
There are trails that go around that park,
Yep.
and none of them actually go by the pond itself.
Not by it, but you can look over. There's some aesthetic beauty in seeing the gazebo. You just know it's there.
Well, I'm on team fill it in, but
I'm on team at least half of it.
all right.
So what would you suggest in the direction be, that we direct the consultant to look at economical solutions? Because we have no idea what any of these things are might cost us.
And, water features and whether it's a pond or whatever, have a tendency to be expensive to maintain. Just a a quick story is when we started Sculpture Tour, I went to Jason Gage and asked about using the water. If you remember, there was in camp, or what plaza is that by KU School of Medicine?
Spillman, maybe?
Spillman.
And I asked Jason if we could fill that in and use it because it was we thought it'd be really nice. He goes, I don't know, they may want to use it. I went to Parks and I said, heck yes, it's yours. You fill it in, concrete it, whatever, because we can't keep it up and running. So you got to remember, anytime you have water feature, and I guess that led me to something else is at Sunset Park, there used to be a water feature where the water flowed. Do we do that anymore?
Yes, sir. We didn't do it last year because of COVID and staffing levels, but we do. And because that water is in continual motion, we don't have any waterfowl issues there.
So
We have waterfowl issues at the fountain by the par 3 golf course?
That, we do have some, sir. Yes, sir. At the golf course, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, which fountain?
Along the par 3 on the city's golf course, there's a small pond there that's got an aeration device in it.
We have the bigger pond over there as well.
So
my answer to you, I guess to you, Commissioner Franz, is I don't know what my comfort level is on what we spend. I guess we'll just have to see, so.
And I would offer three things possibly. One is an economical solution, and others, at least inventorying or suggesting alternate water features. Maybe there's something that accomplishes the purpose, but isn't as expensive and doesn't support waterfowl. And then the third is
one of my main ones is something that doesn't support waterfowl.
And then there are some design elements that, in trying to solve the waterfowl problem, staff's research what alternatives might be out there. And there are some design elements that discourage, waterfowl. Can't say that they're going to be economical, but if we're going to look at a body of water, we need to look at that as well.
What Westland has in front of their main building is an attractive piece, and short of somebody putting detergent in it, it'd be a nice-looking feature.
I think our comments justify the use of the consultant. Tell them our general concerns and let him or her do what they do best.
You want to put that in the form of a motion?
Do we need public comment first? I'm
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if there's.
I see somebody
There's only
waving
one
their
public,
hand.
so.
I guess, yeah. Not mean to overlook.
Has his
Public
virtual hand
comment.
or not.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with your comments. John Blanchard, Salina, I agree with your comments fully about some of the problems that you deal with out there. And I had to hold back when you said, what do you do about it? Well, you can't do a whole lot because you can't shoot them. So, but what I hear from the group of you is that you don't even have consensus that you want a pond there. I think that to hire a consultant whose expertise is ponds is kind of a step ahead of the game. I think you still, I like your suggestion about using strategic plan to discuss maybe some of, the broader issues, but doing that. As luck would be it, I'm a landscape architect and a park planner. I think you need somebody like me right now before you go. If you work with the planner, a park planner or a landscape architect to facilitate what it is that you want, to help facilitate that discussion, I think then if your decision is do a pond, do a reduced size pond, put as the city manager mentioned, or the parks, I don't know if it was Chris or Mike, look at the different elements that you might want along with that. I think there's a lot more you can accomplish and maybe even check off a few more boxes on the parks master plan for Jerry Ivy Park at the same time. So I would suggest to you that you come to a consensus as to what you want to do, but I would suggest that maybe you're pigeonholing sort of your, what might be an overall consensus by moving in a particular direction early on. I'll be meeting hopefully with you pretty soon. I'd be willing to facilitate any sort of discussion like that, maybe save the city a lot of money before they move into hiring somebody with an expertise that may be more appropriate at that time. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Just a comment, I note it says that the Water's Edge is teamed up with Landwork Studio, who is a landscape architecture firm. So we've apparently covered that particular base.
But I think it does raise the question, and it kind of goes back to the herding cats and the mixed direction that we're giving Mr. Cotton. And if I'm the only, if I'm the only person that would like to consider alternative uses for that space, then I think by all means, let's, go ahead and contract with Water's Edge, under the assumption that we're looking to reinvest in a water feature. But if there's any discussion about doing something other than a water feature, whether that's with Landworks Studio or Mr. Blanchard or whatever, I think that would be a helpful part of the process to at least have that conversation about what else could be at Jerry Ivy aside from a pond. But like I said, I may be the only person that,
Well, I think a water feature doesn't have to be a pond in the way it's structured now. So I'm assuming this would have, as large as it is, would have to be water feature plus some park or aesthetic environment, to make it a destination. But I would hope if we tell the consultant that we don't want to reproduce what we have now, and I think the comments that we can just play a audio tape of the last 10 minutes of this meeting and let them go from there.
If it helps at all, it appears that between the two, they've given us a cross-section of projects that they've done before. And so when we talk about we want something economical, I'm hopeful we could certainly stress to them that before we jump into a conclusion about a project, we want them to do some type of process or lead some conversation. I'm hopeful that with their experience, they should off the cuff be able to say, well, we've done project X and it cost Y, and give you a sense of what you're getting for your, what a possible project might cost, so you can assign some value as you have that conversation. If that's something you'd like facilitated, we can certainly pursue that.
Does this contract include their coming here and soliciting opinion? I was just reading the very last paragraph here. Water's Edge and Landworks have the expertise to help us make a more informed decision identifying whether there are workable and affordable solutions worth further consideration. This
Yes,
almost sounds like a feasibility.
They'll come to town, yes, sir, meet with the governing body as you see fit. They're very well aware of our financial constraints. They've already been to town once. They've walked the pond before they bid on the project. So, yes, sir.
I don't think the RFP includes a public portion, not a going out in the community and finding out what the public wants. I don't think that's part of what this scope would entail.
Maybe we can let Mr. Blanchard know what day they're coming to town?
Absolutely.
And we can certainly build that into the scope of work.
And we do have Mr. Perney is online with the hand raised. If you're ready for
Why
him
don't
to
you
speak.
go ahead, Mr. Wood?
Mr. Perney, you should have access now.
Are you there, Mr. Perney? There you are.
I didn't know I raised my hand. This thing's great. I say fill it in and grass it, and that'll get rid of the geese, and people could go someplace else for water. We have maybe one of these days we'll have a nice river in town. Well, we have an interesting river bypass right now.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Perney.
Okay.
All right, any other comments, since I tried to cut our lone commenter off here? And if not, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or action.
I would move we provide direction for the city manager to move forward with Water's Edge to investigate repair of the pond, redesign of the pond, or repurposing of the space for another amenity.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to provide direction for the city manager to move forward with Water's Edge to investigate repair of the pond, redesign of the pond, or repurposing of the space for another amenity. And
Quick question, and I know we have strategic planning. Do we know when that's going to happen? Or I didn't know if this would be one of the topics that could be on there, or do we want to move ahead before that?
Yeah, we're targeting strategic planning yet in April, so I don't know that this will move quite that fast.
But yeah, I feel like that whole, the whole parks priority list, we're going to need to take a dive through that as part of our strategic plan. All right. No further discussion. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck.
Nay.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Nay. That motion passes 3-2. And that will bring us to item 7.6.
Item 7.6, resolution number 21-7944, appointing Human Relations Commission member to Law Enforcement Citizen Review Board.
Thank you. And Mr. Wood, did you say that Chris Grinter?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. Chris
I'm sorry.
Grinter
I didn't mean to
was,
steal your thunder. Go ahead.
yeah, Chris was nominated by the Human Relations Commission on Friday night. Basically, a month ago, you appointed all the rest of the members to the Law Enforcement Citizens Review Board. We just need to get this one last person appointed, and then we can start moving forward with meetings, and I expect those to start taking place next month.
Could you spell his last name, please?
It is Grinter, Grintner.
Okay.
And the first name is Chris with a K, I believe.
That's correct.
50/50 chance, got that.
Unrelated question. Are we rolling out any more in the way of Citizens Board training for this new group?
Certainly, there will be, this group, since they're brand new, there'll be lots of training involved. But the rest of the board training, now that we're going to start getting back into more regular meetings, we'll start doing some training for some of those boards and commissions. Up until now, they've been kind of sporadic meetings, and so now that the public or the public health order has expired, I would expect those meetings to start being more consistent, and we'll get in there and get people trained.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to thank Mr. Grinter for offering his service, and this board is going to be so important going forward, and we're delighted to have him as the representative from the Human Relations Committee, and wish him all the best. Let's see, any public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-7944, appointing Chris Grinter as a member of the Human Relations Commission, member to the Law Enforcement Citizens Review Board.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to approve the appointment of Chris Grinter as a Human Relations Commissioner to the Law Enforcement Citizen Advisory Board. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. And that will bring us to item 8.1.
Item 8.1, application Z18-6A, filed by Sunset Custard DT LLC, requesting approval of an amendment to an existing PC3 zoning district at 916 East Crawford Street.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My apologies to Commissioner Franz for my struggling with my virtual hand while you were asking your license agreement questions. But the pending sidewalk dining license agreement we have is with the Paramount Bar. And the application was missing some pieces of the application, which we're working with the owner to get submitted. And then your other question related to the duration of the sidewalk cafe license agreement. Most of our license agreements run in perpetuity unless there's some event that would cause it to be terminated by one of the parties, but the sidewalk cafe license agreement's unique in that it must be renewed annually. So it's distinguished from a standard license agreement. As to the item before you, JRI Investments purchased Reimold Properties in spring of 2018, and they approached city staff about redeveloping the southeast corner of Crawford and South Ohio, minus the subway site and the proposed Popeyes building site. And they eventually filed an application to rezone a buffer strip that was 65 feet wide along the south edge of the property, which was retained its residential zoning. And on June 4th, 2018, you voted to approve a zoning change to create a new Plan C3 district, and as part of that, you approved a final site development plan for a new Mocha's restaurant. The end result of that action was that all of the property at the southwest corner of Crawford and Ohio is part of a Plan C3 district except for the subway site. So we have an existing Plan C3 zone property, and we have a proposal to construct a Freddy's Frozen Custard restaurant, which is a permitted use, but in the C3 district, outdoor dining is considered to be accessory to indoor dining, and in this particular proposal, they're proposing no indoor dining area in the restaurant. It's 100% outdoor dining. So they are requesting that the use limitations applicable to this property be modified to allow 100% outdoor dining. And so the ordinance that was approved in 2018 did not include any variations or modifications to the C3 development standards, so that is why this is coming before you this evening. So instead of being limited, they would like to have 100% of their dining outdoors. They have about 1,120 square feet of outdoor dining area that contains 38 seats. They have no indoor dining. Just by way of an example, if you're familiar with the very first outdoor dining we had, which was formerly J.C.'s Bar and Grill, now Speakeasies, that outdoor patio was limited to 50% of the size of the indoor dining area because that is a C3 zoning district. So the request is a modification for that and request that you approve the site development plan for the Freddy's Frozen Custard restaurant. As far as access to the property, that was discussed initially when the property was rezoned in 2018. And one thing that the applicant has done with Mocha's and is doing with this property is consolidating curb cuts. So they have removed a number of curb cuts for the Mocha's development. In this case, they're removing one and leaving a single curb cut. The other part of this plan was that there was a plan for a rear shared access drive, and that was going to connect from Lewis Street over to the back side of Popeyes. And so in your ordinance that approved the project in 2018, you required that that road be completed as part of this development phase, and so that will be a condition on the building permit, and that road will have to be completed before a certificate of occupancy for the Freddy's restaurant is issued. The building will be oriented to face north. There'll be a covered dining area on the north side of the building. Customers will receive their food from a walk-up window on the north side of the building. I think you've got some elevation drawings in your packet. There'll be a canopy out front with red fascia and vertical white stripes. The building itself will have red brick wainscoting around the base of the building with khaki-colored ephes above. And so part of your review of the site plan would be to review the building elevations to determine whether you think they would have an attractive design and exterior finish. They're providing 24 off-street parking spaces and front yard landscaping that's not present on the site today. At their March 2nd meeting, the Planning Commission held a public hearing. The applicant was represented, but no neighboring property owners joined the meeting or spoke at the meeting. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve or recommend approval of the requested modification to allow 100% outdoor dining. They also recommended approval of the site development plan as proposed. Your alternatives this evening as it relates to the amendment to the zoning ordinance, which is attached. If you concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, the attached ordinance should be approved on first reading. If you disagree with the Planning Commission, you could send this item back with 3 votes, or you could deny the application altogether with 4 votes in favor of that motion. As to the site development plan, you've got 3 alternatives. You could approve the development plan as proposed. You could approve the site development plan certain minor revisions to the plan being made, or you could send the plan back to the Planning Commission if you think that a major redesign is in order. So with that, I'll be open to any questions that you have. I think we lost one of our representatives from the applicant who was joined by Zoom, but it's no longer there. But Mr. Wilkinson is an engineer for Caw Valley Engineering, and so if you have technical questions, he might be available to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Are there any questions for staff?
Well, either staff or Mr. Wilkinson, but am I correct in saying that there's no enclosed area for ordering? So in February, if you want to get food, you stand outside in line?
Yeah, there was some discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. This is a brand-new concept for Freddy's. They've not done an outdoor dining only. This is kind of prototype for them nationally, and as they're thinking it through, they had some discussions about having some form of radiant heat under the canopy, but as it stands, it's all weather dependent, so the ordering would occur at that north window, weather permitting. It will have a drive-through.
There is a drive-through, yeah.
Yeah, so.
You have to go to the elevations to see it. The pictures don't
Maybe I
show it
missed
very
that.
well.
Yeah, so it is a drive-through facility, but as far as on-site dining, it's outdoor only. So if you want to pick up and take home, you can use the drive-through window. If you want to enjoy the outdoors, you can go to the walk-up window and dine outdoors.
So there is a walk-up window also. I kind of
Yes.
wondered about that.
So on the north side of the building, at the south edge of the outdoor dining area is where you would pick up your orders for outdoor dining.
Was there any discussion of traffic on Crawford and turning activity into this site?
Yeah.
The reason I ask is, you know, it used to be pretty difficult from time to time to get into the old Mocha's, and now it's moved next door, and we're going to build the Freddy's at this location. You know, the turning movements could very well increase substantially, but I don't know if the traffic on that street is such that that's an issue yet or not.
Well, this plan is somewhat project or traffic neutral in terms of it's replacing an old Mocha's with another restaurant, but what is attempted to be done is to reduce and better locate the number of turning points, and then to try to encourage as much as possible people to make their turning movements on Lewis.
Okay.
And so
I would only say that the old Mocha's was replaced with the new Mocha's, and now the Freddy's is going in right beside it. So there's going to be a net increase. There were no other businesses there that generated much traffic.
And so the idea behind the rear access drive is to try to encourage people to use
Okay.
that to go to Lewis.
And that will be completed as a part of this project?
Yes.
So there'll be complete connection?
So
That'll connect you to Ohio Street also, or just?
it'll connect to the back of the Popeyes lot. So part of it, from the standpoint that as opposed to having people coming out of Popeyes being forced to turn right and then going down the residential street to get back to Lewis if they want to go somewhere else, they'll take this route instead and not introduce all that traffic on the residential street.
But is it a two-way, if somebody's at Freddy's, can they go back to that and then go left and go to the east and go out onto Ohio Street?
Yes.
Okay.
So they could get past the drive-through window at Popeyes to get out to
If you
Ohio?
There's a
There's not
way at
much-
Popeyes that if you don't want to go out that way, you can circle back. So if you wanted to, you could go back and come out the backside of Popeyes and take this road over to Lewis. You could come out of the backside of Freddy's or the backside of Mocha's to this road and get out to Lewis.
But if I wanted to leave Freddy's and intentionally go south on Ohio, would I have enough space to drive past the cars waiting in line at Popeyes?
Yes,
Okay.
because there's a separate aisle there for drive-through and exiting.
Now, was there ever a thought to restricting left turns out of Mocha's parking lot, which is now going to be Mocha's and Freddy's parking lot, that curb cut on
I had that same
Crawford?
question.
No, there wasn't any discussion about that, primarily because they were actually reducing the number of turning points there. But you're saying to restrict this movement to right only and not allow that movement?
Well, I mean, sooner or later, we're going to be back here for a plane. I
Yeah.
mean, it's as fast as the traffic on Crawford moves. I mean, it's even coming out Lewis, that's still going to be a hard left turn during the day.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just a problem waiting to happen. But I mean, we can wait for it to happen and fix it, I guess. But
Because if you get even like two cars stacked up at that intersection, 2 to 3, then it's going to impede the movement of other cars opting to come out of the drive-through and use one of the alternative methods of egress. And I mean, I'm just envisioning being stuck behind the person, trying to make the left turn and not able to go anywhere.
I mean, from the Freddy's on to Crawford?
Yeah.
So you're suggesting something
Crawford on
similar to what is
From
there at
Freddy's onto
Popeyes?
Crawford, making a left.
yeah, of course, at Popeyes, there's a concrete median in the
Right.
street.
I mean, our experience is just putting some lines on pavement is not going to be sufficient. If you want to force people to go right and not turn left, you would have to put some sort of island or something in there reinforcing that turn.
Yeah, you know, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, I mean, it probably wouldn't be a problem. I don't, are there ways to do traffic studies just to see, even if it may not be a problem? I mean, people are making that turn now because they leave there and they come on down to the hospital or go to work or downtown, but
If it helps at all, I know part of the conversation with Popeyes in Ohio was its proximity to the signalized intersection of Ohio and Crawford.
Right.
And the concern about the congestion that would create. This is more, mid-block and similar to all the other turn movements that currently exist on Crawford. But that doesn't answer your question about a traffic study.
Yeah, I've just been amazed at some of the studies Mr. Stack has brought in. I don't know if there's a way to assess it. I'm not suggesting making any changes now, but just.
Well, we do have Brett Wilkinson, who's an engineer with Caw Valley, and I see Mr. Hitchcock's back, who is manager for construction for JRI Investments. If you wanted to direct any questions to them about the whys or wherefores of this design.
I think
You know, we've added the road to the backside and you know, if the developer feels, I mean, if somebody goes there and they can't make a left turn long enough, they won't go back. And I guess that's the issue that Freddy's will have, that someone wouldn't come back if they didn't think they could get out of there. I just came back from Kansas City, and we get concerned about the traffic on Crawford Street, but it's nothing like some of the places I'm trying to turn left out of in Kansas City. So I'm not going to try to manage the individual that's putting this in. I think, it'll take care of itself, personally.
All right, could we go ahead and let Mr. Hitchcock speak?
Mr. Hitchcock, you should have access now. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I appreciate everybody, well, first of all, for being here so long and hearing this. I'm open to any questions. I think everybody covered all the points. I do want to add that, so this prototype for Freddy's is the trial prototype for the brand itself. As you guys know, Freddy's is out of Wichita. They've allowed us to help design this for a trial in Salina, and it will be the first of its kind for this outdoor seating drive-through. And primarily we call it a drive-through only prototype, which is being designed to fit in a smaller site than a typical Freddy's is. So we've kind of, this has been in planning for quite some time to, in accordance with corporate. That's, I just kind of wanted to add that point. So we're very excited to have it. It's hopefully something that Salina will be the first and many more to come. So.
Mr. Hitchcock, I think that the only concerns that we've heard from the commission would be the curb cut that goes onto Crawford and allowing motorists to make either a left turn or a right turn. Have you done any kinds of traffic studies about whether or not the turning movement should be restricted to a right-hand turn, or do you feel confident that traffic will be able to proceed to cross Crawford to the north in order to complete the left-hand turn?
I don't personally know of any traffic studies, and I might need Brett to weigh in here. I kind of came in halfway through this project. And I might add, I don't know if we may be keeping an existing curb cut as well. I really don't have too much say on that. I understandably, it being hard to take a left out of there, to someone else's point, I think that people will naturally, learn their way back out onto the access road to take an easier route to get out of the site. But I might let Brett or, Brett weigh in on any traffic studies that he's aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock, and this looks like a really exciting plan. I'm excited that Salina gets to be the prototype for the future of Freddy's. So could we unmute Mr. Wilkinson?
Mr. Wilkinson, you should have access now.
Good evening. Right now, there hasn't been any traffic studies done on this site. I think we kind of moved forward. There were 2 curb cuts, and now there's only going to be 1, and then plus with the additional rear access drive for this site. That's all we planned for. During design, we didn't do any official traffic study to look at left turns onto Crawford, but it is definitely something that would be difficult and was difficult before. But yeah, no study has been done at this time.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, I think you know it, Commissioners, but traffic study is not a required element for a submittal.
Right, and I don't see this as a stumbling block. I'm just, as you all are moving forward, and as Commissioner Hoppick noted, you're a business person, and as you see the traffic stack up, something might have to be done in the future, but I was just curious as to if you thought about the ramifications of having traffic stacked up and limiting access to being able to access those other two, I said the word access a lot, access roads.
And maybe Mr. Wilkinson can address this, but by staff's count, historically, this property frontage had 8 curb cuts on Crawford, and it's been reduced from 8 to 2. And part of the benefit of reducing curb cuts is that that's less conflict points, it's less points where drivers going westbound on Crawford are stopping to make a left turn. And so that the main point of emphasis has been to reduce the number of turning points, because that eliminates conflicts and the number of stopping points on Crawford. But there were some of these, even though they were smaller sites, they had as many as 3 curb cuts per site, and so now we've gone from 8 to 2 it's entirely possible that at some point in time the property further to the east, all the way over to Subway, may be redeveloped at some point in time, and this is a planned commercial district, so we'll be looking at those site plans again if there is further redevelopment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for action. Or further discussion.
Do we need to, we don't need to approve the application, we just need to approve the ordinance, is that correct?
Well, there's 2 actions. The first action would be to approve the attached ordinance on first reading.
Right.
And then the second action would be to approve the site plan as proposed, or to approve it with certain revisions, or send the site plan back for major revisions. So the first action would be whether you want to approve the attached ordinance allowing for the 100% outdoor dining. Then the second action would be to approve the site plan as submitted, or approve it subject to some revision.
I move, or Mayor Hodges, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11056.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11056 on first reading.
Excuse
We
me,
have-
Mayor. I
Yes.
apologize. Just to be sure everyone is clear, the ordinance includes the site plan approval in the text.
Oh,
That's what I was, yeah.
okay.
So if that's,
So this single action covers both of the actions.
that was my concern. I didn't want us to be doing both if there were any further discussion or different
Gotcha.
thought on the site plan.
Gotcha. All right. And now understanding that the ordinance does include approving the site plan as proposed, is there any further discussion amongst the commission? All right. And thank you for that clarification. We will have a roll call then, please.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0.
I apologize, I didn't read that. The paragraph was
No,
late in the night. I thought everybody would be okay with the ordinance.
it's almost my bedtime.
I apologize.
We'll move on to other business. Is there anything that any of the commissioners would like to bring up under other business?
Mayor Hodges, we previously discussed the desire to provide some interim feedback and guidance to the city manager, and in that vein, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the city manager's performance based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1. The open meeting will resume in this room at, and I can't see the clock.
9:32?
9:30.
9:32.
9:32.
Okay, 9:32.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss non-elected personnel. I don't have all the verbiage that Commissioner France referenced, and we will resume in this room at 9:32 PM.
I think we need to vote on that.
Yeah, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner France.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. We'll take a break and see you back here at 9:32.
And I would ask that it just be the 5 commissioners for the first couple of minutes and then invite Mr. Schrag in,
Okay?
if that's okay.
2 housekeeping items. One is we typically indicate whether you intend to take action, and the other is I think we should have Mr. Wood explain for the listeners at home how this executive session process works in the Zoom format.
I do not anticipate any action.
Okay. Mr. Wood, do you want to lead
Yeah,
us through real quick on how?
Sure. For those of you at home, the Zoom meeting will just continue to run, so you will it'll just stay on here, but we'll mute the room here. The commission will go to a different room, have executive session. As soon as they're back, the meeting will come back in session on Zoom as well as in the room. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Are we going to 107B?
discussing city manager's performance because personnel issues.
Based on the need to discuss
Based on need to
non-elected.
non-elected personnel meeting. And that we reconvene in this
Can,
room.
I think we need to speak into the microphone.
And we,
Oh, sorry. Oh, I see the clocks aren't synced.
do we do it
Good
again?
dry run, no.
Yeah,
Good practice.
no,
Thank you, Jacob.
We're back live.
Okay.
I'm going to sync it to my clock.
I would move that we reconvene into executive session for a period of 15 minutes to discuss city manager's performance based on the need for discussion of non-elected personnel. And we will reconvene in this room at
47.
9:47.
Yep. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second to reconvene into executive session for the purpose of discussing non-elected personnel. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. And we'll be back at 9:47. Is that what we said? I'm trying to set my alarm. Almost? Sorry, good to go, okay. All right, welcome back to the City Commission meeting. We don't have any action to take after our executive session, but we do want to, as a group, express our appreciation for the sheer volume of work that City Manager Mike Scragg has been putting in on a whole host of projects. And, you know, it's our hope that we can find a way to lighten your load. So thank you very much on behalf of the governing body for everything that you do. Is there any other business?
Move we adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
We don't need
Yeah.